Chapter 1541, 4 Race Divine Artifacts. Mission. War Summary. 1. Zhou Zhou looked at the racial divine artifact on the Supreme God Realm Monument. Then, he chose for a moment before finally choosing 4 of the race's divine artifacts. Race Divine Artifact Creation Immortal Furnace. Top Race Divine Artifact. Human life forms sit cross-legged in the Creation Immortal Furnace and are refined with the Qi of creation. There is a high chance that they will sublimate the congenital spiritual root they have, allowing human life forms who already have the aptitude to cultivate immortality to have higher talent in cultivation. If this human life form doesn't have the spiritual root, he will definitely be able to create a congenital spiritual root that is most suitable for his physique, giving him the aptitude to cultivate immortality. Required military merits: 10 million military merits, 1 Supreme God Realm Mission Medal. Race Divine Artifact 9 Directional Immeasurable Flag. Top Race Divine Artifact. A universal race divine artifact. Place it in the territory of the race. It can strengthen the nomological talent of the 9 nomological laws of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, wind, and lightning in the territory of the race. Increases the probability of life forms advancing to the Master God tier through these 9 nomological laws by 10%. Required military merits: 8 million military merits, 5 Supreme Mission Medals. Race Divine Artifact 36 Holy Heart Demon Statues. Top Race Divine Artifact facing 36 Holy Heart Demon Statues can sharpen the will of life forms. The highest level of cultivation can nurture the will of life forms to the level of the will divine transformation realm. Required military merits: 6 million military merits, 6 Supreme Mission Medals. Racial Artifact, Fang of Perception, high-level racial artifact. A universal racial artifact. Placing it in the racial territory can increase the dark attribute immunity of creatures in the racial territory and reduce the dark attribute damage received by 20%. Military merit required for redemption: 2 million military merits, 5 Supreme Mission Medals. Zhou Zhou looked at his military merits panel after they finished exchanging. He realized that he had already used up all his military merits. There were only 4.5 Supreme God Mission Medals left. He nodded in satisfaction. Awesome. Then, he looked at the 4 Race Divine Artifacts. Among them, the Creation Immortal Furnace, the 9 Directional Infinite Flag, and the 36 Sacred Heart Demon Statues were all Race Divine Artifacts that could increase the upper limit of the growth of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom's subjects. Needless to say, he could exchange for this. As for the Fang of Perception, it was a racial divine artifact that could increase the immunity of the subjects of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom to dark attributes. It was also what Zhou Zhou needed. After exchanging, Zhou Zhou opened the mission interface. He looked at these missions and was thinking about which mission to choose. He suddenly realized that there was an unread message on his personal terminal. He had been too focused on choosing the racial divine artifacts just now and had actually ignored this news. Zhou Zhou shook his head and opened the message. 0. Your Majesty, just 3 minutes and 35 seconds ago, the ultimate supreme god of the Lotus Flame War territories led an army of 10 billion to launch a sneak attack on the Blazing Sun Base 3 planet that we had just captured. However, under the protection of our soldiers and supreme god level defense facilities, the other party did not break through the Blazing Sun No. 3 base planet. Then, the other party quickly retreated. Zhou Zhou sneered. He was already prepared for such a situation. He had taken down the other party's entire territory after all. It would be strange if the other party did not react. However, he did not expect the other party to be so fast. Just as they left, they followed them. Unfortunately, it didn't work. The territory of the Lotus Flame War territories. Zhou Zhou took out the map that the Lord of 10,000 Evils had given him and looked at it. He realized that the Lotus Flame War territories was a war territory that was connected to the Wanlong territory. Like the Wanlong territory, it was a Grade 3 Supreme God Realm War territory. He fell into deep thought when he saw this. As a Grade 3 war territory, he only needed to spend a little effort to take down the Wanlong territory. It was impossible for the ruler of the Lotus Flame War territories not to know this, but he still dared to come. There were only 2 possibilities for this situation. The first possibility was that the ruler of the Lotus Flame War territories had a trump card to deal with him and was confident that he could take him down. The second possibility was that behind this surprise attack, there was not only an enemy from the Lotus Flame War territories, but also enemies from other war territories hiding behind the Lotus Flame war territories. That was why the other party was so confident. You can't act rashly until you have concrete information. Zhou Fight sighed and suddenly muttered to himself with a smile. However, I have easy access to information. He flipped his right hand and saw Bodhi Supreme appear in his hand. Bodhi Supreme, why does the ruler of the Lotus Flame war territories dare to lead troops to attack my Blazing Sun Base 3 planet? Zhou Fight asked. The person in charge of this Lotus Flame war territories is called the Lotus Flame God Lord. He is extremely belligerent and is never afraid of powerful enemies. Therefore, after hearing about you, he immediately wanted to challenge you. This way, he could even obtain the reward of the Void Emperor. However, this Lotus Flame God Lord also knows that you have many supreme gods under your command. He probably can't do anything to you with his military strength alone. Therefore, he specially contacted his good friend, the Fire Poison God Lord of the Fire Poison War Territories in the southeast of the Lotus Flame War Territories, to join forces to deal with you. That's probably what happened. Bodhi Supreme said lazily. Zhou Fight nodded. As he had expected, the Lotus Flame God Lord had come prepared. However, Zhou Fight was not afraid of him. The Son of Destiny was his greatest confidence. 0. If another enemy attacks, tell me immediately about the situation on the base planet. You can send troops to my place to support our base planet if you are in a hurry. Chapter 1542, 4 Race Divine Artifacts. Mission. War Summary. 2. Zhou Fight said. Yes, Your Grace. 0 said respectfully. Zhou Fight nodded. Then, in the mission list in front of him, he simply chose 4 missions and accepted them all. Conquer the Grade 3 Supreme God Realm War Territory Lotus Flame Main City, Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Mission Conquer the Lotus Flame Main City and the entire Lotus Flame War Territories, Elimination Void Great General Inga, Grade 1 Supreme God, Elimination Void Great General Nika, Grade 3 Supreme God Realm, Elimination Void Great General Aki, Grade 2 Supreme God, Elimination Void Great General Bast, Grade 2 Supreme God, Elimination Void Great General Zur, Grade 3 Supreme God, Elimination Void Great General Cha, Grade 4 Supreme God, Reward, 15 million Military Merit Points 5 Supreme God Level Mission Medals, and 1 Book of the Gods, Grade 4 Supreme God. Attack the Void Mystic Realm, exclusive mission of the Lotus Flame War Territories. Attack the 5 Void Mystic Realms of the Lotus Flame War Territories. Reward, 12 million Military Merits, 10 Supreme God Mission Medals, and 1 Universal Race Divine Artifacts. Conquer the Grade 3 Supreme God Realm War Territory Fire Poison City, Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Mission Conquer the Fire Poison City and the entire Fire Poison War Territory. Elimination Void Great General Abuletin, Grade 1 Supreme God. Elimination Void Great General Kwa, Grade 2 Supreme God. Elimination Void Great General Elkin, Grade 2 Supreme God. Elimination Void Great General Ai Po, Grade 3 Supreme God. Elimination Void Great General Miashir, Grade 3 Supreme God, Elimination Void Great General Aurelio, Grade 4 Supreme God, Elimination Void Great General Fire Poison, Grade 4 Supreme God, and be rewarded with 15 million Military Merit Points 5 Supreme God Level Mission Medals and 1 Book of the God Spirit, Grade 4 Supreme God Realm. Attack the Void Mystic Realm, exclusive mission of the Fire Poison War Territory. Attack the 3 Void Mystic Realms of the Fire Poison War Territory. Reward, 10 million Military Merits, 10 Supreme God Mission Medals, and 1 Universal Race Divine Artifacts. Zhou Fight looked at the 4 missions he had accepted thoughtfully. The strength of the Lotus Flame War Territories and the Fire Poison War Territories was clearly much stronger than the Myriad Dragon War Territories. However, he shook his head. They would deal with whatever came their way. The other party had already set their target on him. No matter how strong the other party was, he could just fight normally. There was no need to think too much. Then, he thought for a moment and told Lord of 10,000 Evils about the invasion of him by the 2 ultimate void races, Lotus Flame and Fire Poison. The other party was his ally now after all. Exchange of information on war was the most basic duty. After Lord of 10,000 Evils received this news, he did not dare to be negligent and immediately invited Zhou Fight over to discuss how to deal with the attack of the 2 ultimate void races. At the same time, in the Reincarnation Sacred Palace of the Blazing Sun Divine Capital, Zhou Zhou was sitting cross-legged on the Dao comprehension futon and cultivating. A rainbow-colored water droplet floated between his hands. It was the treasure that the Supreme Will had previously rewarded him with, the source of will. At this moment, the source of will had already been mostly exhausted by Zhou Zhou's cultivation. After another hour or so, this drop of will source was completely exhausted. Just as the source of his will was exhausted. Boom! A substantial wave of will instantly erupted from Zhou Zhou's body and radiated in all directions. In the blink of an eye, this will fluctuation enveloped the entire blazing sun divine world. This will wave stopped after being blocked by the crystal wall of the divine world. A moment later, the will wave gradually dissipated. Zhou Zhou slowly opened his eyes. Then, he sensed his current level of willpower and a smile appeared on his face. Intermediate stage will divine transformation realm. He muttered as his eyes lit up. Under normal circumstances, even those genius supreme gods would take millions or even tens of millions of years to advance from beginner stage of the will divine transformation realm to intermediate stage of the will divine transformation realm. And he actually completed this process in less than a few days with the help of this source of will. It was simply a miracle. This source of will is simply a supreme treasure to increase the level of will. It's a pity there's only one drop. Zhou Zhou shook his head regretfully. If he had enough willpower sources, he could completely advance to the limit of the will divine transformation realm without any obstruction. That would save a lot of time. As for breaking through to the supreme will realm at the will divine transformation realm, it was not something that could be resolved with a simple source of will. Zhou Zhou did not know how to advance to the supreme will level. However, he was in no hurry. He was still too far away from the level of supreme will. As a reserve army of the Supreme Lord, he would naturally know what he needed to know when he reached that level. If there was really no other way, he could just ask the Supreme Will. Then, he looked at his personal terminal and realized that there was only one war report. Zhou Zhou opened it and looked over. Under the joint efforts of the two armies of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom, the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom had eliminated a total of 210 beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord factions, 121 intermediate-grade Divine Kingdom Lord factions, 88 high-level Divine Kingdom Lord factions, and 22 Overlord-level Lord factions. In addition, on the Ultimate Void battlefield, Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils had eliminated the enemies in the three Void Mystic Realms. They had eliminated more than 500 people of foreign races in the capital units, more than 50 billion god spirits, more than 300 million true god tiers, more than 30,000 master god tiers of the people of foreign races, and 22 ultimate void supreme gods. After collating the statistics, the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom had obtained a total of 5.8 million mist cores of various levels, origin crystals, skill books, equipment, and basic materials from the capital units today. 3,912, 239, 823, 923, 341 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 2,315,341 legendary tier and below Lord Talent spheres. A large number of Lord Talent crystal fragments of other levels. There were also 612 capital units, 2,917,384,750 million units of divine crystals from low-tier deity level to high-tier deity level. 134,198,432,01 true god tier divine crystals. 91.2 billion 89.21 million master god tier divine crystals. 10,344,892 grade 1 to grade 3 supreme god divine crystals. 1 capital units, 1,983,234,312,89 million low-tier to high-tier deity level divine artifacts. 3,423,94 million true god tier divine artifacts. 2,341,298 master god tier divine artifacts. 23,482 supreme god divine artifacts. There were a total of about 1 capital unit, 113,492,34 million divine spark fragments, god tier herbs, god tier ingredients, god tier ores, god tier blueprints, and other treasures. 521,492,382,138 master god tier herbs, god tier ingredients, god tier ores, god tier blueprints, and other treasures. 1,042,110 supreme god level god tier herbs, god tier ingredients, god tier ores, god tier blueprints, and other treasures. In terms of insight defection, Zhou Fight had induced a total of 10,734,336,108 god spirits, 520,342,340 true gods, 15,123 master gods, and 2 supreme gods through the Sun of Destiny in the Skyvoid mystic realm. In addition, the Lords of the Star Alliance had also instigated 129 capital units soldiers, more than 412 million god spirits, more than 100,000 true gods, and 77 master gods. In the end, in terms of the advancement of god spirits, a total of 12,123,487,843 legendary tier advanced grade soldiers had advanced to low tier deity level elementary grade god spirit. There were also 219,873 high-tier deity-level advanced grade god spirits who had advanced to true god-tier elementary grade god spirits. Another 341 top-notch true gods of the human race and 401 top-notch true gods of the people of foreign races felt their master god-tier bottleneck and applied to enter the reincarnation sacred palace to cultivate in seclusion to try to break through to the master god-tier realm. Under normal circumstances, he would officially break through tomorrow. Zhou Zhou's original military strength was 1,914 capital units 721,348,323,488,253 soldiers, 31,723,973,942 god spirits, 235,215,256 true gods, 10,057 master gods, and 8 supreme gods. Now, with the addition of these divine spirit experts who had instigated insight defection, the military strength under him had reached 2,043 capital units, 721,341,663,488,253 soldiers, 42,870,310,500 god spirits, 755,657,596 true gods, 25,257 master gods, and 10 supreme gods. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction after reading it. The number of soldiers under him had officially broken through to 2,000 capital units. The number of god spirits had reached 4 million. There were 700 million true gods. There were also more than 20,000 master gods. The number of supreme gods had officially reached 10. This kind of military strength was completely not inferior to Lord of 10,000 Evils. It might have even exceeded his strength. Chapter 1543, Upgrading the Territory. Zhou Zhou closed the battle report and disappeared with a thought. Zhou Zhou's figure slowly appeared in the sky above the blazing sun divine kingdom. He looked at the blazing sun divine capital below and silently chanted the advancement in his heart. In the next second, as 800 Gai units of basic materials, 1000 Master God tier elementary grade divine crystals, 10 capital units origin crystals, 500 chaos divine treasures, and 3 ultimate void crystals disappeared instantly. A text notification appeared. Congratulations, your true God tier, Lord's Law, has successfully advanced to the Master God tier elementary grade godly kingdom, Lord's Law. Your territory has successfully upgraded to a Master God tier elementary grade territory. Your true God tier advanced grade all methods origin array has been upgraded to Master God tier elementary grade mixed essence 1 heart array. Durability of territory stone steel increased to 10 capital units / 10 capital units. Your territory has expanded to 1 trillion km times 1 trillion km times 20 million kilometers. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. Scarlet fog will not appear in any of your territories. You have received an upgrade reward, Mythical Tier Building Blueprint Treasure Chest, Elementary Grade of Master God Tier. Lord Talent Notification, your Scarlet Broodmother can be upgraded. Lord Talent Hint, your Mysterious Caravan faction has increased. Lord Talent Notification, the strength of the clergy of your life arc has increased. In the next second, an even more dignified and loud voice sounded. Lord of all race announcement 1, congratulations to the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom, Advanced, Blazing Sun God Lord for becoming the first Lord to upgrade his territory to Master God Tier Elementary Grade. Reward, Supreme Treasure Chest +1, Mythical Reputation Rating +1000, Reputation Rating +1 million, Unique Title of the Race, Glory of the Pioneer 12 has advanced to Glory of the Pioneer 13. All Race Lord announcement, congratulations to the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom, High Level, God Lord Blazing Sun. All Race Lord announcement, congratulations to the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom, High Level, God Lord Blazing Sun. Lord of All Race announcement 2, ever since the Blazing Sun God Lord has established a new territory for the Lord, the territories of all the Lords can be upgraded to the Master God Tier Advance grade. The Lords can be upgraded by checking the information of the territory. Lord of All Race announcement 3, in order to congratulate Blazing Sun God Lord on creating a new chapter for the Lords of all races, you are specially rewarded with 1 Premier Heart, 3 Supreme Hearts. The authority of the Supreme Lord Reserve Army had increased. This voice resounded throughout the myriad worlds. All the life forms in the myriad worlds, even those non-living substances, had vaguely remembered this sentence. When they became life forms one day, this sentence would appear in their hearts again. The living beings who heard this looked at the sky in shock, as if they had heard something unbelievable. Your Excellency, the great common people's regal again. A Master God Tier territory has actually been established on the territory of a true God Tier advance grade. There's actually a Master God Tier kingdom above the Divine Kingdom Lords. All of this was brought about by Your Excellency Common People's Regal. Common People's Regal. It's unbelievable. He is clearly the newly promoted 4th Reserve. Now, he has actually become the pioneer of Master God Tier territories and Master God Tier kingdoms. This is something that even the 3 Lords couldn't do. The Common People's Regal has the potential of a Supreme Lord. Isn't it just establishing a Master God Tier territory and a Master God Tier kingdom? What's there to talk about? Your Excellency God King Heaven Punishment fought with the Supreme Will and the Illusionist clan day and night. What contributions does the Common People's Regal have? Previous poster, it's so sour. Previous poster, why don't you say how long has it been since Common People's Regal became a Supreme Lord Reserve Army? The living beings in the myriad worlds were discussing the fact that there were Master God Tier territories and Master God kingdoms above the territories of true God Tier advance grades. To ordinary life forms, this matter did not have much to do with them. However, to Lords, especially the Lords of the Divine Kingdoms, this matter had a huge impact. After they learned of this news, they almost immediately began to look up the requirements to advance to the Master God Tier territory and the Master God Tier kingdom. Then, they were dumbfounded. Chaotic Secret Realm? What is this? There's a Chaos Divine Treasure in the Void Mystic Realm? Are you kidding me? Do you think you can enter that danger zone so easily? Even if a Supreme God enters, he might not be able to leave alive. The requirements for advancement are too high. If I don't advance, I won't advance. I suddenly feel that it's not bad to be the master of a divine kingdom. The rulers of the various divine kingdoms had their own thoughts about advancing to the Master God Tier territory and the Master God Tier kingdom. Some God Lords wanted to climb to the peak and take another step forward. There were also God Lords who wanted to pursue stability and protect their own land. More God Lords were worried about the future. Once the Master God Tier territory and the Master God Tier kingdom appeared, there would definitely be a new bloodbath between the top divine kingdoms in the future. At the same time, in the river of time, a white-robed life form was fishing on a lone boat. The surroundings of him were filled with surging and beautiful waves. It was not an ordinary wave, but a space-time wave formed by the turbulent collision of the river of time. Even a will-level existence would not dare to rashly step into the dangers within. However, this white-robed life form did not seem to realize the danger. It closed its eyes and fished leisurely, as if it was on a calm sea. At this moment, his fishing line trembled slightly. The white-robed life form suddenly opened its eyes. With a light flick, the fishing rod leaped up and landed in front of the white-robed life form with the treasure on the hook. The white-robed life form looked at the golden pancake-shaped treasure that was emitting a level 2 Supreme God artifact in front of him. He shook his head and casually threw it into the fish basket beside him. Just as he was about to fish again, his expression changed slightly before he laughed. He actually created a Lord faction level above the Divine Kingdom Lord faction. This little guy is really going to be recorded in the epic tier of the heavens. I never expected a small epic tier Lord talent owner to reach this stage. When I first awakened my Lord talent, I awakened the mythical tier 1 and only Lord talent. However, in terms of achievements at the same time, I'm afraid I can't compare to this common people's regal. Lord Supreme Will's Lord of all races contest is really effective. But I played a big part in it. I caught this fish myself after all. The white-robed life form laughed. After laughing, he swung his rod leisurely again and caught fish countless times. In the land of dusk, the setting sun was like blood. The two armies were fighting each other in the land of dusk. One of the armies looked strange, but their appearance had two obvious main characteristics. That was, his appearance was either very scary or extremely dignified. There would always be one characteristic. It was so terrifying that if ordinary life forms saw it, they would probably immediately become the other party's shadow for the rest of their lives. If ordinary life forms saw him, they would remember him for the rest of their lives. They were the Illusionist clan. Chapter 1544, God King Heaven Punishment. The Glory of the Pioneer 13. As for the faction army that was fighting him, their bodies were made of lightning. They wore lightning armor, held lightning spears in their hands, and carried lightning arrows on their backs. With a wave of their hands, thousands of lightning bolts were born. Purple firmament divine lightning, Du Tian divine lightning, five elements divine lightning, annihilation divine lightning, crimson firmament demon lightning, chaos origin lightning. All kinds of lightning even formed various supreme lightning soldier types. Wherever they passed, the Illusionist clan couldn't resist the attack of the God of Thunder army at all. They died one batch after another. It was the heavenly punishment army of the Supreme Lord's first reserve army, God King Heaven Punishment. However, even though the soldiers of the heavenly punishment army were brave, the Illusionist clan seemed endless. After a batch of them died, more Illusionist clan would emerge from the void and join the battlefield. This also led to the overall situation of the battle not being alleviated even though the Thunder God army was clearly looking down on them on the battlefield. In fact, it was becoming more and more anxious. The anxious situation on the battlefield and the increasing number of enemies of the Illusionist clan did not make the God King Heaven Punishment and the Heavenly Punishment army lose their sense of propriety. They were like cold and emotionless war machines, killing the Illusionist clan's army in front of them mercilessly and regularly, as if they would never tire. In the army of the Illusionist clan, a burly god spirit in scarlet lightning armor, holding a heavenly punishment holy spear, and a world-destroying lightning crown was waving the heavenly punishment holy spear unscrupulously and pouring the heavenly punishment holy lightning in his body to kill the surrounding illusionary army. The surrounding Illusionist clan had long been enraged by the other party's arrogant actions. Therefore, they sent a large number of experts of the Illusionist clan to besiege God King Heaven Punishment. However, no matter how many experts the Illusionist clan sent and how many trump cards they used to deal with God King Heaven Punishment, God King Heaven Punishment could easily kill the enemies and destroy their trump cards. He acted recklessly. He was tyrannical. He was powerless. He was the center of the entire battlefield, an existence that all the god spirits paid attention to. The Illusionist clan could do nothing but watch helplessly as the enemy slaughtered their army. Even though the Illusionist clan was not afraid of death, they had to pay a certain price to be resurrected. If this went on, the price the Illusionist clan would have to pay would be terrifying. At this moment, the God King Heaven Punishment was stunned. As he casually sent the oncoming enemy flying, he smiled in surprise. That fourth brother of mine actually created a Master God tier territory and a Master God tier kingdom. Ha ha ha, good, good. This is what we Supreme Lord Reserve Army should be like. I hope that he can come to the land of dusk as soon as possible. It's really boring with only me and the Supreme Army in the land of dusk. God King Heaven Punishment was very happy. The heavenly punishment holy lightning in the sky moved in response. More than 10 supreme gods were struck to death by the holy lightning accompanied by his emotional fluctuations. Among them, there was even a grade 4 supreme god. Sir, why are you so happy? That common people's regal is your competitor. The person who told God King Heaven Punishment this news was very surprised when he heard God King Heaven Punishment's words. So what if he's a competitor? Isn't it just the position of the Supreme Lord? If he really has the ability, what's the harm in giving the position to him? The God King Heaven Punishment replied casually as he faced the enemy. Then, his expression suddenly turned firm. My highest goal has always been to transcend. Competing for the position of Supreme Lord is just my way of transcending. If there's another way to make it easier for me to transcend, I will abandon my so-called status as the Supreme Lord Reserve Army without hesitation and use that method. Ha 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 ha, compared to transcendence, what's the so-called Supreme Lord position? He laughed out loud. Sir, aren't you afraid that the Supreme will know what you're saying? His subordinate asked in fear. I've followed the Supreme Will for so many years. Do you think the Supreme Will doesn't understand what I'm thinking? The God King Heaven Punishment asked. His subordinates fell silent. At the same time, Zhou Zhou looked at the announcement before him and was naturally very satisfied and happy. He was now considered an expert who had created a new history in the myriad worlds. Unlike before, in the eyes of other god spirits, he was just a rising star who had suddenly risen. There was a huge difference between the two. Then, he looked at the reward in the announcement. The first was the new title rewarded. Title, Glory of the Pioneer 13. Title Quality, Unique Title of the Race. Title Effect 1, You are famous among the Cerulean planet lords. More people admire your reputation and yearn to join your territory. The number of subjects you can summon through the gate of summoning every day plus 1200%. Professional talents of the same level as the territory among the subjects summoned plus 13. Title Effect 2, same as before. Title Effect 3, when you become the first Myriad Realm Lords with a Grade 1 Supreme God territory, this title will be upgraded to Glory of the Pioneer 14 and unlock more title effects. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction after reading it. However, the number of subjects he could summon had increased by 13 times. In addition, among the subjects summoned, there were 14 professional talents of the same level as the territory. Which meant he could summon 14 Master God tier elementary grade God spirits tomorrow morning. A Master God tier existence was a clan protecting expert. Now, he could summon 14 of them every day. If all the races in the world heard this, especially those races that did not even have a Master God, wouldn't they be envious to death? Even though to the current Zhou Zhou, a Lord God was not considered a rare expert, who wouldn't be happy to freeload? Then, his gaze landed on Title Effect 3. A look of surprise appeared in his eyes as he muttered. There's actually a supreme territory above the Master God tier territory. Then after upgrading to a Grade 1 Supreme God territory, wouldn't I be able to summon 15 Supreme Gods every day? Tisk! Zhou Zhou gasped at the thought of this. That was summoning 15 Supreme God tier powerhouses every day. There were only about 10,000 Supreme Divine level experts in the entire Supreme Great Cosmos. In other words, he only needed to summon for less than 3 years and he would have more Supreme God experts than the entire Supreme Great Cosmos combined. What if it was upgraded to a Supreme Will territory? Didn't that mean that he could summon a Supreme Will level existence? Zhou Zhou shuddered. Good God! That shouldn't be possible, right? How many Supreme Will level existences were there in the entire Supreme Great Cosmos? If he could really summon Supreme Will level existences as his subjects every day, in less than 3 to 4 days, the Supreme Will level existences under his command might even be much stronger than Supreme Wills. How could that be possible? Zhou Zhou hurriedly shook his head and abandoned this thought. Then, he looked at the Supreme Treasure Chest. Chapter 1545, Wonder, Jade Capital Units Immortal Mountain. Premier Heart. Wait. 1. Zhou Zhou directly ignored the reputation rating and mythical reputation rating for Zhou Zhou since he was a reserve army of the Supreme Lord. He opened the Supreme Treasure Chest. A model of a mountain was quietly placed inside. Even though this mountain was only a model, with a rough look, one could feel its towering, majestic, and dangerous aura. It was beautiful upon closer inspection, like the legendary Supreme Immortal Mountain, giving people endless imagination. Zhou Fight looked at it for a second before a text notification appeared. Wonder Name, Jade Capital Immortal Mountain. Wonder Grade, Grade 4 Supreme God Level Wonder. Spectacular Effect, Jade Capital Immortal God, offer 10 low-tier deity level elementary grade divine crystals to Jade Capital Immortal Mountain to summon a Class 2 Advanced Soldier, Heavenly Soldier, with a 10% chance of summoning a Class 3 Advanced Soldier, Heavenly General, and a 0.01% chance of summoning a Class 4 Advanced Soldier, Heavenly Lord. The number of summons depends on the territory level. Current territory level, low-tier deity level elementary grade. Current upper limit of summoning Jade Capital Heavenly Soldiers, 0/100. Wonder Evaluation, White Jade City in the Sky, 12th floor, 5 cities. Immortals caress my head, tie my hair and receive eternal life. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. This was actually a wonder, and its wonder effect was actually to summon supreme soldier types. He began to think. What a spectacle! Ever since Zhou Zhou started fighting the myriad races, he had obtained a lot of such things from them. Especially after conquering the original spirit race, the shepherd's god race, and the chaos god's race, the total number of wonders these three races had reached more than 10,000. It looks like a lot, but there weren't many of them. They were the three top bloodline races under countless subsidiary races after all. The three of them combined only had tens of thousands of wonders. It could be seen how rare wonders were. However, even though Zhou Zhou had grasped many wonders, he didn't care much after knowing the effects of those wonders. Most of them were equivalent to extraordinary tier and other epic tier lord talents. To the current him, the mythical tier lord talent was only worthy of his attention. Only the supreme unique lord talent was worthy of his attention. The wonder effect of this jade capital immortal mountain was definitely comparable to a supreme unique lord talent. He took a closer look at this wonder effect and then muttered to himself, it can summon Class 2 Supreme Soldier type Heavenly Soldier, Class 3 Supreme Soldier type Heavenly General, and Class 4 Supreme Soldier type Heavenly Lord. The number of summons is currently 100 capital units. It can increase the upper limit of the number of summons as the territory level increases. As for the summoning price, it's an astonishing 10 low-tier deity level elementary grade divine crystals. This summoning is so damn expensive. In terms of overall evaluation, it's not bad. It's not a good reward. At least for me, it's not a good reward. Zhou Zhou pondered. He currently had two supreme soldier types, the Supreme God Realm Soldier and the Supreme Holy Mage God. As top-notch soldiers, they were all Class 4 Supreme Soldier types. Furthermore, he could harvest 800 Supreme God Realm Soldiers and new recruits from the capital units and the Supreme Holy Mage God every day through the Scarlet Brood Mother. Under such circumstances, the Jade Capital Immortal Mountain, which was considered extremely precious to Lord of 10,000 Evils, could only be said to be alright to Zhou Zhou. Then, he didn't think too much about it and flew out of the Reincarnation Sacred Palace with the model of the Jade Capital Immortal Mountain. He glanced at the territory of the Blazing Sun Divine Capital. And now, the Blazing Sun Divine Capital's capital occupied an area. After the territory upgraded, it shockingly increased to the terrifying level of 10 grains. There were many empty spaces now, so there were many places where Mount Yujing could be placed. Zhou Zhou thought for a few seconds and suddenly reacted. He immediately sent his spiritual will into the model of Jade Capital Immortal Mountain in his hand. Soon, he retracted his divine sense and shook his head. It turned out that Jade Capital Immortal Mountain did not need to be placed in the real world. As a Class 4 Supreme God level wonder, after the owner placed it in a position, it would naturally open up a boundless universe exclusive to it and let it stay there. If that's the case, put it in the southeast corner of the Blazing Sun Divine Capital. Zhou Fight picked a spot with few people and threw it over. As soon as the Jade Capital Immortal Mountain left his hand, it turned into a white light and fused into the space. Then, it opened a world in the space. In just a short while, a boundless universe was opened up. After the boundless universe was established, the Jade Capital Immortal Mountain, which was originally just a model, began to grow rapidly. In less than a moment, the size of the Jade Capital Immortal Mountain had reached an extremely terrifying level. The area alone was more than a square kilometer, and the height was measured in light years. He lay across the boundless universe that he had created. It was surrounded by many middle worlds and small worlds. It was like the ancestor of the heavens, but also like a supreme pillar. Zhou Zhou looked at the majestic divine mountain and could not help but exclaim inwardly. However, he had not forgotten his goal. He flipped his right hand and saw a world ring appear in his hand. In the world ring, there were densely packed low-tier deity-level elementary-grade divine crystals. The total number had already reached the level of 1,000 low-tier deity-level elementary-grade divine crystals in the capital units. This was undoubtedly an astonishing amount of wealth. Even Zhou Zhou could not help but feel his heart ache when he saw the ring filled with divine crystals in his hand. This is me. The daily gains from the war far exceed 1,000 low-tier deity-level elementary grades in the capital units. Chapter 1546, Wonder, Jade Capital Units Immortal Mountain. Premier Heart. Wait. 2. If it were any other Supreme God level faction, even Lord of 10,000 Evils probably wouldn't easily make up his mind to exchange 1,000 divine crystals for 100 supreme soldiers from the capital units, right? He might not be able to change every day even if he had the courage to change. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Fortunately, he had enough divine crystals. Then, he threw the world rings towards the distant jade capital Immortal Mountain. A minute after the world rings fell into the jade capital Immortal Mountain, the jade capital Immortal Mountain suddenly lit up with a faint golden light. Then, the golden light became brighter and brighter. In less than a moment, the golden light that lit up the jade capital Immortal Mountain was so bright that even Master God Tier could not open their eyes. Zhou Zhou did not use the king to increase his strength, but he had an extremely powerful constitution that was infinitely close to the Grade 1 Supreme Sacred Body. Therefore, he could narrow his eyes and see the golden light clearly. Right at that moment, streams of light flew out of the jade capital Immortal Mountain. They flew in front of him like meteors that filled the sky and reorganized the army formation in the blink of an eye. There were as many as 100 capital units. It was also divided into 3 parts according to the level of the soldier type. The last one was a Class 2 Supreme Soldier type Heavenly Soldier. They wore the Great Sun Helmet and the Golden Crow armor. They held the glorious gold divine spear and carried the divine arrow of Yi on their backs. There were 90 capital units. In the middle was a Class 3 Supreme Soldier type Heavenly General. They wore 5 element helmets, yin-yang general armor, dragon-slaying divine swords at their waists, and sunset divine bows on their backs. There were nearly 10 capital units. At the front was a Class 4 Supreme Soldier type Heavenly Venerate. Heavenly Sovereigns did not have a fixed uniform unlike Heavenly Soldiers and Heavenly Generals. Some of them wore old hibiscus hats and held tattered cattail fans. They wore common clothes and looked like wandering monks. However, when they walked, they were protected by the solemn and sacred dragon subduing treasure light. Some were handsome children with male and female appearances, but they carried flaming divine spears on their backs. They were surrounded by red ribbons and stood on firestorm wheels. Their black eyes were cold and heartless. Some wore golden armor and had wings on their backs. They held 2 halberds and were surrounded by lightning and fire. Their sharp auras made people not dare to look at them directly. They each had their own clothes. Even though they looked irregular, one could tell at a glance that the image of a powerhouse and their innate noble temperament were things that Heavenly Venerate and Heavenly Generals did not have. All kinds of Heavenly Venerate were very eye-catching. They had the least number, but they also had a total of 1 capital units. Greetings, Your Majesty. The Heavenly Soldiers, Heavenly Generals, and Heavenly Venerates said respectfully in unison. Zhou Zhou smiled and nodded. Then, he looked at them and suddenly had an idea. He called over a Supreme God Realm Soldier and a Supreme Holy Mage God. Then, he casually chose 2 Heavenly Venerates from the Heavenly Venerates and let them fight against the Supreme God Realm Soldier and the Supreme Holy Mage God separately. The results surprised Zhou Zhou. This was because even though the Supreme God Realm Soldiers, the Supreme Holy Mage God, and the Heavenly Venerate were both Class 4 Supreme Soldier types, when they fought one-on-one, the Heavenly Venerate actually won the Supreme God Realm Soldier and the Supreme Holy Mage God in a 1v1. When the Supreme God Realm Soldier and the Supreme Holy Mage God joined forces to deal with the 2 Heavenly Venerates, it could be seen that they had salvaged a slight disadvantage in the battle. However, this disadvantage was not enough for them to win. In the end, they were still defeated by the 2 Heavenly Venerates. Zhou Zhou thought for a few seconds and carried out a few more experiments and got a result. As top-notch soldier types, the Heavenly Venerates were better at fighting alone, not in groups. Of course, this place was not good at group battles. It was only relative to other Class 4 Supreme Soldier types. For Supreme Soldiers below Class 3, after they joined forces, they could still easily defeat them. In terms of group battles, especially when the number of troops on both sides reached 100 capital units, 50 capital units Supreme God Realm Soldiers and 50 capital units Supreme Holy Mage Gods could easily defeat 100 capital units Heavenly Venerates on the battlefield. The Heavenly Venerates had no room to fight back at all. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly after understanding this. In that case, the Heavenly Venerates were not inferior to the Supreme God Realm Soldiers and the Supreme Holy Mage God at all. Then, he returned to the Reincarnation Sacred Palace and began to check the Supreme Hearts and Supreme Hearts awarded by the Supreme Will. First was the Premier Heart. The Premier Heart was a pure white one-eyed seal with its eyes closed. It emitted a faint white light and an invisible and dignified aura, causing Zhou Fai to be secretly shocked. What is this treasure? Why does this aura resemble the Supreme Will? Premier Heart? Could it be related to the Supreme Will? Many guesses instantly surfaced in his mind. Then, he looked at the specific information of the Premier Heart. But when he saw this, he was immediately shocked. Treasure name, Premier Heart. Treasure grade, Supreme Will level. Treasure effect, after absorbing it, the strength and level of the absorber's will slowly increase with time. The highest level can be increased to the limit of the will divine transformation realm. Moreover, when the absorber advances from the will divine transformation realm to the Supreme Will level, the probability of the absorber advancing to the Supreme Will increase by 10%. Treasure description, a supreme treasure refined by the Supreme Will from many Supreme Will level treasures to increase the power of the will and level. Even in the hands of the Supreme Will, it is quite rare. It is a sacred artifact that countless supreme gods can only hope for. Zhou Zhou was stunned. This was actually another treasure that could increase the level of his will. Chapter 1547, Wonder, Jade Capital Units Immortal Mountain. Premier Heart. Wait. 3. And it was even more precious than the last time. The source of his will rewarded by the Supreme Will last time could at most raise his will to the mid-stage will divine transformation realm. The Supreme Heart this time could actually increase the power of his will to the limit of the will divine transformation realm. It could even increase the probability of successfully advancing from the will divine transformation realm to the Supreme Will by 10% in the future. This Premier Heart is simply a supreme treasure. Even the Supreme Will would be envious, right? Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Which Supreme Will did not want to personally nurture another subordinate at the level of Supreme Will after all? Oh, boy! Zhou Zhou sighed and placed it on his chest without hesitation. The next second, the Premier Heart suddenly emitted a resplendent white light. After the light dissipated, it had already fused into Zhou Zhou's will, turning into wisps of pure willpower that increased the strength and level of his willpower. Zhou Zhou closed his eyes and sensed for a while. Then, he slowly opened his eyes and said happily. This is the Premier Heart. It's amazing. Only the god spirits who had fused with the Premier Heart understood how shocking the effect of the Premier Heart on the increase in willpower was. It could be said that Zhou Zhou could complete the journey that other god spirits needed countless years to complete in a short period of time with it. As expected of a treasure that could make countless supreme gods go crazy. He was a master god tier advanced grade god spirit who could use such a treasure. If word got out, the other supreme gods would probably want to kill him. He smiled and looked at the Supreme Hearts. As a grade 1 Supreme God treasure, the effect of the Supreme Hearts was similar to the Premier Heart. However, the Supreme Hearts could at most raise the level of will to the limit of will like light. After that, it could help the will like light God Spirit advance to the will divine transformation realm, but it could only increase the success rate by 10%. Zhou Zhou threw it into the military merit exchange system after reading that. He believed that many of the generals under he would be interested in it. Then, he looked at the last reward. The reserve army of the Supreme Lord has increased. What did this mean? Zhou Zhou did not understand the specific meaning of this sentence. The next second, a text notification appeared. Supreme Will notification, the increase in the reserve weight of the Supreme Lord can increase your ranking. If your weight increases to a certain extent, you can surpass the Lord of 10,000 Evils and become the third reserve army of the Supreme Lord. If you surpass the Spring Autumn Dharma Lord and the God King Heaven Punishment, you can become the first reserve of the Supreme Lord. If your weight far exceeds the other 3 Supreme Lord reserve armies, I can directly promote you to the Supreme Lord. Zhou Zhou came to a realization. It turned out that weight had such a meaning. Other than increasing the chances of becoming a Supreme Lord, are there any other benefits to this weight? Zhou Zhou asked again. Supreme Will notification, I will send one to God King Heaven Punishment every once in a while. Zhou Zhou. I'm so envious. So this is the authority of the Supreme Lord's first reserve army? Zhou Zhou's heart burned. He had to increase the authority of his Supreme Lord reserve army. Supreme Will notification, you will be the third reserve army of the Supreme Will after you resolve the problem of the ultimate void battlefield. I will prepare a rank advancement gift for you. I hope you won't disappoint me. Okay. Zhou Zhou nodded seriously. Chapter 1548, Chaotic Mystic Realm. Advancing to the Master God Tier Kingdom. 5 Elements Star. 1. Raising my ranking is really a tempting goal. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He opened the territory interface and checked the requirements for the territory to be upgraded to the Master God Tier Intermediate Grade territory. Construction upgrade, 500 Gai units of wood, 500 Gai units of thin sand, 500 Gai units of metal, 500 Gai units of stone, 5,000 divine crystals of Master God Tier Advance Grade, 50 capital units origin crystals, 1,000 chaos divine treasures, 10 advanced divine kingdoms, 50 Master God Tier Intermediate Grade God spirits, 50 million racial heroes. Zhou Zhou's gaze swept over and finally landed on the 1,000 units of chaos divine treasure. The corners of his mouth twitched and he could still satisfy the other conditions. Only with the chaos divine treasures request did he only have 70 units left after upgrading his territory. In other words, he still needed a total of 930 chaos divine treasures to upgrade his territory to the Master God Tier Intermediate Grade. 930 units of chaos divine treasure. This is only the territory that has advanced to the Master God Tier Intermediate Grade. How many chaos divine treasures will it take to advance to an advanced grade Master God Tier or even a supreme territory in the future? Will the future chaotic divine demon be killed by me? Who did the chaos gods race offend? Oh, it's a remnant of the chaos will era. Then it's fine. Zhou Zhou muttered in his heart. Fortunately, there was now an additional void mystic realm, which was also the source of a chaos divine treasure. Otherwise, he would probably be worried. Then, he opened the Lord channel and the battle channel of the myriad races and looked at their comments on him achieving the first Master God Tier territory and the Master God Tier kingdom. This had already become his habit. He nodded in satisfaction after watching for a while. Bootlicking and then bragging about me. You're so bold talking online, so where's the talent you usually cursed in the channel? Apart from praising him, Zhou Zhou also noticed that some god spirits were complaining about the difficulty of establishing a Master God Tier territory. Zhou Zhou was even happier when he saw this. There was a sense of pleasure in it. Then, he saw some god spirits discussing the topic of the chaotic mystic realm. Chaotic secret realm. Zhou Zhou's attention was immediately attracted. He immediately opened the territory information interface and quickly found the notification information of the chaotic mystic realm. The chaotic mystic realm was actually a time ruins according to the notification on it. After the Lord found the time mystic realm, he could go to the past and come to the chaotic era, which was the most prosperous era for the chaotic divine demons. In the chaotic era in the time ruins, there were different numbers of chaotic divine demons. Lords could kill these chaotic divine demons and obtain chaotic divine treasures. However, there was a special hint here. There was a limited number of such time ruins in the supreme great cosmos, and there were quite a number of high-level divine kingdoms. Therefore, in order to prevent the time ruins from being monopolized by the most powerful Lord of the Divine Kingdom, the Supreme Will deliberately stipulated that the Lord of the Divine Kingdom could only have one time ruins at the same time. If he forcefully plundered the time ruins of other chaotic divine demons, he would be stripped of his status as a lord. This punishment was very serious. In any case, Zhou Zhou did not dare to plunder more time ruins after reading them. The time ruins, he began to think. He was familiar with this thing. His first powerful soldier type was the high-level soldier type of the elves obtained from the time ruins back then. Bai Yun's heroic inheritance, the blood fire arrow elf, was also obtained from it. He also met Nadia there. I must obtain the chaotic divine demons' time ruins. However, according to these lords of the divine kingdom, the first difficulty in obtaining them is to find them. However, it wasn't too difficult for me. Zhou Zhou smiled. Then, he flipped his right hand and the Bodhi Supreme appeared in his hand. The Bodhi Supreme Encyclopedia to the rescue again. What are you thinking? The Bodhi Supreme sensed something sensitively. Encyclopedia? No, Bodhi Supreme, I'm not thinking about anything. Zhou Zhou denied and asked, Bodhi Supreme, do you know where the nearest time ruin that can produce a chaos divine treasure is? An answer to an ordinary question. The Bodhi Supreme commented. Zhou Zhou nodded. This was not even a chance to answer an official question, so there was naturally no hesitation. The Bodhi Supreme did not say anything else. Then, an illusory star map appeared in front of Zhou Zhou. It was the star map of the entire Supreme Great Cosmos. At the edge of the Supreme Great Cosmos star chart was a dot emitting a faint white light. Zhou Zhou took a look and realized something. "Isn't this the Chaos Sea?" he asked in surprise. Then, he felt that it made sense for some reason. The time point was a time ruin of the Chaos era. There seemed to be a reason for it to appear in the Chaos Sea. The Bodhi Supreme also said calmly. Most of the time ruins appeared near the original site of the ruins back then. Even though the Chaos Sea is located at the edge of the Supreme Great Cosmos, this is the core territory of the chaotic universe in the era of the Chaos Will. A large number of chaotic divine demons once lived here. It's too normal for a time ruin from the chaotic era to appear here. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he suddenly had an idea. Since the Chaos Sea was once the core territory of the chaotic universe back then, doesn't that mean that there will be other time ruins of the chaotic era appearing here? So what if I am? You can only have one time ruin of the chaotic era running at any one time. Chapter 1549, Chaotic Mystic Realm. Advancing to the Master God Tier Kingdom. 5 Elements Star. 2. The Bodhi Supreme commented. You're right, but the Chaos Sea is my territory now. The other divine kingdoms would mainly want to come to the Chaos Sea to obtain the Chaos divine treasures that can advance to the Master God Tier territory and the Master God Tier country as my territory. It shouldn't be a problem for me to collect a ticket fee from them, right? In addition, it won't be a problem for me to pay divine crystals and divine artifacts to buy Chaos divine treasures from them when they appear from the Chaos Sea, right? The Supreme Will only doesn't allow us to possess the ruins of multiple Chaos eras, but it didn't say that it doesn't allow us to buy Chaos divine treasures from the masters of other divine kingdoms. The Bodhi Supreme was speechless. After a while, he said. I've just asked the Supreme Will. You could certainly do that, but I'd like to remind you of 2 things. First, you can charge a ticket fee, but the ticket fee must be reasonable and not too expensive. Secondly, you can only exchange Chaos divine treasures with each other and not forcefully buy or sell them. If you violate these 2 points, you will also touch the bottom line of the Supreme Will. The Supreme Will hopes that more Master God Tier territories and Master God Tier countries will appear after you. It will be bad not only for the Supreme Will, but also for your future development if you prevent their development. Zhou Zhou had some guesses when he heard that, but he didn't say anything. He only nodded and smiled. Don't worry. I care about my reputation, too. Buying and selling by force to earn money that goes against my conscience. I'm not so despicable as a reserve army of the Supreme Lord. Bodhi Supreme did not say anything and agreed with Zhou Zhou. Having followed Zhou Zhou for so long, he naturally knew what kind of person he was. He knew that Zhou Zhou's words should not be fake. Then, Zhou Zhou put away the Bodhi Supreme and ordered someone to call Zhang Yuankai over. The current Zhang Yuankai had a high position in the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. His strength had already been forcefully raised to the true God Tier level under the nurturing of the Divine Kingdom. He could have restored his youthful appearance, but after recovering for a period of time, he seemed to have thought of something and transformed himself back. He still looked like an old wise man, identical to when he first came to Blazing Sun City. Greetings, Your Majesty. Zhang Yuankai chuckled. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he told him about the admission fee and the purchase of the Chaos Divine Treasure from the Divine Kingdom Lords and asked him to do it personally. Zhang Yuankai immediately realized the importance of this matter when he heard that he had to do it personally. I understand. Zhang Yuankai said solemnly. Then, he smiled and said. I have some ideas. Say it. Zhou Zhou said. Zhang Yuankai smiled and said, since Your Majesty has already decided to collect the entrance fee, why don't you do it all the way as a dragon? You'll also be responsible for collecting the travel fee to send them from the territory to the Chaos Sea. In any case, we have the Shadow World as a heaven transit station. We can travel to any place in the Supreme Great Cosmos for free. This will cost us nothing, but it will make us a lot of money. Zhang Yuankai's eyes lit up. As the Prime Minister of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom, he naturally knew how rich the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom was. It could be said that the daily income of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom was enough to build several top-notch Divine Kingdom Lord factions. However, who would despise earning more money? Zhou Zhou also felt that this was a good idea. He had the Supreme Unique Lord Talent Lord of Holy Shadows. His status in the Shadow World was second only to the will of Shadow. The warp gate in the Shadow World could be used for free at will. It could be said that he could go wherever he wanted. With such a huge advantage, it would be a waste of resources not to use it. Since we've decided to charge a pickup fee, let's make it bigger. Zhou Zhou smiled and said solemnly. Zhang Yuankai, this emperor wants you to establish a heavenly mountain post in the myriad worlds. This emperor wants any life form in the heavenly mountain post to use our heavenly mountain post to travel to any world in the supreme great cosmos. In the process of establishing the heavenly stage station, if you find a world suitable for development or occupation, don't hesitate. Accept and cite surrender if you can and buy if you can. If the other party doesn't agree, just occupy it. Remember a principle. You can fight, but you can't kill life forms indiscriminately. They will be our citizens in time to come. Zhou Zhou's expression was very calm at the end. He was a lord. Conquering the myriad worlds was his duty. Yes, Your Grace. Zhang Yuankai nodded seriously. At the same time, his heart burned. He could sense that after the development plan of the heavenly stage station was implemented, the power of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom would definitely increase at an astonishing speed. More importantly, the hand of their Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom would extend to the entire myriad worlds through this heavenly post station. In the future, if they wanted to occupy the myriad worlds, this heavenly post would be the best springboard and the strongest intelligence network for them to attack the myriad worlds. At the thought of this, Zhang Yuankai admired His Majesty's foresight even more. His Majesty must have thought of this, which was why he said that in the process of establishing the heavenly stage station, if he found a world suitable for development or occupation, he had to control it. This was a setup for the future. After that, Zhang Yuankai and Zhou Zhou chatted for a while before Zhang Yuankai left. After Zhang Yuankai left, Zhou Zhou teleported to the sky above the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom again. Then, he opened the territory interface and took a look. After confirming that he had fulfilled all the requirements to advance to the Master God Tier Kingdom, he immediately chanted the advancement in his heart. The next second, a text notification appeared. Prompt: You have fulfilled all the conditions to advance to the beginner grade Master God Tier Kingdom. Do you want to advance the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom to the beginner grade Master God Tier Kingdom? Advance. Zhou Zhou immediately said. Prompt: You have one chance to change the location of God Capital. Do you want to change/not change? Not change. Zhou Zhou said. Prompt: Your choice has been confirmed. Prompt: Your Lord's territory advanced Divine Kingdom Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom is advancing. Prompt: Advancement successful. Congratulations, your high-level Divine Kingdom Lord territory Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. You have officially advanced to the beginner grade Master God territory Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Prompt: You can show the level of your Divine Kingdom territory on any channel. Zhou Zhou smiled. He had finally leveled up. The next second, another announcement sounded in the ears of all the races in the world. Announcement of the 10,000 races, congratulations to the Prideful Sun Kingdom, Prideful Sun Lord, for successfully upgrading his kingdom to the first primary Lord God Kingdom Lord territory of the 10,000 races. Rewards: 10,000 races Mythology Treasure Box +1, Primary Lord God Kingdom Treasure Box +1. Legend Degree +1 million. Myth Degree +10,000. 10,000 races announcement, congratulations to the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom God Lord Blazing Sun. 10,000 races announcement, congratulations to the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom God Lord Blazing Sun. Zhou Zhou's smile became even more flamboyant. As for the myriad races in the heavens, they were shocked again. A Master God Tier territory and a beginner grade Master God Tier kingdom were born on the same day, and the person who created them was the same person. This achievement was enough to make the myriad worlds remember it for countless years. God Lord Blazing Sun would also become one of the most famous gods and lords in the history of the myriad worlds. The lords and god spirits in the myriad races Lord channel and the myriad races battle channel discussed intensely again. Zhou Zhou did not look at it much this time. He quickly focused on his reward. He opened the mythical tier treasure chest first. In the mythical tier treasure chest, there was a star stone emitting 5-colored light. Zhou Zhou looked over. Race Divine Artifact Name, 5 Elements Star. Equipment Grade, Top-Notch Racial Divine Artifact, Temporarily Unbound. Race Divine Artifact Ability Star Protection, Universal Race Divine Artifacts. Under the protection of the Star Ancestor, the talent of the 5 elemental laws of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth of life forms has increased. Moreover, it can be immune to 30% of the 5 elemental damage. The strength of the 5 elemental attacks released has increased by 30%. Race Divine Artifact Description: the 5 Elements Star is the clan protecting divine artifact of the Star God race. It is regarded as a treasure by the Star God race. Later on, this treasure was forcefully snatched away by a supreme god. After many years, it fell into the hands of the common people's regal. Chapter 1550, Requirement to advance to an intermediate grade Master God Tier Lord Country. Upgrade the Gate of Summoning. Zhou Zhou widened his eyes in shock after reading it. The effect of this 5 elements star race divine artifact was actually so heaven-defying. The percentage of immunity to 5 elemental damage was actually as high as 30%. The strength of the 5 element attack had also increased by 30%. In addition, it had also increased the life form's 5 element nomological talent. This effect. Even in the Supreme God Realm Monument, there is no race divine artifact with such a strong effect. As expected of the reward for creating the Master God Tier Kingdom. It is too powerful. Zhou Zhou sighed inwardly. Then, he immediately recognized its will as its master and bound it to the citizens of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. He didn't feel much after binding it. He had countless bloodline talents on him after all, and his immunity to all attributes had long been raised to an extremely high level. Coupled with his physique that was infinitely close to a Grade 1 Supreme Sacred Body, the augmentation of the 5 elements stars was almost non-existent. Therefore, he first returned to the shrine and then casually got Zero to call over a Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom subject. This subject was a yellow gold tier elementary grade extraordinaire. While this level was very high, it was actually considered the weakest among the citizens of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Generally speaking, only new subjects who had just joined the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom and began to enjoy the various lord talents and subject benefits of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom could be weaker than him. Zhou Zhou asked the other party if he felt anything strange just now. When the other party saw Zhou Zhou, he had a fanatical expression, like the most devout believer. When he heard this, he immediately told Zhou Zhou about his changes. After hearing this, Zhou Zhou used his divine sense to sense the specific changes in the other party's body. Then, he nodded slightly. Fortunately, the racial divine artifacts method of transforming a life form's constitution was very gentle. The subject only felt an invisible warm current suddenly transforming his body. Other than that, there was nothing strange. The other party was not afraid of this kind of modification at all. This was because the old subjects of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom had experienced such things too many times. They would obtain huge benefits every time. Therefore, they were already used to it. Only new subjects would make a fuss over such a good thing. Zhou Zhou chatted with the other party for a while more. After understanding that the current situation in the country was good, he nodded in satisfaction. As his main political avatar, Zhou Manag's actions really made him feel at ease. Then, he got someone to give him some rewards before letting him leave. The other party left the shrine reluctantly. Then, Zhou Zhou opened another beginner-grade Master God Tier country treasure chest. After opening it, he saw a golden one-eyed seal lying quietly inside. It was a supreme heart. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he immediately felt bored. That's it? Was this even worthy of being a reward from the Master God Tier Kingdom? He shook his head and did not mind. He had already gained enough today. He was already very satisfied. Moreover, to be honest, this supreme heart was already a good reward. He had only established a beginner-grade Master God Tier Kingdom after all. Normally speaking, a Master God Tier was the standard powerhouse in a beginner-grade Master God Tier Kingdom, and a Supreme God was the top powerhouse in a beginner-grade Master God Tier Kingdom. A Supreme Heart that could increase the level of Master God Tiers will and increase the probability of advancing to Supreme God was a very suitable reward. He had not established a Supreme God level country or a Supreme Will level country, so it was naturally impossible for him to reward him with something better in the beginner-grade Master God Tier treasure chest. Then, he did not think too much about it. He opened the Divine Kingdom's information panel and checked the requirements to advance to a Master God Tier intermediate grade kingdom. Divine Kingdom name, Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. God Lord Blazing Sun. Divine Kingdom level, beginner grade Master God Tier Kingdom. Divine Kingdom Flag, all stars cover the sun. Divine Kingdom Army, Blazing Sun Army, True God Tier Advance Grade, Monster Army, True God Tier Advance Grade, Dragon God Army, True God Tier Advance Grade, 10,000 Races Army, True God Tier Advance Grade, Heavenly Map Army, True God Tier Advance Grade, Homeland Defense Army, True God Tier Advance Grade. Requirements for advancing to the Intermediate Grade Master God Tier Lord Country, Territory level up to the Master God Tier Intermediate Grade, 1000 Master God Tier Intermediate Divine Crystals, Conquest of 50 high-level Divine Kingdoms under the Crimson Overlord, 0/50, Conquest of 20 high-level Divine Kingdoms that are not under the Crimson Overlord, 0/20, Conquest of any 200 high-level Divine Kingdom Lord factions and possession of their True God Advance Grade Divine Kingdom tokens, 0/200, 2 billion independent regional territories, 500,000 divine artifacts of various races, 20 race divine artifacts, 20/20ths, 500 races of worshipped true gods, 500/5000, and the strength of an intermediate grade master god tier. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly after reading it. He had met all the other conditions, but he was still not satisfied with upgrading his territory to the master god tier intermediate grade. The key is still the number of chaos divine treasures. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Fortunately, this was not difficult for him to resolve. It just needed some time. Then, he first called Zhou Marshal over and handed the matter of dealing with the time ruins to him. He then led his troops to clean up the time ruins and obtain the chaos divine treasure inside. Then, he came to the gate of summoning and spent 400 Gai units of basic materials and 1000 Master God tier elementary grade divine crystals to upgrade the gate of summoning to the lower level of Master God tier, and a text notification appeared. Congratulations, your gate of summoning has been successfully upgraded to a Master God tier elementary grade building. You can summon 100 million subjects every day. 10 million professionals will appear among the subjects you summon every day. Prompt: under the influence of the unique title of the race, Glory of the Pioneer 13, the number of subjects you can summon every day has reached 2,471,551,500. You will summon 10,014 professionals every day. Zhou Zhou nodded after reading it. The basic number of subjects summoned for Master God tier elementary grade summoning gate was 185,965,500. After being buffed by the Glory of the Pioneer 13, it directly increased by 13 times, becoming 2,417,551,500 people. Moreover, he could summon 14 Master God tier elementary grade Master Gods every day. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied with this effect. In the future, he would be able to freeload 14 clan protecting experts every day. Even though to the current Zhou Zhou, 14 Master Gods were nothing. He was very happy to be able to obtain it for free. Then, he glanced at the requirement to upgrade the gate of summoning. Building upgrade: wood 500 Gai units, sand 500 Gai units, metal 500 Gai units, stone 500 Gai units, Master God tier intermediate grade divine crystals 5000. Territory level upgraded to Master God tier intermediate grade. The upgrade requirement for the gate of summoning was still as simple and unadorned as ever. Zhou Zhou retracted his gaze and spent 4 Gai units of basic materials, 10,000 Master God tier elementary crystals, and 10 billion high-grade elemental gems to upgrade the original Dragon Abyss to the Master God tier elementary grade. Building name: Original Dragon Abyss. Construction level: Master God tier elementary grade. Construction effect: every day, you can summon 60 billion extraordinary tier pure-blooded dragons from the original Dragon Abyss, 6 billion epic tier pure-blooded dragons, 6 billion legendary tier pure-blooded dragons. 60,000 true god tier advance grade dragon gods to become subjects under the Lord. There is a 60% chance of summoning 1 legendary dragon, and a 10% chance of summoning 2 legendary dragons. Note: when all the legendary dragons are summoned, the legendary dragons that can't be summoned again will be replaced by 1000 true god tier advance grade dragon gods. Construction upgrade: 5 wood Gai units, 5 sand Gai units, 5 metal Gai units, 5 stone Gai units, 10,000 Master God tier intermediate grade divine crystals, 50 billion advanced elemental gemstones, territory upgraded to intermediate grade Master God tier country level Lord faction, 100 high Lord God tier dragon tribes offerings. Zhou Zhou looked at the effect of the building and fell into deep thought. Chapter 1551, Lord Talent Improvement. The advancement effect of the original Dragon Abyss is getting more and more ordinary. Looks like the upper limit of the original Dragon Abyss is here. He shook his head, not surprised. The original Dragon Abyss was a pure-blooded dragon soldier type building, and the number of pure-blooded dragons was known to the myriad worlds after all. He was already very surprised that he could summon so many pure-blooded dragons and legendary dragons. In addition, when summoning, there was a 10% chance of summoning 2 legendary dragons. It was also a good improvement. However, that was all. The legendary dragons were only Master God tier dragons after all. To the current Zhou Zhou, a Master God tier legendary dragon was nothing. A Supreme God legendary dragon, such as the Azura Evil Dragon Underlord of 10,000 Evils, was an existence that surprised Zhou Zhou. Unfortunately, a Supreme God level dragon like Azura Evil Dragon probably wouldn't be able to summon it with the upper limit of the original Dragon Abyss. As for the next level of advancement in the original Dragon Abyss, Zhou Zhou only took a glance before retracting his gaze. Another building that could only be upgraded after the territory was upgraded. Then, he returned to the Kingdom of God and sent someone to call Mu Gu, Zhang Fugui and Carol Moli over. A moment later, the 3 of them arrived in front of Zhou Zhou. "Greetings, Your Majesty," the 3 of them said respectfully. "Yes, as you can see, the territory has already been promoted to Master God tier elementary grade. Tell me about your respective improvements," Zhou Zhou said. Mu Gu was naturally the first to stand up. "Your Majesty, the Scarlet Brood Mother that I'm currently in has been upgraded from True God tier advanced grade to Master God tier elementary grade. The number of Mist Mothers evolved from the Master God tier elementary grade Scarlet Brood Mother has increased from 20 million to 50 million. Each Mist Mother world can now nurture 100 billion fog monsters. 50 million Mist Mothers can nurture a total of 500 capital units fog monsters. In addition, the quality and efficiency of cultivating high-quality Scarlet Heirs has also increased. Currently, I can already nurture 10 Master God tier elementary grade Scarlet God Spirits in a day. As for true God tiers and ordinary God Spirits, unless the Crimson Overlord dies and the Scarlet Fog no longer exists in the myriad worlds, as long as I have enough time, I can nurture them endlessly," Mu Gu said confidently. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. After Mu Gu's Scarlet Brood Mother advanced from True God tier advanced grade to Master God tier elementary grade, its breeding ability had indeed improved greatly. 500 capital units Misty Monsters. Which meant, if he used all these Mist Mothers to nurture his soldier type, with the enhancement of Lord Talents and titles like Heavenly Fate De Huang, he would be able to obtain 1000 capital units Supreme God Realm Soldier Recruitment Books, 1000 capital units Supreme God Realm Soldier Class Change Certificate, 1000 capital units Supreme Holy Mage God Recruitment Books, and 1000 capital units Supreme Holy Mage God Class Change Certificate. Which meant, he could have an additional 4000 capital units recruits in a day. He only had 2000 capital units soldiers. The number of newly recruited soldiers today was already twice that of his total military strength. Moreover, these 4000 capital units soldiers would all be Supreme Soldier type soldiers with the lowest strength of an extraordinary tier advance grade. Lord of 10,000 Evils exclaimed in disbelief. In addition, in terms of nurturing the Scarlet God Spirit, Mu Gu's ability had also made a huge breakthrough. Now, he could actually nurture a Master God tier. Moreover, he could nurture 10 Master Gods in a day. An expert who stood at the top of the myriad worlds sounded like a product on an assembly line when Mu Gu said it. However, Zhou Zhou still had the same idea. If he could not nurture God Spirits, he would nurture ordinary soldiers. Zhou Zhou said directly. Of your 50 million Mist Mothers, 25 million will be used to nurture the Ruler of Chaos, and the other 25 million will be used to nurture the Primordial Holy Canon. Yes, Your Majesty. Mu Gu nodded respectfully. Then, he retreated. Seeing this, Zhang Fugui stepped forward. Reporting to Your Majesty. Now, the number of mysterious merchants has increased from 500 billion to 1 trillion after the territory upgraded to the Master God tier elementary grade. The number of carriages transporting goods has also increased to 1 trillion. Among these 1 trillion mysterious merchants, there are a total of 1 million Master God tiers, 99 billion True God tiers, and 900 billion ordinary God Spirits. Our treasure hunting ability has improved again. In the future, when we go out to do business, we should be able to bring back at least 1 million god-tier treasures each time. In addition, as one of the core branches of the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce, our status has increased again. Currently, we are already a direct branch of the mysterious merchant chamber of commerce. The salary we receive every day has increased from 5,000 mysterious merchant chamber of commerce points to 10,000 mysterious merchant chamber of commerce points," he said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. He felt a little emotional. 1 million master god tier. 100 billion true god tiers. Nearly trillions of ordinary god spirits. Every time he was a little pleased with the progress of his power, Zhang Fugui's mysterious chamber of commerce would give him a blow to the head, telling he that there was always someone better out there. Just the direct line of descent already had such a force. He did not dare to imagine how terrifying the combined strength of the entire mysterious merchant chamber of commerce was. Zhang Fugui left after saying that. Seeing this, Carol Molly stood up and said respectfully. "Reporting to Your Majesty. Your Majesty, after the territory was upgraded to the Master God tier elementary grade, our life arc already has a clergyman from the capital units, a priest from the capital units, a nun from the capital units, and 100 life paladins from the capital units. These clergymen are enough to complete the war treatment mission and the war resurrection mission for 100 capital units. Also, currently, there are already 2 billion high-level divine duty members at the life arc God spirit level. Every one of them has mastered the resurrection spells, and they can resurrect the deities of our country alone. As for my strength, I'm still a Master God tier advance grade. I haven't improved yet." Not only was Zhou Zhou not surprised, but he was also a little worried. The 10,000 strong capital units war healing mission and war revival mission. If Zhou Zhou had heard this number in the past, he would definitely be overjoyed and feel that he did not have to worry about the soldiers' treatment and resurrection for the time being. However, he had an army of 2,000 capital units under his command. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, he would be able to obtain 4,000 capital units recruits from the Scarlet Broodmother every day. Which meant 3 days later, there would be insufficient healers in the life arc. It's time to recruit healing professionals and resurrection professionals from the myriad worlds. It just so happens that I can carry out the plan with the All-Heaven Station. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Then, he chatted with Mu Gu and them for a while longer about the arrangements for the future. After that, he let them return. Zhou Zhou instructed Zhang Yuankai to recruit healing-type professionals and resurrection-type professionals from the myriad worlds in the plan of the heavenly post through his personal terminal. Then, he entered the reincarnation sacred palace and continued cultivating. Chapter 1552, Time Ruins, Chaos of Death. 1. At the same time, Zhou Marshall had already led his army to the Chaos Sea. Just as he arrived at the Chaos Sea, before Zhou Marshall could look for the Time Ruins, he saw a 5-colored stream of light fly over from not far away. Then, it quickly arrived in front of Zhou Marshall and revealed itself. It looked like a tiger. It had 5-colored fur, a snake tail, a turtle's back, a human face, and a box. The voice it spoke was as tender and pleasant as a baby's. It was one of the worshipped master gods of the Chaos God race by Ze. After the Chaos Gods race returned the Chaos Sea to the Chaos Humans, Haze of Chaos, the patriarch of the Chaos Gods race, did not expel the Chaos Gods race. Instead, he carved out a place in the Chaos Sea for them to rest. The reason was simple. Haze of Chaos knew that the Chaos Gods race and the Chaos Human race had a long-standing grudge. However, Haze of Chaos was very clear-headed. He knew that everything he had now was given to him by Zhou Zhou. And he and the entire Chaos Human race had already become a direct descendant race under Zhou Zhou, second only to the Blazing Sun God race. In his position, he was scheming. Haze of Chaos felt that he should be more considerate of His Majesty. Since His Majesty had already designated the entire Chaos Gods race as a slave race of the Blazing Sun Empire, he definitely wanted the powerful Chaos Gods race to stay behind and serve him. Even if the Chaos Gods race was a slave race, they were once one of the 3 top bloodline races after all. They were only inferior to the original spirit race and were even stronger than the Shepherd's God race. If the Haze of Chaos relied on its own wishes to suppress and destroy such a powerful race, it would feel good. However, it would also lose a powerful force under His Majesty. Even if His Majesty did not say anything on the surface, he might have a grudge in his heart. Even if there was only a slight possibility, as the leader of the clan, Haze of Chaos did not want this to happen from the perspective of the future of the race. Therefore, for the sake of the overall situation, the Haze of Chaos did not exterminate the Chaos God's race. In fact, it even left a habitat for them. As for whether the Chaos God's race would continue to oppress the Chaos human race after recuperating, Haze of Chaos was not worried at all. He knew that His Majesty had the Chaos human bloodline. Such a thing would never happen unless His Majesty was gone one day. Speaking of which, when Bai Zi saw Zhou Marshal, he immediately apologized respectfully. Bai Zi greets Your Majesty. I rushed over as soon as I heard the news of Your Majesty's arrival. I didn't expect to be a step late. Please punish me, Your Majesty. It's fine. Zhou Marshal waved his hand, indicating that he did not mind. They had directly warped over through the warp gate of the Shadow World. The time spent on the way could almost be described as a moment. It was already not bad that the other party could arrive so quickly. Furthermore, Zhou Marshal wasn't someone who cared about such trivial matters. He didn't want to think too much about it and instead said, You look hesitant. Do you have something to tell this emperor? Your Majesty, please look into this matter. Bai Zi said respectfully, just now, a large group of foreign race leaders suddenly appeared outside our Chaos Sea. They wanted to enter the Chaos Sea to explore. The lords of the Chaos human tribe asked them why they were here. In the end, they said that there are resources in the Chaos Sea for them to advance to the Master God tier level. They want to go in and obtain them. Patriarch Haze of Chaos didn't deal with this matter easily. When he heard that Your Majesty was here, he immediately sent me over to ask for Your Majesty's opinion. As for Patriarch Haze of Chaos, he is still trying to stabilize those people of foreign races. These guys got here pretty fast. Zhou Marshal clicked his tongue in wonder. He had just learned from Bodhi Supreme that there were many time ruins of the Chaos era in the Chaos Sea. He did not expect that after just a while, these leaders of the other races would actually know this news and even come to obtain resources. He really could not underestimate the myriad races in the world. Zhou Marshal lamented inwardly. It was true that he had the omniscient Bodhi Supreme. However, the foundation of those ancient races could not be underestimated. Tell the Haze of Chaos not to worry. These people of foreign races will retreat on their own in a while. Zhou Marshal said. Bai Zi was stunned, not quite understanding the reason behind this. However, it was smart enough not to ask any questions. It only took its leave respectfully. Sure enough, in less than a moment, Bai Zi sent a message through the army panel. He told the people of foreign races that they had left one after another. When Zhou Marshal saw Bai Zi's message, he nodded slightly. It seemed like Zhang Yuankai's news had already arrived. Then, he stopped caring and followed the map given by Bodhi Supreme to the time ruins. Zhou Marshal looked at the door of the time ruins in front of him. This door was dark golden in color and was engraved with ancient murals. It should be describing the history of the most ancient era. At a glance, Zhou Zhou felt as if he was in the wrong time. The power of time. Zhou Marshal's expression was solemn. This time ruins was clearly of a much higher level than Nadia's time ruins. He looked over and a text notification appeared. Time ruins name, Chaos of Death. Grade, Supreme. Introduction to the Time Ruins. At the end of the Chaos era, the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord made an agreement to attack the Chaos Will at the same time. Both sides joined forces and killed the Father who created them. They used the inheritance left behind by the Chaos Will to create the Supreme Great Cosmos and the Crimson Great Cosmos and became the Great Universe Master. Chapter 1553, Time Ruins, Chaos of Death. 2. Note 1. This time ruins will automatically reset once a day to obtain a new opportunity to enter. Note 2. You can only bring 10,000 subjects into this time ruins at most. Note 3. If you die in the time ruins, if you don't have any resurrection methods, you will really die. Please protect yourself. Zhou Marshal looked at the introduction of the time ruins and frowned. There was something wrong with the description of the ruins. Back then, he had heard of the creation myth from the Bodhi Supreme. He learned from Bodhi Supreme that the Chaos Will had predicted in advance that he was going to die because of the creation of the world. Therefore, before he died, he gave his authority over the Chaos origin to his eldest daughter, the Supreme Will, and one of his second daughters, the Crimson Overlord. In the end, because the path of the Supreme Lord was more suitable for controlling the great cosmos after the creation of the world, the Chaos Will wanted to hand over its authority over the chaos to the Supreme Will. After Crimson Overlord heard this news, it felt that it was the best choice to control the universe after the creation of the world. Therefore, after the death of the Chaos Will, the Crimson Overlord no longer hid its intentions. In order to fight for the authority of the Chaos Origin, it fought with the Supreme Will. After a head-on clash of strength, it finally obtained half of the corpse of the Chaos Will, which represented half of the authority of the Chaos Origin. Then, the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord each used half of their corpses to create the Supreme Great Cosmos and the Crimson Great Cosmos. All the races knew about it after all. At this moment, Zhou Marshall recalled the creation myth that the Bodhi Supreme had told him back then. He was even more confused compared to the introduction of the time ruins in front of him. At this moment, Zhou Marshall recalled the creation myth that the Bodhi Supreme had told him back then. Compared to the introduction of the time ruins in front of him, he was even more confused. Zhou Marshall thought for a while and vaguely felt that the introduction of the time ruins might be right. This feeling came inexplicably, but his intuition made he believe this. Zhou took a deep breath. Forget it. I didn't believe either of them at first. What the real history of the past was did not mean much to him. He was a lord, not a historian after all. Who cared what had happened to it? Furthermore, when his physical strength reached a certain level, the true history would naturally appear in front of him. Thinking too much now is just asking for trouble. Only 10,000 subjects can enter this time ruins. Zhou Marshall looked at this request and selected 9,999 top-notch Master God tiers and a Grade 1 Ultimate Void Supreme God from his subordinates. He did not dare to underestimate this time ruins, so the subordinates he brought were all top-notch. However, he did not dare to bring all the Supreme Gods with him. Otherwise, if he really encountered any mishaps, as an incarnation, it would be fine if he died. His main body could be revived by replenishing his origin. If those Supreme Gods died, it would be difficult to resurrect them. Even though then Ados currently had the ability to resurrect Supreme Gods, as a new God who had just entered the Supreme God realm, he could only resurrect Grade 1 Supreme Gods at most. No matter how strong he was, he could not resurrect them. This was not enough for the Supreme Gods under Zhou Zhou. Then, he pushed open the dark golden door and entered the time ruins. Zhou Fight opened his eyes. He looked at the world in front of him. Then, he realized that this was a chaotic world. Why is it chaotic? This was because the world in front of him was still in a state before the creation of the world. Violent and chaotic airflow could be seen everywhere. In addition to the chaotic airflow, strands of pure white light and strands of scarlet fog were mixed in. In addition to the three-colored substance, there were also a large number of god spirits under the Supreme Will, the god spirits under the Crimson Overlord, and chaotic divine demons fighting. There were ordinary god spirits, true god tiers, master god tiers, supreme gods, and even supreme existences. They attacked unscrupulously, causing the chaotic airflow to constantly disintegrate and reform. The nomological laws were reversed, and the void collapsed. It even made Zhou Zhou feel as if he did not know where he was or where he was. Chaos. It was too chaotic. Zhou Fight took a deep breath as he stared intently at the fighting figures. Those were all Supreme Will level existences. He had never seen it before. Now, he had actually seen it in this time ruin, and there was more than one. The scene of such an existence battling was truly frightening. However, he couldn't bear to look away. The Master God tiers and Grade 1 Ultimate Void Supreme Gods behind him had also woken up at this moment. Like Zhou Wu, they were staring at the vast battle scene intently. Zhou Marshall did not care about them. Right at that moment, Zhou Marshall suddenly realized something. There were a lot of Supreme Will level existences here. There were at least 1,000 of them. As for the Supreme Will level existences in the real world, Bodhi Supreme had once revealed some to Zhou Zhou. Under the Supreme Will, there seemed to be no more than 50 famous Supreme Will level existences and hidden Will level existences. It was the same for Crimson Overlord. In other words, in the real world, there were only about 100 Supreme Will level experts under Crimson Overlord. And here, there were over 1,000 Supreme Will level experts. In other words, later, the extra Supreme Will level experts had all disappeared, or died. Did he die in this war? Zhou Marshall thought. His expression could not help but turn solemn. This war was actually so bitter. Even so many Supreme Will level experts died, so there were only about 100 Supreme Will level experts left in the future. Future generations did not even record much of this history. I don't think any of the survivors want to talk about this history. Fortunately, the original body does not live in this era. Zhou Marshall thought to himself. Right at that moment, a familiar mission interface also appeared in front of Zhou Marshall. Time negotiation has begun. You and your subordinates will automatically belong to the Supreme Will faction. Current camps: 1 Supreme Will camp, 1 Crimson Overlord camp, friendly, 3 Chaos Will camp, hostile. Time mission. Time mission 1, eliminate the enemy. Mission details: eliminate the chaotic divine demons until the Supreme Willpower Realm experts arrive. Mission objective: 1 King Chaotic Divine Demon, Master God Tier, 0/20, 2 Emperor Chaotic Divine Demons, Supreme God, 0/5, 3 Saint Chaotic Divine Demons, Supreme Will, 0/1. Gift of time: kill chaotic divine demons of any level. There is a 10% chance of dropping the corresponding Book of the God Spirit. Time mission 2, protect comrades. Mission details: protect and heal your wounded comrades in your region. Mission objective: all 20 comrades are safe and alive, and some have returned to the battlefield to fight, 0/20. Gift of time: every time you protect and heal a comrade, you can recruit a god of the same level in reality. Time mission 3, Chaos of Death, exclusive to Obscure, Supreme Lord Reserve Army. Mission details: witness the death of the Chaos Will and understand its secrets. Mission objective: witness the death of the Chaos Will. Learn from the Supreme Will or the Crimson Overlord why they joined forces to kill the Chaos Will. Gift of time: Supreme Lord Reserve exclusive Supreme Lord Reserve Army power upgrade. Note: time mission 1 and 2 needs to be completed. Countdown to the time ruins 23:51:15. After Zhou Marshall finished reading, his gaze landed on the third mission. He could not help but be surprised. There was actually a Supreme Lord Reserve Army that belonged solely to him? And the reward was an increase in weight? This mission must be completed. Zhou Marshall immediately thought. This concerned the increase in weight, so he had no choice but to take it seriously. Still, Zhou Marshall's gaze landed on the first time mission. Destroy a chaotic divine demon? Is this mission a joke? What was the difference between this mission and asking Journey Tyrant to destroy Tang Santang and his disciple? A Supreme Will level powerhouse could probably wipe them out with a single look. Zhou Fight had no intention of challenging this mission and decided to ignore it for the time being. Chapter 1554, Gain from the Chaos Divine Treasure. Fight 1. Right at that moment, Zhou Marshall suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. He saw 20 Master God Chaotic Divine Demons and 5 Supreme God Chaotic Divine Demons flying towards them. Dahar, will take your lives, Supreme Will's bitches men. The leader of the group, a grade 4 Chaotic Divine Demon Supreme God, laughed sinisterly. When Zhou Marshall saw their lineup, he heaved a sigh of relief. The other party's Chaotic Divine Demon did not attack immediately. He flipped his right hand and saw a pure white fire seed appear in his hand. He threw it into the sky, and the fire seed soared into the sky. Then, there was a huge explosion. This huge explosion produced a large number of nomological fluctuations and condensed the symbol of the Supreme Eye in the air. This was a Seeking Fire Seed. Furthermore, it was the highest level Seeking Fire Seed. Once it was used, it meant that a Supreme Will Realm existence had come to launch a surprise attack. They urgently needed a Supreme Will Realm existence from their side to come and save them. When Zhou Marshall first appeared on the battlefield, he realized that he had this thing on him for no reason. Other than that, there were also other low-level Seeking Fire Seeds that could call Supreme Gods and Master Gods over to help. These things might be items that came with entering the Time Ruins. Generally speaking, according to the rules of the battlefield, the Seeking Fire Seed could only be used in times of danger. For example, the highest level Seeking Fire Seed could only be used when the enemy's Supreme Will Realm attacked. If you don't follow the rules and use it freely, you will be severely punished by the Supreme Will. However, Zhou Marshall couldn't care less at this moment. By the time the enemy's Supreme Will came to launch a sneak attack and used the Seeking Fire Seed of the highest level, they would have long been dead by the time the supreme will of their side arrived. Let's call him over first. As for the punishment, when the time of the time ruins was up, they would automatically exit the time ruins. When the time ruins opened again the next day, the powerhouses in the time ruins would all be forced to reset. Since Zhou Marshall knew about this situation, he was naturally not afraid of any punishment. You're gonna be refreshed. There's real loss only if we die. If I make the wrong choice, I'll come back tomorrow. At the same time, just as Zhou Marshall sent out the seeking fire seed. In the chaotic airflow that was an unknown distance away from Zhou Marshall and company, a beautiful woman with a fluttering jade belt and a gentle look in her eyes was fighting against 3 other chaotic divine demons at the Supreme Will Realm with her black armored companion. Right at that moment, they saw the mark of the pure white eye condensed in the sky. It's the highest level mark of the white eye. There's an unparalleled Will Realm existence that attacked our military. When the beautiful woman and the Supreme Will in black armor saw this scene, their expressions immediately turned ugly. Those shameless people under the Chaos Will are actually willing to do such a bad thing. The black-armored Supreme Will cursed loudly. He turned to the beautiful woman and said, "Yellow River, go and support that place. I'll do it alone. Can you?" Yellow River hesitated. The other party was in existence with 3 Supreme Wills. Yellow River was a little worried about him. "Don't worry, I am the Will of War." The Will of War said lightly. "In my eyes, all existences in the Supreme Will realm are like ants. Only the Supreme Will, the Crimson Overlord, and the Chaos Will are worthy of my reverence. These 3 chaotic divine demons can't do anything to me." The Will of Yellow River was a little helpless in the face of the Will of War's arrogant speech, but he did not refute it. The other party had attained supreme willpower through one of the paths of battle. He was born to be a battle maniac who fought against the gods. As soon as he reached the supreme willpower realm, his combat strength surpassed many old supreme willpower experts. Up until now, he had even become a top supreme willpower expert second only to the supreme willpower. The Crimson Overlord and the Chaos Will were known as peerless experts who might become the 4th willpower expert in the end. 1 against 3 supreme wills sounded dangerous, but to the other party, it was really nothing. Yellow River's Will was not a hesitant person. Hearing this, he did not say anything else. He nodded and flew in the direction of Zhou fight. After seeing Yellow River's Will leave, the Will of War looked at the 3 chaotic divine demons who were attacking him. A wanton and arrogant smile appeared on his face. "When little Yellow River was here just now, I got into a bad fight. It's time for me to have the fun of fighting alone now. Will of War, you are too conceited. Your ego will cost you an irreparable price." A supreme chaotic divine demon looked at them coldly and said, "Countless god spirits and even will-level existences have said the same to me. Now they have all been defeated by me, or even, killed by me." The Will of War said lightly. "Attack." The 3 chaotic divine demons could not be bothered to say anything else. They charged over and fought with the other party. The Will of War sensed that something was wrong as soon as they exchanged blows. This was because he had sensed that the strength that the other party had displayed was clearly more than half of what it had been before. "So you were hiding your strength. Funny, funny. But that's not enough. Ha ha ha." Chapter 1555, Gain from the Chaos Divine Treasure. Fight. 2. The Will of War laughed wantonly, and at the same time, his attacks became fiercer. The 3 chaotic divine demons had thought that they could join forces to kill the Will of War after displaying their full strength. Unexpectedly, the Will of War did not use his full strength. The suppression he had imagined did not happen at all. Even though they had displayed their true strength, they were still unable to suppress or even kill the Will of War. They looked at each other. They did not panic even though their expressions were a little ugly. Since they had the confidence to surround and kill the famous Will of War, they were naturally prepared. At the same time, on Zhou Marshall's side, he had already started fighting with these invading chaotic divine demon. Because they only had one supreme god on their side, Zhou Marshall also chose to take action personally this time. That Grade 1 Supreme God was in charge of taking over one of the Grade 1 chaotic divine demon supreme gods. As for the other 4 supreme god chaotic divine demons, Zhou Marshall was in charge of dealing with them. Zhou Marshall used a Grade 4 Supreme Divine Artifact, the mysterious Dragon Deo Sword, with a brilliant Supreme God level sword technique. All kinds of law skills erupted from his hands, overwhelming everyone. It looked like he was the myriad law sword master. Among the 4 supreme gods were 2 grade 2 supreme gods, 1 grade 3 supreme god realm, and 1 grade 4 supreme god. There were a total of 4 supreme gods. Coupled with the support of the supreme divine artifacts on their bodies, their combat power had already far exceeded that of ordinary supreme gods of the same level. However, even so, they were still suppressed by Zhou Marshall. It could be seen how terrifying Zhou Marshall's combat strength was. At this moment, Zhou Marshall was also feeling very carefree. During this period of time, due to the continuous increase in the total military strength every day, especially the subsequent addition of the new supreme god, the king had also become stronger. That was the god spirit realm, bloodline, law skills, combat experience, law comprehension, and so on of 10 supreme gods. With the augmentation above, he could still maintain a suppressive posture while fighting 4 people at once. Suddenly, the black dragon Dao sword in Zhou Marshall's hand stabbed into the forehead of the grade 3 supreme god realm chaotic divine demon. A light cracking sound rang out. This grade 3 supreme god realm chaotic divine demon looked at Zhou Marshall in a daze. Then, his eyes gradually became lifeless and he completely lost his breath. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The tilt of victory and defeat also happened in an instant. Zhou Marshall seized the opportunity and drew his sword. He killed another grade 2 supreme god chaotic divine demon with his sword before the other 3 supreme god chaotic divine demons could react. When he wanted to kill the other grade 2 supreme god chaotic divine demon, the 2 supreme god chaotic divine demons had already turned into 2 streams of light and fled into the distance. Trying to run. Zhou Marshall snorted coldly and transformed into a 9-colored stream of light. He instantly appeared in front of the grade 2 supreme god and instantly killed him with 1 strike. Then, he transformed into a 9-colored stream of light again and attacked the last grade 4 supreme god, the chaotic divine demon. This grade 4 supreme god chaotic divine demon was specially left behind by Zhou Marshall. Even though he was the strongest among all the chaotic divine demons, he, who was the only one left, was naturally no match for Zhou Marshall. After exchanging a few blows with Zhou Marshall, he was suddenly bitten to death by the dragon god of all life that suddenly appeared from his boots. I didn't realize you were an old silver coin. Zhou Marshall looked at the embroidery of the dragon god of all life on his boots and chuckled. This dragon god of all life relied on its ability to transcend the heavens and the fact that the number 1 treasure vault was a treasure space shared between the main body and the clones. It often shuttled between the main body and the various clones. What a restless dragon! I'm not good at fighting. The only way to win for His Majesty is through a sneak attack. The dragon god of all life said indifferently. Zhou Marshall did not mind. He put away the corpses of the 4 supreme god chaotic divine demons and immediately went to the last supreme god chaotic divine demon. Together with his supreme god subordinates, he dealt with this grade 1 supreme god. At this point, among the invading chaotic divine demons, all 5 supreme gods had been dealt with. The remaining 20 chaotic divine demons were originally unable to deal with the 99 top-notch master god tiers that Zhou Marshall had brought with him. Now that they saw that the supreme gods who had led them here had all died in front of them, they immediately lost the intention to continue fighting. They immediately turned into 99 streams of light of various nomological laws and flew in all directions, wanting to escape. However, Zhou Zhou naturally would not let them leave. These were all living chaos divine treasures. Even Zhou Marshall would sigh after one of them escaped. Hence, he immediately ordered his 99 Lord Gods to capture all the Master God tier chaotic divine demons who wanted to escape and eliminate them one by one. Then, Zhou Marshall personally extracted their spoils of war. Zhou Zhou was very satisfied with the result. The 20 Master God tier chaotic divine demons dropped a total of 80 units of chaotic divine treasures. The 5 Supreme God chaotic divine demons dropped 5 units of chaotic divine treasures just by dropping their basics. With the enhancement of the Lord talent and title, each Supreme God chaotic divine treasure dropped a total of 18 units of chaotic divine treasures. The 5 of them added up to 90 units of chaotic divine treasures. All of them added up to 170 units of chaos divine treasures. My main body can now harvest more than 200 units of chaos divine treasures every day through the space-time chaotic divine demons. Coupled with the 170 units of chaos divine treasures provided by the time ruins every day. In other words, the main body can now harvest about 400 units of chaos divine treasures a day. When he thought of this, Zhou Marshall's expression could not help but be pleasantly surprised. In that case, doesn't that mean that the main body only needs 3 days to upgrade the territory again and then upgrade the country? He muttered. A smile appeared on his face. He originally thought that 1,000 units of chaos divine treasures was a very distant goal. However, from the looks of it, it didn't seem difficult. Right at that moment. How dare you! A loud shout suddenly rang out. The world suddenly fell silent. Time stopped. Space froze. Everything is silent. The Master God tiers and Supreme Gods around Zhou Marshall were frozen in this instant, unable to move. Even the expressions on their faces and the thoughts in their hearts were frozen in this instant, unable to continue. At this moment, even though Zhou Marshall was maintaining his king state, he felt that his soul and will had also stopped and could not think. The last bit of his rationality almost instinctively knew what had happened the moment this terrifying thing happened. An existence at the Supreme Will Realm. It had descended. Is this an existence at the Supreme Will Realm? Even if my current strength has already reached a decent level among the grade 4 Supreme Gods, I still can't resist such an existence. At this moment, Zhou Marshall deeply felt the difference between a God spirit and a will-level existence. Especially when a will-level existence with great malice towards him oppressed him with his will, he felt this even more deeply. If the Supreme God was the pinnacle of the God spirit, in that case, an existence at the Supreme Will Realm had completely broken free from the constraints of the concepts and laws of the God spirits and reached a supreme level above the God spirits. The two are completely incomparable. It could even be said that they were not the same species. Fortunately, I'm just a clone of the main body. Coupled with the existence of the Holy Fate umbrella, it shouldn't implicate the main body. Zhou Marshall thought to himself. Furthermore, an existence that might have long perished in a time ruin. The attack of him after his death shouldn't implicate him, who knew how many years later, right? Just as Zhou Marshall was prepared to accept his death in peace. Heavenly Furnace Lord, you are courting death. A delicate shout sounded. Then, the mighty Yellow River Underworld River flew over from afar like an abyssal dragon that crossed the heavens. Then, it charged into a certain chaotic void. The chaotic void let out a muffled groan. Then, a chaotic divine demon emitting scorching flames with the head of an ancient furnace emerged from the chaotic void. Yellow River, you came quickly. The chaotic divine demon known as the Heavenly Furnace Lord chuckled. Then, he looked at Zhou Marshall, who had already regained consciousness. What I didn't expect was that this little fellow from your Supreme Will faction would actually use your highest level seeking fire seed before seeing the arrival of a Supreme Will. He revealed a look of pity. If this fellow wasn't so timid, he might have died before he could use the seeking fire seed. Chapter 1556, Completing the Time Mission, 1. Yellow Rivers will remain silent with a cold expression. He was actually somewhat puzzled. He wasn't sure if this fellow who had used the highest level seeking fire seed had known in advance that the Supreme Will was coming to attack, or if it was really as the Heavenly Furnace Lord had said. It was because he was timid that he had used the highest level seeking fire seed in advance. Actually, he had come a long time ago. However, when he saw that there were no other chaotic divine demons at the Supreme God or Master God tier level on the battlefield, he was immediately furious. This was because he felt that he had been deceived. Furthermore, it was a Master God tier deceiving a supreme existence like him. However, he wasn't a rash god, so he didn't appear immediately. Instead, he observed silently from the side. The will of war was powerful, so he wasn't worried that anything would happen to him in a short period of time. Therefore, he was relatively patient. Until the appearance of the Heavenly Furnace Lord, when he sensed the Heavenly Furnace Lord's supreme will, Yellow River's will was shocked, and then there's the rest. Right at that moment, Zhou Marshall, who had recovered, stood up and smiled at the Heavenly Furnace Lord in the sky. Zhou Marshall, who had recovered, stood up and smiled at the Heavenly Furnace Lord in the sky. Why are you still spouting nonsense without evidence? This emperor is not a coward. This emperor knew long ago that you would come, so he used the seeking fire seed to invite the will of Yellow River over. As he spoke, Zhou Marshall glanced at Yellow River's will. His expression did not change on the surface, but he felt a little emotional. It's beautiful. His temperament was also 1 in a million. No wonder Brother Soul Heaven couldn't forget him. As for Yellow River's will, it looked at him in surprise. Then, he sensed something and his expression changed slightly. His gaze at Zhou Marshall suddenly became much gentler. As for the chaotic divine demon who was known as the Heavenly Furnace Lord, his expression darkened. Kid! You're just a small master god tier. You only reached the supreme god realm with the help of law skills and mystic techniques. How dare you be rude to me? I'll teach you what it means to respect the strong. As soon as he finished speaking, the lid of the furnace above the Heavenly Furnace Lord's head suddenly opened. Then, a dark red divine fire flew out and pounced at Zhou Marshall. Shockingly, it was the divine flame of the Supreme Will Realm. Zhou Marshall subconsciously held his breath in the face of the divine fire. However, he wasn't flustered or afraid. In the next moment, a beautiful figure appeared in front of him. It was the Will of Yellow River. He waved his right hand, and the Yellow River flew out, directly extinguishing the supreme divine fire. The dark yellow river water transformed into Yellow River Qi. The moment the surrounding chaotic airflow touched the Yellow River Qi, it instantly disappeared. The Will of Yellow River, a mere master god, actually dares to call himself emperor in front of me. This is offending my prestige as a supreme will, and you're actually protecting him. The Heavenly Furnace Lord said with an ugly expression. He is a god spirit of my supreme will lineage. Even if he says that you're a pile of shit, I'll still say that you're too insulting. Yellow Rivers Will said indifferently. You and the Supreme Will are indeed fellows from the same camp. Is it your tradition to offend the strong? Just like how the Supreme Will offended the Lord of Chaos who created him. The Heavenly Furnace Lord wanted to laugh out of anger. We are naturally polite to our friends, but there are not so many rules for our enemies. The Yellow Rivers Will said coldly. Okay, okay. Then let's have a fight and see who's right. Then let's have a fight and see who's right. Zhou Marshall observed silently from the side. After watching for a moment, his expression changed slightly. This was because he discovered that the Will of Yellow River was actually unable to deal with this chaos god fiend called Heavenly Furnace Lord. He could not defeat the Heavenly Furnace Lord in terms of combat strength alone. This chaotic divine demon was obviously better at fighting, but the Will of the Yellow River was not. If this continued, the Will of Yellow River would be defeated sooner or later. At that time, he would be in danger. Zhou Marshall's expression was calm. He did not panic because of his own safety. He was only a clone after all. If he died, so be it. Yet, he did not give up so easily and was still thinking of a way to break out of this situation. However, he gave up. In the face of a battle between existences at the Supreme Willpower Realm, his methods that could be said to be invincible at the Supreme God level would be embarrassing in front of the Supreme Willpower Realm. It seems I am the first clone of my main body to die. Zhou Marshall thought in a self-deprecating manner. However, at that moment, he suddenly sensed something and looked into the distance. A mighty divine fist stained with countless blood of various colors surged over from afar. Its domineering might stretched across the chaotic void, making people feel fear at the sight of it. They even had the thought of surrendering without fighting. When the Will of Yellow River saw this divine fist, a smile finally appeared on his face. The Will of War was indeed worthy of being the number one will below transcendence. It had actually rushed over so quickly. It had somewhat exceeded his expectations. Zhou Marshall heaved a sigh of relief. Even though it was just a clone, it would be better for it to not die. Meanwhile, the Heavenly Furnace Lord revealed a look of disbelief. He released a divine fire and shattered the fist of the Will of War. Then, he shouted. Will of War, you're still alive. You seem disappointed that I'm not dead. The Will of War had already flown over from afar and landed in the chaotic void not far away as these words were spoken. His black armor was stained with some divine blood. Clearly, he had experienced a bloody battle. Chapter 1557, Completing the Time Mission, 2. However, his gaze remained unyielding and invincible, as though he was invincible in the world. The Heavenly Furnace Lord's expression turned ugly. His expression changed slightly immediately after. Then, his divine body suddenly fused into the void and disappeared. Trying to run. The Will of War's eyes narrowed. Just as he was about to take action, he heard the Will of Yellow River say, "Leave it to me." After saying that, the Will of the Yellow River tapped his finger lightly. Immediately after, the vast Yellow River Nether River quickly appeared in the surrounding chaotic void. This yellow river nether river surrounded the surrounding chaotic void. In less than a moment, the heavenly furnace lord appeared from the chaotic void with an ugly expression. Yellow river, he said through gritted teeth. He had originally wanted to use the chaos escape technique to escape, but he didn't expect the other party to use the yellow river sticks to seal the chaos void here, forcing him to appear. The will of Yellow River and the will of war didn't waste their breath on him at all. They directly rushed up to attack the Heavenly Furnace Lord in a 2-on-1 battle. In a 2-on-1 situation, the Heavenly Furnace Lord was at a disadvantage. At this rate, if the Heavenly Furnace Lord did not have any helpers, he would definitely die. At this rate, if the Heavenly Furnace Lord did not have any helpers, he would definitely die. However, he knew that there was not much hope for such a thing to happen. He was now at the back of the Supreme Will's camp after all. It was very difficult for other chaotic divine demons at the Supreme Will realm to appear in this position. Zhou Marshall, who had been observing the battlefield, quickly realized this. His eyes immediately lit up. Wasn't this a good opportunity to interfere in this battle of the Supreme Will realm? He didn't have high expectations. He just needed an assist. With an assist, it should be considered as completing the Time Ruins mission, right? At the thought of this, he no longer hesitated. He immediately stomped his right foot and summoned the Dragon God of all life. He also asked he to use all his strength to assist the will of war and the will of Yellow River in killing the Heavenly Furnace Lord. When the little dragon came out, it was stunned when it saw the three Supreme Will realm existences fighting with all their might. And when he heard that Zhou Marshall wanted him to help the two Supreme Wills, he was even more dumbfounded. Hey bro, as a Master God tier advanced grade Dragon God, even if my strength has been enhanced to the level of a grade 4 Supreme God in a short period of time because of Master's strength, isn't it too much for you to ask me to assist two Supreme Will level existences right from the start? Get stronger as much as you can. It doesn't matter how strong you are. What matters is participation. Zhou Marshall transmitted his voice secretly. The little dragon instantly understood. Hang on. After figuring this out, he immediately released his auxiliary law skills to the two Supreme Will realm existences. The will of Yellow River and the will of war immediately felt the support of the law skill from the Dragon God of all life. During the battle, they looked at the Dragon God of all life and Zhou Wu in surprise. Then, they were more or less relieved. He dared to participate in the battle between the Supreme Gods. Even though he did not contribute much, his courage was commendable. On the other side, when the Heavenly Furnace Lord saw that the little Supreme God dared to interfere in the battle between them, he was immediately furious. He even attacked Zhou Marshall through the will of Yellow River and the will of war, but he was stopped by the will of Yellow River and the will of war. You actually attacked a junior. How shameless! The will of war sneered. The Heavenly Furnace Lord was too lazy to say more. After a while, the Heavenly Furnace Lord, who did not wait for help, was finally killed by the will of Yellow River and the will of war. At the same time, Zhou Marshall also received information regarding the completion of Time Mission 1. Zhou Marshall smiled. Sure enough, as long as he could assist, this mission to kill a chaotic divine demon with supreme willpower would be completed. He had said that it was a time mission to kill a supreme existence. How could it only be a supreme time mission? Sure enough, we'll have some experience next time. At the same time, the guy's finally dead. The will of Yellow River looked at the corpse of the Heavenly Furnace Lord and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he turned to look at the will of war and smiled. Fortunately, you came in time. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to deal with him alone. The will of war nodded and suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. At the same time, the aura on his body suddenly weakened by more than half. What's wrong with you? Yellow River's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly ran to his side and asked with concern. Hee. I suffered some injuries today. It's nothing serious. The will of war shook his head. It's not a small injury. The Yellow River's will frowned slightly. He could tell that the will of war's injuries were very serious. It could be said to be the most serious injury he had ever seen since he knew the will of war. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was on the verge of death. He was injured by those three chaotic divine demons. The will of Yellow River thought of something and asked. How could those three idiots hurt me? The will of war said with a faint smile. Then, his expression turned solemn. It was the chaos will that injured me. Chaos will. Yellow River's will's expression changed drastically as he said in disbelief, "How can the Chaos Will deal with you personally? His opponents should be the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord. Under normal circumstances, yes. But it's not normal." The Will of War shook his head, and his expression became even more solemn. "If I'm not wrong, the Chaos Will is going to launch an all-out attack on Lord Supreme Will and Lord Crimson Overlord. That's why he allowed the Supreme Willpower experts under him to disregard the rules and infiltrate our army, launching a surprise attack on our rear. The reason why they did such a thing should be to lure you away from me and leave me alone. Then, the Chaos will personally kill me," the Will of War said. The Yellow River's will's expression changed. The dignified Will of Chaos had personally come to kill the Will of War? This may sound ridiculous, but it's possible. This was because the Will of War was the most likely existence under the Supreme Will to be promoted to the Will of War. If he could kill the Will of War, it would undoubtedly greatly weaken the future development of the Supreme Will's faction. In addition, if what the Will of War said about the general attack was true, then it was even more necessary to kill the Will of War, an existence that might advance to the Will of War in the future. Otherwise, when the Will of War advanced to the Willpower Realm, the Supreme Will would have 3 Supreme Willpower Realm existences, and the Chaos Will only had him as a Supreme Willpower Realm expert. The situation would be even more disadvantageous to the Chaos Will. If the Chaos Will personally came to kill you, how did you survive? The Yellow River's Will reacted and asked curiously. "I had a premonition that I might be in danger after you left, so not long after you left, I immediately used the communication secret treasure left behind by the Supreme Will and secretly contacted the Supreme Will, asking him to quickly rush over to save me. Later, when the Chaos Will began to attack me, the Supreme Will indeed appeared successfully, saving my life. However, before this, I was severely injured because I took a blow from the Chaos Will head-on. Fortunately, I survived," the Will of War said in a self-mocking manner. However, both the Will of Yellow River and Zhou Marshall could hear the danger. At the same time, Zhou Marshall was even more shocked by the battle prowess of the Will of War. As expected of the 4th Supreme Expert who had the potential to advance to the willpower level. He could actually survive an attack from the Chaos Will before the Supreme Will arrived. It was unbelievable. Right at that moment. Boom 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 boom. An earth-shattering sound suddenly rang out from the primal chaos void. Yellow River's Will of War and Zhou Marshall raised their heads and looked up. 3 supreme figures were fighting in the primal chaos void. Every time they attacked, the chaos would collapse. The entire chaotic void could not withstand the aftershocks of the battle emitted by their attacks. Later on, the chaotic void was even broken, revealing the ultimate void environment of the outside world. The 3 deities' expressions became solemn. This was because the 3 experts fighting were the Supreme Will, the Crimson Overlord, and the Chaos Will. Chapter 1558, Time Ruins completed. 4,000 capital units of soldiers. 1. The general attack actually started. The Will of Yellow River muttered when he saw this. "Don't hesitate. Let's go support the Supreme Will together." The Will of War quickly came back to his senses and said in a low voice. "But your wound." The Yellow River's Will looked at the near-death injury of the Will of War and hesitated. His injuries did not look like he could continue fighting. "It's just a mortal wound," the Will of War said lightly. Then, he suddenly hammered the spot between his eyebrows where the divine spark was. Something magical happened. A new energy burst out of his divine spark and quickly circulated throughout the Will of War's body. The Will of War, who had just been seriously injured and on the verge of death, recovered rapidly in the blink of an eye. It was even stronger than when it was at its peak. "In my condition, I can still hold out for a while. When time passes, I'll be even weaker. During this period of time, it should be enough for the Supreme Will to kill a few unmatched wills." The Will of War recovered and heaved a sigh of relief. Yellow River's Will reacted well seeing this. However, it stunned Zhou Marshall. Then, he sighed inwardly. This Supreme Will was indeed worthy of being the number 1 expert under the willpower. He indeed had enough methods to turn the tables. He could even save himself from a near-death injury and still dared to continue fighting. Awesome! Right at that moment, he suddenly saw the Will of Yellow River and the Will of War turn to look at him. "Junior, stay here. A Supreme Will Realm existence from the Chaos Will camp has just died here. No other Supreme Will Realm expert should dare to come over in the short term." The will of war said. In a while, a group of supreme gods should come to you to help heal their injuries. At that time, I'll ask you for a favor and save them. Yellow River's will said. Rest assured, Your Excellency. Leave this to me. Zhou Marshal nodded. Yellow River's will of war nodded and flew away. On the way to the battlefield of the Supreme Will Realm, the Yellow River's will suddenly said. Did you see that? Yes. The will of war nodded. That junior has the power of the Supreme Will. If I'm not wrong, he should be the successor chosen by the Supreme Will. At this point, the will of war smiled and praised, that junior has extraordinary talent. He already has the combat power of a top Supreme God at the Master God tier level. When I was at the same age and realm as him, I was far inferior to him. Where did the Supreme Will choose such a good heir? The Yellow River's will also smiled. How can we guess Lord Supreme Will's methods? The will of war nodded. At the same time. This time ruins is worth it. Not only did I see the intense battle between the Supreme Willpower Realm experts, but I also saw the battle between the Supreme Willpower, the Crimson Overlord, and the Chaos Will. I'm afraid there are a few Supreme Will Realm existences who have never experienced such a thing, right? Zhou Marshal lamented. Right at that moment. A scarlet stream of light descended from the sky and flew towards the area where they were. Zhou Marshal could tell at a glance that the other party was neither a chaotic divine demon nor a scarlet god spirit. He could only be an expert from the Supreme Will's camp. Taketo, catch him! Zhou Marshal said to the only grade 1 ultimate void supreme god in his team. Yes, Your Grace. Taketo said respectfully. Then, he immediately flew over and took the other party over. Subsequently, Zhou Marshal discovered that this was a grade 3 supreme god realm. Furthermore, the injuries on his body were extremely serious. If he did not receive treatment, he was afraid that he would be in danger of dying. Zhou Marshal did not hesitate when he saw this. He immediately took out a grade 3 Supreme God Realm Divine Medicine and asked Taketo to help him swallow it. It was just a grade 3 Supreme God Realm Divine Medicine. Any random Master God tier advanced grade God Spirit could drop even dozens of them. Therefore, Zhou Marshal did not feel any reluctance at all. And not long after he ate the Divine Medicine, he gradually woke up. Who are you? He looked at Zhou Marshal in confusion. In his impression, there did not seem to be the existence of this Supreme God. I'm a God Spirit under the Supreme Will. I was just arranged by the will of Yellow River to save you injured God Spirits who have landed in our garrison area. Your injuries are no longer serious. You'll recover with a good rest. Zhou Marshal consoled. Thank you, but I can't rest. I'm going to keep fighting. However, this grade 3 Supreme God Realm did not listen to Zhou Marshal. He grabbed his weapon and flew into the sky again with a determined expression, fighting with the chaotic divine demons under the Chaos Will. Zhou Marshal's expression was solemn when he saw this, but he did not dissuade them. With his injuries, he wouldn't be able to last long on the battlefield and would be killed by the enemy. Why did he insist on joining the battlefield? He might not be so lucky next time. Taketo did not understand. He has his reasons. There's no need to make wild guesses. Just do what we do. Zhou Marshal said. Yes, Your Grace. Taketo did not hesitate. In the following period of time, other supreme gods from the Supreme Will and Crimson Overlord's factions descended into the chaotic void region where he was stationed. After 2 to 3 hours, a total of 20 supreme gods were successfully cured by them, and then all of them rushed back to the battlefield without exception. After the 20 supreme gods were successfully cured, no supreme gods appeared. Only then did Zhou Marshal know that the number 20 was not random. Only 20 supreme gods would come to their territory to receive their treatment. Chapter 1559, Time Ruins completed. 4,000 capital units of soldiers. 2. And just after the 20 supreme gods were completely healed by them, large amounts of chaotic blood rain suddenly fell from the chaotic void. When the chaotic blood rain landed on Zhou Marshal and the others, other than the grade 1 supreme gods, Zhou Marshal and Taketo, the other top master god tiers discovered that their cultivation realms and understanding of laws had improved. They were still very happy even though they did not improve much. Chaos-colored blood rain, could it be? Zhou Marshal looked at the chaotic blood rain that filled the sky and had a guess. Soon, someone came to verify his guess. The weak Yellow River's will of war descended from the sky and landed in front of Joe Marshall. Different from the urgency they felt when they went to the battlefield, although their auras were weak and they seemed to have suffered considerable injuries, their expressions were calm and there was even a smile on their faces. Has the chaos will perished? Joe Marshall asked. Yellow River's will of war smiled and nodded. We've won this war. The Yellow River's will sighed. I'm feeling a bit of an opportunity to get promoted. As the will of war spoke, he disappeared into the chaotic void. It seemed like he had gone into seclusion to digest his insights. Yellow River's will looked at this scene in surprise. When Joe Marshall saw where the will of war had left, he had other thoughts in his mind. It was unknown if the will of war had survived the chaos will in reality without his existence and influence back then. It was unknown if the will of war had survived the chaos will in reality without his existence and influence back then. The will of the Yellow River. Why did Lord Supreme Will and Lord Crimson Overlord join forces to deal with the chaos will? Joe Marshall went straight to the point. Yellow River's will pondered for a second. Finally, after looking at Joe Marshall's face, it slowly said a reply that Joe Marshall had never expected. Do you know the Illusionist clan? I do. Joe Marshall spoke after a second of silence. Could it be because? That's impossible. The Chaos Will would do such a thing? The Illusionist clan is the fundamental enemy of our Chaos universe. However, when the end of the Chaos Will was near, in order to continue his existence, he chose to join the Illusionist clan. Fortunately, Lord Supreme Will and Lord Crimson Overlord discovered this in advance. In order to prevent our universe from becoming a gift from the Chaos Will to the Illusionist clan, the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord decided to join forces to deal with the Chaos Will. At this point, the will of Yellow River snorted. As our father, the Chaos Will actually sided with the enemy. In order to please the other party, he even offered our common home to the enemy. We're ashamed to be with each other. He deserved to die today. After saying that, he exhorted. However, it's a shameful thing for our father to join the Illusionist clan. Don't tell anyone. After the war ends, Lord Supreme Will and Lord Crimson Overlord will probably come up with other reasons to cover up the true reason for the death of the Chaos Will. Joe Marshall nodded. So this is the truth behind the death of the Chaos Will. In that case, even the information that the Bodhi Supreme told me was wrong. That's true. If the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord had the intention to hide it, it was normal that even the Bodhi Supreme did not know. Then, he took a look at the mission completion notification that had just appeared. System announcement. Time Mission 3, Chaos of Death, exclusive to Supreme Lord Reserve Army, has been completed. Gift of Time has been personally given out by the Supreme Will. The authority of your Supreme Lord Reserve has increased. Note, this mission is a hidden mission. It is unique. After completing this mission, the relevant mission content and mission target will disappear in the ruins of time. A smile appeared on his face. He did not expect this either. He cleared the Supreme Time Ruin with one try. With this experience, it would not be a problem to move around the Time Ruins every day in the future. This Time Ruins would become the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom's resource point for obtaining Chaos Divine treasures. Lord Yellow River, I'm leaving. Joe Marshall suddenly said. Leaving? Yellow River's will was stunned by Joe Marshall's sudden words. However, he then recalled the identity of the Supreme Will's successor, so he didn't ask further. He nodded and smiled. I'll see you in the future. In the future. Joe Marshall's gaze drifted as he thought of the reality that Yellow River's will had already died. He fell silent for a second before nodding with a smile. Then, he suddenly asked. Your Excellency, do you know Brother Soul Heaven? Soul Heaven? Yellow River's will revealed a blank expression. He shook his head and said. No, I don't. Joe Marshall nodded and did not say anything else. After bidding farewell to the will of Yellow River, he chose to leave the Time Ruins. Soul Heaven. Yellow River's will pondered for a few seconds and muttered to himself. Why did he mention this name? Right at that moment, a Master God tier advance grade God spirit flew over from afar and landed in front of Yellow River's will. He lowered his head and said respectfully. Lord Yellow River's will, Lord Supreme Will, asked me to invite you over for a chat. The will of Yellow River nodded. Then, he looked at the Master God tier in front of him and suddenly had a thought. Look up. This Master God Tier raised his head and glanced at the will of Yellow River. Then, his gaze subconsciously dodged to the side. What's your name? Yellow River's will asked for no reason. I'm Soul Heaven, the Master God Tier said nervously. Yellow River's will was stunned. In a world of seven-colored light, Joe Marshall stood there alone with a calm expression. He knew that this was the time ruins and was preparing to reveal the true truth of this part of history. It was the same for Nadia's time ruins. Right at that moment, an illusory image appeared in front of him. Scene after scene flashed past. Joe Marshall took a closer look. A moment later, he sighed softly. The true history of the past was not much different from the history of the ruins of time. However, in the ruins of time, because of Joe Marshall, the visitor of time, the will of war, who should have died, unexpectedly survived and obtained the opportunity to advance to the will of war. In real history, the will of war did not communicate with the Supreme Will in advance and let the Supreme Will save him. In the end, he died at the hands of the Chaos Will. Yellow River's will was almost killed by the Heavenly Furnace Lord. Fortunately, even though the Yellow River's will's combat strength was insufficient, his self-protection methods were not bad. He risked expending his origin to survive. However, even though he had survived, he would never be able to advance further. Even the strength of his Supreme Will had decreased greatly. Among all the Supreme Wills, his strength could be said to be at the bottom. Joe Marshall shook his head and did not think much about it. The next day, Zhou Zhou slowly opened his eyes. He nodded slightly, feeling his evolution. At most, I'll be able to advance to Grade 1 Supreme Sacred Body by night. By then, I can create the Supreme Unique Lord talent on my own. He muttered to himself. A smile slowly appeared on his face. The day had finally come. Then, he didn't think too much about it and walked out of the Reincarnation Sacred Palace to Mugu. Upon seeing the arrival of His Majesty, Mugu and Wu Xin, who had already arrived, immediately stood up and said respectfully. Greetings, Your Majesty. Your Majesty. I've already finished dealing with all the nest monsters. These are all the spoils of war. Wu Xin said excitedly. Then, he handed the 2 world rings to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou took it with a smile and entered it with anticipation. When he saw the treasures inside, he couldn't help but take a deep breath before a smile appeared on his face. Among the 2 world rings, one of them contained 1,000 capital units Supreme God Realm Soldier Recruitment Books and 1,000 capital units Supreme Holy Mage God Recruitment Books. The other world ring contained 1,000 capital units Supreme God Realm Soldier Class Change Certificate and 1,000 capital units Supreme Holy Mage God Class Change Certificate. That's right. He smiled and muttered to himself. This was a total of 4,000 capital units recruitment books and class change certificates. He only had around 2,000 capital units soldiers under his command. The gains from the Scarlet Broodmother had doubled his overall military strength. The Scarlet Broodmother is really getting stronger. Zhou Zhou sighed. Chapter 1560, 2 Legendary Dragons. Heavenly Realm Dragon God. Sacred Sound Dragon God. Zhou Zhou handed the world ring containing the class change certificate to the other party. Legion Commander Wu. As usual, you should find reserve recruits to change your profession. This emperor will go to the gate of summoning to recruit new recruits. He said. Yes, Your Majesty. Wu Xin said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, Wu Xin took his leave. Zhou Zhou watched as the other party left. Currently, the number of soldiers in the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom who needed to advance to the Supreme Soldier type every day had already reached an astonishing 2,000 capital units. The human race had long been unable to meet the demand of such a huge population for the class change certificate. Therefore, the additional class change certificate had already begun to be changed by the other races in the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. It was fine if there were not enough humans. There were many other people of foreign races. They could completely satisfy the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom's job change requirements. In any case, they were all citizens of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. He could give them to anyone. He didn't think too much about it. After he left the Shepherd's Valley residence, he flew in the direction of the Gate of Summoning. In front of the Gate of Summoning, he came directly to the Gate of Summoning. He first called for an eternal battleship of the Master God Tier Advance grade, then threw all the recruitment books in. Finally, he spent 100 intermediate true god tier divine crystals to recruit all of them in one go and arranged them on this eternal battleship. Then, he looked over. A total of 400 capital units extraordinary tier troops were neatly arranged in the inner world of the eternal battleship. Zhou Zhou looked at their heroic appearances and nodded in satisfaction. Then, he got Zero to lead the 2,000 capital units army to look for Zhou Marshal. Then, he opened the original Dragon Abyss interface of the Gate of Summoning and spent 100 Master God tier elementary grade divine crystals to summon 66,666,600 pure-blooded dragons. He also placed them on the Eternal Mothership. Then, he carefully observed these dragons and was surprised to discover that there were 2 pure-blooded dragons among them. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up and showed. The 10% chance of summoning 2 legendary dragons had been triggered. He looked over carefully. One of the 2 legendary dragons had a bright purple body and 2 purple vortexes in his eyes. When he let out a low dragon roar, the surrounding space and time would faintly tremble. It was the legendary dragon, the Sacred Sound Divine Dragon. This was a legendary dragon who had become a Master God tier with the Law of Sound. He was famous even among all the legendary dragons. The other legendary dragon was completely white, with golden patterns flowing on its skin. It had 36 pairs of pure white dragon wings on its back and a golden dragon crown on its head. It looked extraordinary and ethereal. It was the legendary dragon, the Heavenly Realm Dragon God. It's actually the Heavenly Realm Dragon God. Zhou Zhou wasn't too surprised to see the divine dragon, but when he saw the Heavenly Realm Dragon God, he couldn't help but be surprised. This Heavenly Realm Dragon God was also known as the Dragon God of Salvation. It was said to be the rarest legendary dragon among all the dragons. Even other legendary dragons would find it extremely difficult to find this Heavenly Realm Dragon God. Rumors. The Heavenly Realm Dragon God would only appear when the dragons were in danger of extermination. Once it appeared, it would save the dragons from danger. The reason why he said that was because the Heavenly Realm Dragon God possessed an extremely rare resurrection ability. He could easily resurrect dragons, even legendary dragons. However, apart from its resurrection ability, the Heavenly Realm Dragon God had no other abilities. Therefore, every time the dragons were in danger, the Heavenly Realm Dragon God would wake up from the mysterious dragon realm and come to the main world. It would revive the powerful dragons who had already died and even the legendary dragons, allowing the dragons to return to their peak. Even the first venerable, the primordial dragon, did not possess the power to revive the dragon race. It was precisely because of the existence of the Heavenly Realm Dragon God that even though the dragon race had experienced the danger of extermination several times, and there were even 3 top-notch bloodline races that had participated in the crisis, the dragon race had survived them one by one. As a result, there was a rumor in the myriad worlds. If you want to completely exterminate the dragons, you must first exterminate the Heavenly Realm Dragon God. If the Heavenly Dragon is not dead, the dragon clan will not be destroyed. Hence, the Heavenly Realm Dragon God had a rather sacred status among the dragons. Zhou Zhou looked at the other party. Out of curiosity, he teleported the other party and the Sacred Sound Divine Dragon over with a thought. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The Sacred Sound Divine Dragon idol said respectfully. The Heavenly Realm Dragon God said the same thing. They looked at Zhou Zhou with warm and friendly eyes. As legendary dragons, they could also feel the almost unbelievably rich legendary dragon bloodline in their emperor. Not to mention he himself, even the first venerable, the ancestor of the dragon race, might not be able to compare to the purity and nobility of such a legendary dragon bloodline. Therefore, if Zhou Zhou were to look at the loyalty of Ashley and Idol at this moment, he would be surprised to discover that their loyalty was at the Holy Spirit level. "Ashley, as the dragon god of salvation of the dragon race, you actually came to this emperor's place. Did you have a premonition that the dragon race would welcome a calamity?" Zhou Zhou asked with concern. Now, the dragon race had long become an indispensable part of the Blazing Sun God race. They could even be considered one of the direct descendants of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Therefore, Zhou Zhou was naturally very concerned about the safety of the dragon race. Idol also looked at Ashley nervously. As one of the legendary dragons, he naturally knew the uniqueness of Ashley's identity. Therefore, he was also very nervous, afraid that he would hear something bad about the future from Ashley. However, Ashley shook its head in confusion after hearing Zhou Zhou's words. "Your Majesty, I'm not too sure either. I was sleeping in the dragon realm. I didn't sense any danger from the dragons. I only vaguely felt a summoning. Then, I subconsciously responded to the summoning and came here. Zhou Zhou. The original dragon abyss was pretty domineering. This dragon was sleeping, but it actually got pulled over. However, it was fine as long as the dragons were fine. Idol also heaved a sigh of relief at the side. It turned out to have experienced the same situation as it. Then it is fine. Can you only resurrect dragons, or can you resurrect any life form? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. Your Majesty, I can only revive the dragons and not other life forms. However, resurrecting the dragons will only consume divine power. Unlike the gods of life and death, it requires faith divine crystals. Ashley said. Zhou Zhou nodded. That was not bad. Then, he chatted with Ashley and Idol for a while before telling them the location of the dragon's encampment and asking them to meet up with the other dragons. Then, he spent another 100 Master God tier elementary grade divine crystals to recruit today's new subjects. In the end, he had recruited more than 2.61 billion new subjects with the strength of extraordinary tier advanced grade today. He had summoned more than 200 million new subjects than usual. This naturally included the 14 Master God tier elementary grade God spirits. Zhou Zhou looked at the 14 Master God tier elementary grade God spirits and smiled. They were all free clan protecting experts. If he filmed it and sent it to the Lord channel and the Battle channel, those people of foreign races would probably be envious. Chapter 1561, 6,000 Capital Units Army. Following that, Zhou Zhou made another trip to the Jade Capital Immortal Mountain. He spent 1,000 capital units on summer divine crystals and summoned the 100 capital units heavenly soldiers, heavenly generals, and heavenly venerates. And not long after he finished recruiting. Boom, 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 boom. A total of 1,112 nomological pillars of various colors soared into the sky from the direction of the Reincarnation Sacred Palace. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly when he saw this. These were the true gods who had entered the Reincarnation Sacred Palace yesterday and were preparing to break through. They had officially broken through and reached the Master God tier realm. Not bad, not bad. More than 1,000 Master Gods broke through at once. In the myriad worlds, since ancient times, and even in the future, it would probably be very difficult for other Lord factions to break his record. At the same time, the gods of the myriad worlds naturally saw the 1,112 nomological lights. When they saw this scene, they could not help but gape. More than 1,000 newly advanced Master Gods were actually born on the same day. It simply shocked the God spirits. I suddenly feel that Lord Common People's Regal is the new hope of our supreme great cosmos. A God spirit suddenly said. The other gods who were secretly communicating with each other also agreed and communicated with each other. Yesterday, there were more than 700 new Master God tiers. Today, there are more than 1,000 new Master God tiers. I have a feeling that there will only be more new Master God tiers tomorrow. If Master God tier can advance so easily, how far can the advancement of Supreme Gods be? Now, there are only more than 10,000 Supreme Gods in the entire Supreme Great Cosmos. Perhaps in the future, our Supreme Great Cosmos will give birth to more Supreme Gods because of your Excellency Common People's Regal, or even Supreme Will level existences. The Supreme Will is a little too much, but it should be possible to give birth to more Supreme Gods. If our Supreme Great Cosmos has more Supreme Gods, it will be extremely beneficial to the war with the Crimson Overlord and the illusionary race. In that case, Your Excellency Common People's Regal might really be the hope and future of our Supreme Great Cosmos. As expected of the Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army personally chosen by the Supreme Will. Everything he does is so unbelievable. I feel that he is no longer inferior to the other Supreme Lord's Reserve Army. That's too early to say. Young God, you haven't experienced that era back then and don't know how powerful those 3 Supreme Lord Reserve Army are. No matter what, the Supreme Will is awesome. The God spirits discussed animatedly. At this moment, even the other Supreme Lord Reserve Army subordinates could not say anything. Over 1,000 Master Gods advanced on the same day. Even other Supreme Lord Reserve Armies had never achieved such an achievement. At the same time, Zhou Zhou waited for more than half an hour before the phenomenon of the Master God's advancement gradually dissipated. After the advancement phenomena dissipated, 550 light pillars of various laws flew out of the Reincarnation Sacred Palace and quickly landed around Zhou Zhou, revealing their figures. It was the 1112 Master Gods who had just advanced. They immediately knelt down and said respectfully to Zhou Zhou. "Greetings, Your Majesty. Thank you for your nurturing, Your Majesty. We didn't let Your Majesty down and have all successfully advanced to become Master God tier elementary grade God spirits. Not bad." Zhou Fite smiled and nodded. "As usual, don't be late for tonight's promotion ceremony. This Emperor will celebrate with you." "Yes, Your Majesty." The newly advanced Master God tiers agreed excitedly. At the same time, Zhou Manage, who was dealing with administrative matters in the shrine, looked speechlessly in Zhou Zhou's direction. Then, he lowered his head and muttered as he dealt with administrative matters. "You make it sound so nice, but in the end, it's still you who goes into seclusion to cultivate. I'll go drink for you. My life is so bitter. I can't rest for a moment." Zhou Zhou chatted with them for a while before rewarding each of them with a set of elementary grade divine artifacts that were suitable for them. Then, he got them to look for Zhang Yuankai to collect their jobs and worshipped Master God salaries. After they left, Zhou Fite calculated the strength of his main combat army. Including the 4,000 new recruits from the capital units, 66,666,666,000 pure-blooded dragons, 100 heavenly soldiers from the capital units, and 1,112 new Master God tiers. In addition, he had recruited 5 Supreme Gods and 15 Master Gods from the chaotic secret realm. The troops under him had already reached 6,143 capital units, 7,213,432,648,8253 soldiers, 43,536,310,050 God spirits, 756,323,594 true gods, 26,580 Master Gods and 15 Supreme Gods. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. A total of 6,000 soldiers from the capital units. Moreover, it was an army of 6,000 capital units with the lowest extraordinary tier advance grade. This was not weak among all the Supreme Gods and forces below the Supreme God level in the myriad worlds. And tomorrow, his army would officially break through to the Gai unit. A Gai unit troop. This was already the backbone of the Supreme God forces. As for the forces of Lord of 10,000 Evils, they were not considered top forces among all the Supreme God forces. It was only because he had a special status that he was more famous among the Supreme Gods. He stopped thinking about it and went to the Lord's shop to buy today's goods. Then, he returned to the Reincarnation Sacred Palace to continue cultivating. He had to reach the Grade 1 Supreme Sacred Body as soon as possible. This way, among the Supreme Gods, he would basically not encounter any opponents that were a threat to him. As for the existence of the Supreme Will Realm, it was still a threat to the Grade 1 Supreme Sacred Body. The Supreme Will State and Supreme God State were on completely different levels after all. A Supreme Will State expert could easily kill a top Supreme God with a thought. At the same time, in the ultimate void battlefield, Zhou Fite had already assembled his army and was waiting for Lord of 10,000 Evils to arrive. Soon, the Lord of 10,000 Evils led an army over. Zhou Fite looked over. Then, he realized that he was leading a lot more God spirits today than yesterday. There were nearly 20 billion ordinary God spirits. There were 300 million true gods. There were more than 15,000 Master Gods. As for Supreme Gods, there were 10 of them. Zhou Fite clicked his tongue. It seemed that his demon lord had hidden his strength yesterday. He wondered if the current military strength was his entire military strength. At this moment, the Lord of 10,000 Evils had already flown in front of Zhou Fite. "Brother Common People's Regal. I've arrived with my army. Which one are we playing today? Which one are we playing today?" Perhaps it was because he had been invigorated by the victories of the past 2 days, he sounded especially confident. "Brother Demon Lord, you've brought enough God spirits with you today." Zhou Fite did not answer and smiled. Lord of 10,000 Evils smiled. In case of emergencies. Yesterday, he had wanted to bring only a large portion of his troops to help Zhou Fite, but in the end, he had almost lost him. After learning his lesson, he brought over most of his troops this time. Zhou Fite nodded and did not say anything else. Instead, he said, "Today, my targets are the Lotus Flame Main City and the Fire Poison City. It's these 2 main cities. The Lord of 10,000 Evils' expression turned solemn. They're all tough bones. That's what I want, Zhou Fight said calmly. Chapter 1562, Battle starts. 1. The Lord of 10,000 Evils nodded. He would do whatever Zhou Fight said now that he had Zhou Fight as the leader in the war. As for what would happen if he failed? Anyway, as the third reserve army of the Supreme Lord, he had a trump card that was enough to protect him. He was not afraid of losing him. At this moment, the armies of both sides had already gathered. Seeing this, Zhou Fight did not waste any more time. He immediately let the army board the Eternal Mothership and flew towards the Lotus Flame War territories with Lord of 10,000 Evils Demon Lord. As for the Lord of 10,000 Evils and him, they passed through the ultimate void through the Dragon God of all life and rushed to the Lotus Flame Main City. Lotus Flame Main City. When Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils arrived on the Dragon God of all life, the two gods immediately concealed their existence. Then, Lord of 10,000 Evils looked at the Dragon God of all life and could not help but sigh enviously. Brother Common People's Regal, your Dragon God of all life is indeed convenient in this ultimate void battlefield. To be honest, if not for the fact that Zhou Fight was his ally, Lord of 10,000 Evils would have snatched this Dragon God of all life. How far was this Lotus Flame Main City from their base planet? However, with the Dragon God of all life around, they arrived at their destination in less than a moment. How could Lord of 10,000 Evils not be envious? This was too useful on the battlefield. Zhou Fight smiled and did not say anything. Then, they looked at the Lotus Flame Main City in the distance. The Lotus Flame Main City in the distance looked ordinary and quiet, like an ordinary Class 3 Ultimate Void Main City. However, the more this was the case, the more Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils felt that there was an inexplicable danger. The two god spirits looked at each other. Then, Lord of 10,000 Evils said, Brother Common People's Regal, let's wait for the army to arrive. Okay. Zhou Marshal nodded. Then, the two of them took out the Lord Chess and began to play in the ultimate void. Lord of 10,000 Evils was playing with relish. It was obvious that he was an old player. I can't compare to you in the ultimate void battlefield, but how can I lose in chess? The Lord of 10,000 Evils thought. As for Zhou Marshal, he had been in the Supreme Continent for a long time and had dabbled in such paper chess. Even though his skills were not as profound as Lord of 10,000 Evils, he could still fight back and forth with the other party. While playing chess with Lord of 10,000 Evils, Zhou Marshal diverted a portion of his attention and could not help but look at the spoils of war in his number 1 treasure vault. He couldn't help but often look at these loots since yesterday. Even today, when he was free, he would still occasionally take a second look. These loots were none other than the inheritance of the Heavenly Furnace Lord's Supreme Will Realm. Yes, yesterday, in the ruins of time, even though Zhou Marshal had only participated in the battle between the Will of Yellow River and the Heavenly Furnace Lord by assisting, after the Heavenly Furnace Lord was killed, he still obtained the Book of the God Spirit from the Heavenly Furnace Lord when he extracted his corpse. To be precise, it should be the Will Canon. He was confirmed that the Heavenly Furnace Lord's Supreme Will inheritance was recorded in this Will Canon after verification by Zhou Marshal. This is a Supreme Will Realm inheritance. Zhou Fight exclaimed in his heart. At the same time, he felt like he had been hit on the head by luck. Some time ago, he was still hesitating if he should take the risk to join the competition for the Yellow River's Will inheritance. Now, he had a Supreme Will Realm legacy. Moreover, this Supreme Will Realm inheritance was even stronger than the inheritance of the Yellow River's will. In the ruins of time, if the will of war did not come, the Heavenly Furnace Lord could rely on his supreme divine fire to burn the will of the Yellow River alone and severely injure it after all. In terms of preciousness, his inheritance was even more precious than the inheritance of the Yellow River's will. However, this way, a problem appeared in his mind. Since I've already obtained a Supreme Will Realm inheritance, I wonder if my main body still wants to continue participating in the battle for the inheritance of the Yellow River's will. Zhou Fight began to think for his main body. While the main body had already promised the reincarnation will to make a trip, if he temporarily refused to go on the grounds of insufficient ability, the reincarnation will might be unhappy, but it should understand the main body's choice. He was already a Supreme Lord Reserve Army and had an even stronger inheritance of the Supreme Will in hand. There was no need for him to take the risk to fight for another inheritance of the Supreme Will. However, after thinking for a while, Zhou Fight felt that his main body would probably still fight for the inheritance of the Yellow River's will. There were two reasons. First, the main body has the ability to clone. He can completely let the clone bring his subordinates to the Yellow River realm to fight for the Yellow River inheritance. This way, the probability of encountering danger can be minimized. Even if he really encounters danger when fighting for the wool inheritance, at most, the clone will die and not implicate the main body. With this premise, his main body should dare to try to fight for the inheritance of the Yellow River's will. Secondly, his main body had the premier heart. It was only a matter of time before he advanced to the limit of the wool divine transformation realm. At that time, his main body would have to consider how to advance to the Supreme Will realm. The inheritance of the Supreme Will realm could greatly help the main body understand this realm and increase the foundation of the main body's realm. If two Supreme Will realm inheritances were absorbed by the main body, the probability of the main body advancing to the Supreme Will realm in the future would definitely be higher. Hence, Zhou Fight felt that there was a high chance that his main body would go. As for the Supreme Will realm inheritance in his hand, his main body would use it after advancing to the Grade 1 Supreme Sacred Body. Chapter 1563, Battle Starts. 2. As for why he did not use it immediately, it was because this Supreme Will realm inheritance was too high level. Therefore, even if he only absorbed the inheritance inside, there was a certain risk. If he was not careful, he might be contaminated by the inheritance content inside and lose his will, becoming a will substitute of the inheritor. However, if Zhou Zhou had a Grade 1 Supreme Sacred Body, he would not be afraid of these risks. He would be able to absorb the will inheritance of the Heavenly Furnace Lord without worry. Then, he sensed the lower limit of the human race's potential. Then, he smiled. Low-tier deity level intermediate grade. Now, with the help of 501 new Master God tiers of the human race, the potential of the Blazing Sun God race had shockingly advanced from the low-tier deity level elementary grade to the low-tier deity level intermediate grade. Low-tier deity level intermediate grade, not bad. Zhou Marshall nodded in his heart. Then, he sensed how many new Master Gods the Blazing Sun God race needed to advance from the lower limit of the low-tier deity level intermediate grade to the lower limit of the low-tier deity level advanced grade. The answer was, 1,000 of them. As for the remaining newly promoted Master God tiers under him, there was only one. In other words, he still needed 999 new Master God tiers to raise the lower limit of the Blazing Sun God race's potential. As long as I maintain the intensity of yesterday's battle, in at most 2 days, I can raise the lower limit of the Blazing Sun God race's potential to the low-tier deity level advanced grade. Zhou Fight thought to himself. Right at that moment, the Lord of 10,000 Evils, who was opposite Zhou Fight, could not help but smile as he looked at the card that he had already gained the upper hand. He was about to win this game of cards. At this moment, Zhou Fight also came back to his senses and took a look at his hand card. Then, he looked at the sky inadvertently and said, "Our army is on its way. I'm done. Next time, I'll fight a fierce battle with Brother Demon Lord." After saying that, he threw the remaining cards on the table. The Lord of 10,000 Evils was stunned when he saw this scene. He looked up at the sky. Sure enough, they saw the Eternal Mothership and the Demon Lord flying towards them from the ultimate void in the distance. Lord of 10,000 Evils could not help but grit his teeth gloomily. "I'm so unlucky. The army arrived when I was just about to win. Can't you guys come later? Would a few minutes hurt?" Even though he was depressed, the Lord of 10,000 Evils wasn't someone who didn't know the severity of the matter. He stood up, put away the card table, and flew towards the cosmic battleship with Zhou Zhou. At the same time, the Ultimate Void Race army of the Lotus Flame main city also discovered the Eternal Space Carrier and the Demon Lord. They immediately gathered their army in the main city and confronted Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils' army from 4 to 5 light years away. They seemed to have been prepared. Lord of 10,000 Evils said when he saw this scene. Zhou Fight nodded. He was not surprised. The day before yesterday, they had led the army to Wanlong City in advance and took the initiative to fight the other party after all. The other party must have known about this and was only on guard now. Right at that moment, 2 Ultimate Void Supreme Gods flew out of the Lotus Flame main city. One of them had a body like a red jade lotus flower and was burning with scarlet divine flames. It was the city lord of the Lotus Flame main city, the Grade 4 Ultimate Void Supreme God Lotus Flame. The other supreme god, who was in the form of a giant worm and exuded a pale green poisonous gas, was the city lord of the fire poison main city, the grade 4 ultimate void supreme god fire poison. Common people's regal. Lord of 10,000 evils. We've been waiting for you. Lotus Flame shouted. You dare to take the initiative to attack our ultimate void base? Today is the day you die. When you die, the ultimate void base that you previously occupied will return to our hands one by one. The entire ultimate void battlefield will also completely belong to our void emperor, your excellency. Fire Poison said coldly. That's a lot of crap. Zhou Fight said coldly. Then, he directly ordered. Everyone, attack. Attack. Destroy this Lotus Flame main city. Lord of 10,000 evils also gave the order loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Fight's main combat army and Lord of 10,000 evils army began to attack Lotus Flame main city. The Supreme God Realm soldier relied on its invincible divine body to fly at the front of the army. The Supreme Holy Mage God began to prepare his supreme divine technique to attack the Lotus Flame main city in the distance. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals also quickly formed an array. Under the lead of the heavenly venerates, they charged towards the Lotus Flame main city. Roar! Trillions of dragon gods and a few main god tier legendary dragons opened their dragon mouths and spewed out endless dragon breath of various colors to burn this void main city. The ultimate evil spirits of the 1,000 evil army did not fall behind at all. Evil spirit law skills were released from their hands to attack the ultimate void army on the Lotus Flame main city, confusing them and making them kill each other. In addition, 19 supreme gods floated above the army and began to brew and release powerful supreme god level law skills, wanting to shatter the Lotus Flame main city. Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 evils also took out various race divine artifacts to stimulate their effects, allowing them to be enhanced on their own army and increase their combat strength. As for the Son of Destiny, Zhou Fight was not in a hurry to use it. This was because he had already learned from Bodhi Supreme that the other party had long known of his incite defection methods and had long prepared a counter-attack. He planned to use the Son of Destiny after the other party's counter-attack was used up or snatched away. At the same time, just as Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evil's subordinates were attacking the Lotus Flame main city. Chapter 1564, Battle starts. 3. The Lotus Flame Supreme God and the Fire Poison Supreme God also began to use their respective methods. The Lotus Flame Supreme God first activated the Grade 3 Supreme God Realm Defense Facility of the Lotus Flame Main City Fire Lotus Domain. Flame Lotus flowers appeared out of thin air. They radiated an area of more than 1,000 square light years. They constantly rotated and burned, attacking the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom's God Spirit Army and the 1,000 Evil Army's God Spirit Army that were deep inside. Then, the Fire Poison's Ultimate Void Supreme God also took out a small pure white bottle. He carefully opened the cork of the bottle and threw it into the sky. The pure white bottle expanded in the wind. Immediately after, rolling green poisonous fog spewed out. The Ultimate Supreme God of the Fire Poison took out a long snow-white fan and flapped it hard at the green poisonous fog. The rolling green poisonous fog was instantly blown away. In less than a moment, it spread in an area of thousands of square light years and began to poison the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom's God Spirit Army and the 1,000 Evil Army's God Spirit Army. The Supreme God Realm soldiers and Supreme Holy Mage gods of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom were fine. Supreme God Realm soldiers had absolute immunity, immortality, extreme vitality, infinite rebirth, and other Supreme Soldier type talents. Even if the methods used by the Supreme Gods of Fire Lotus and Fire Poison were also Supreme God level methods, they were not much of a threat to the Supreme God Realm soldiers. As for the Supreme Holy Mage God itself, it also grasped a self-protection Supreme Divine technique that was immune to or reduced these external injuries, so there were not many casualties. They even had the strength to help the Dragon God and the legendary dragon race avoid the invasion of these fire lotuses and poisonous fog. As for the heavenly soldiers, heavenly generals, and heavenly venerates, they had the protection of array formations, so they were not afraid of the flames and poisonous fog. On the other hand, the ultimate evil spirit of the 1,000 Evil Army was in a bad situation. Even though the ultimate evil spirit was also a Supreme Soldier type, there were also differences in the Supreme Soldier type, and the ultimate evil spirit was a slightly above average Supreme Soldier type. Even though this was already not bad, it was far inferior to the Supreme God Realm Soldier and the Supreme Holy Mage God. In addition, the ultimate evil spirits were best at mind and will attacks, while their defense was their weakness. Therefore, the ultimate evil spirit army quickly suffered casualties in the face of the fire lotus and poisonous fog. However, they were not afraid of retreating. Instead, they released their mental spells even more crazily and attacked the ultimate void army of the Lotus Flame main city. For a moment, more ultimate void god spirits died at the hands of the ultimate evil spirits. Lord of 10,000 Evils looked at this scene calmly without much fluctuation in his heart. As long as it was a war, there would be casualties. This was a very normal thing. Moreover, the common people's regal had promised that he would help resurrect his subordinates, so he was not afraid of casualties. So what if he died? As long as he had to bring away the god spirits of the ultimate void camp before he died, he would not lose out. If he killed many ultimate void god spirits, he might even profit. After the Lotus Flame Supreme God and the Fire Poison Supreme God used their respective methods, the army in the Lotus Flame main city also began to release law skills to attack the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom's army and the Thousand Evil army. At this moment, with every minute and second, tens of thousands or even more god spirits from both sides died on the battlefield. After death, the subsequent gods swarmed over and took over the position of the dead gods to continue attacking the enemy. This cycle went on and on. The war had just begun, but it had already entered the most tragic and white-hot stage. Chapter 1565, One-on-One Battle. Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils watched this scene calmly. At this moment, the Lotus Flame Supreme God and the Fire Poison Supreme God suddenly flew out of the Lotus Flame main city. They looked at Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils before the Lotus Flame Supreme God shouted. Common People's Regal, Lord of 10,000 Evils. Do you have the guts to fight us? Why wouldn't I dare? The Lord of 10,000 Evils snorted when he saw this. He wasn't afraid of battle. He extended his right hand, and a black gold lotus lamp appeared out of thin air. It slowly spun in his palm. At the same time, a sharp black gold needle circled the black gold lotus lamp and autobiographed itself. Inadvertently, it flickered with a golden edge. This was Lord of 10,000 Evils' intrinsic divine artifact. At the same time, it was also an enhanceable race divine artifact called the Golden Lotus Divine Lamp. It was both offensive and defensive. It was one of the divine artifacts that he liked to use. Zhou Fight also took out the Xian Yuan Divine Sword calmly and pointed the tip at the Lotus Flame Supreme God. Brother Common People's Regal, be careful. These ultimate void race people have always liked to play dirty. Remember to be on guard. Even though Lord of 10,000 Evils agreed readily on the surface, he secretly sent a voice transmission to Zhou Fight. The Lord of 10,000 Evils didn't want to fight to begin with, but since the other party had taken the initiative to jump out and ask for a battle, in order not to affect his morale, he could only accept the battle. Of course, most importantly, although he didn't want to fight, it didn't mean that he was afraid of him. In terms of one-on-one combat, Lord of 10,000 Evils was confident that he was not inferior to any supreme god. The supreme god of the heavenly blade was an exception. As Zhou Zhou's main battle avatar, Zhou Fight was naturally not afraid of the other party. He responded to Lord of 10,000 Evils. Then, without any nonsense, he flew towards the supreme god of Lotus Flame and Fire Poison with Lord of 10,000 Evils. When the Lotus Flame Supreme God and the Fire Poison Supreme God saw this, they avoided the battlefield and flew into the ultimate void further away. This was exactly what Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils thought. Once they, who had the combat power of a grade 4 Supreme God, fought with all their might without any worries, the area of the battle would be too large. It was very easy for them to hurt their own people and stay away from the battlefield. Finding another place to fight was the right choice. As for traps and whatnot, Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils were very confident in themselves, so they were not too worried. Therefore, they immediately chased after him. Soon, they arrived at an ultimate void that allowed them to fight to their heart's content. Fire Poison. I haven't forgotten about the war 6,900 years ago when you set up the poisonous fog behind our army. Today, I'm going to avenge my billion god spirit army. Lord of 10,000 Evils looked at the Fire Poison Supreme God coldly, his eyes filled with hatred. You won't be able to take revenge, but I can promise you that I'll send you to meet your billion dead god spirit army. The Fire Poison Supreme God laughed out loud. The Lord of 10,000 Evils did not say anything else. He held the golden lotus divine lamp and rushed towards the fire poison supreme god. The fire poison supreme god also held his fire poison bottle and charged at Lord of 10,000 Evils. The two of them quickly engaged in an intense battle, each move taking the enemy's life. Zhou Fight was also fighting the Lotus Flame Supreme God with the Xian Yuan Divine Sword. As a Grade 4 Supreme God, the Lotus Flame Supreme God had a total of 5 Supreme Divine Artifacts on her. Her combat strength was considered top-notch among the Grade 4 Supreme Gods. In the past, Zhou Fight might not have been able to defeat the other party. However, recently, he had many more Supreme Gods under him, especially through the gains from the Sun of Destiny and the Time Ruins. He also had 2 more Grade 4 Supreme Gods under him. With the augmentation of the king, these 2 Level 4 Supreme Gods, in addition to the strength of the other 11 Supreme Gods, were all augmented on Zhou Fight alone. This made his strength instantly rise to the level of a peak Grade 4 Supreme God. Coupled with the enhancement of the Supreme Divine Artifacts and Racial Divine Artifacts on him, it was no exaggeration to say that among the Supreme Gods, other than the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade, who had comprehended the Supreme Will, the current Zhou Fight was no longer afraid of any God spirit below the quasi-Supreme Will. Therefore, not long after the battle between the Lotus Flame Supreme God and Zhou Zhou, they shockingly discovered something. That was that he, a genuine top Grade 4 Supreme God, was actually unable to defeat this pseudo-Grade 4 Supreme God in a head-on battle. Impossible! The Supreme God of Lotus Flame roared angrily and turned into a fire lotus to escape Zhou Fight's continuous sword attack. Then, he pointed into the distance. Grade 4 Supreme God Law Skill Fury Flame Lotus. This law skill was one of the famous law skills of the Lotus Flame Supreme God. It could turn the enemy into an incomparably huge flame red lotus that would explode 10 seconds later. The stronger the enemy was, the greater the power of the explosion and the higher the damage to the enemy. A pseudo-Grade 4 Supreme God like Zhou Fight would definitely die once he exploded. Zhou Fight also realized that he had become a blazing flame red lotus. He sensed the increasingly explosive fire energy in his body and knew that if he didn't stop it, he would quickly self-destruct and die. However, Zhou Fight's expression was still cold even after knowing this situation. It was impossible to tell that he was already in danger. All the land in the world belongs to the king. A cold voice came from Zhou Fight and resounded throughout the ultimate void. In the next second, boom! The 9-colored nomological domain descended into the ultimate void. The radius of thousands of square light years was covered by this 9-colored domain. In this 9-colored nomological domain, the Supreme God of Lotus Flame and the Supreme God of Fire Poison, who was fighting with Lord of 10,000 Evils, even had the illusion that the ultimate void that they was currently in did not seem to be a domain that they was familiar with, but an unfamiliar domain, or rather, someone else's territory. The territory that belonged to the common people's regal. At this moment, the Lotus Flame Supreme God also looked at Zhou Fight in shock. This was because he was shocked to discover that when the 9-colored nomological domain descended, Zhou Fight, who had already turned into a flaming lotus flower, quickly returned to normal. In less than a second, he returned to his original appearance. How is this possible? Why is his nomological skill so much stronger than mine in terms of priority? His main body is clearly a master god who has just risen. How can the nomological path he has comprehended be so much stronger than mine? The Lotus Flame Supreme God was in disbelief. He had only seen 3 existences that could comprehend such a high-priority nomological technique. He was personally confirmed by Your Excellency, the Void Emperor, as a top Supreme God with the potential to advance to the quasi-Supreme Will level in the future. He was already a Supreme God with a quasi-Supreme Will. There were also existences at the Supreme Will realm. Which meant, the common people's regal that he was facing at this moment would at least become a quasi-Supreme Will in the future. At this moment, he recalled the scene where he had cultivated diligently for countless years without touching the threshold of a quasi-Supreme Will. He then thought of the guy opposite him. He had cultivated to his current level in such a short period of time and his future was limitless. He couldn't help but burn with jealousy at the thought of this. Supreme Lord Reserve Army. Genius, right? I just want to see if you can block this. He stretched out his right hand and saw a blue granular fog appear in his hand. Chapter 1566, The Remains of the Supreme Will Realm. The Outbreak of the Lord of 10,000 Evils. As soon as this blue granular fog appeared, the surrounding ultimate void froze. At the same time, an extremely terrifying and oppressive aura emitted from this blue particle-shaped strange object, causing Zhou Fight's expression to change slightly. Even Lord of 10,000 Evils and the Fire Poison Supreme God, who were fighting far away, could not help but be shocked. Then, they looked at the Lotus Flame Supreme God. This is... When the Lord of 10,000 Evils saw this blue granular fog, his expression instantly changed drastically. "Brother Common People's Regal, run!" he roared. The Fire Poison Supreme God was also very surprised. Lotus Flame actually took this out. He is really generous. However, if we can kill the reserve army of the Supreme Lord, Common People's Regal, perhaps your excellency will reward him with even more precious treasures. It's not a loss. At the thought of this, the Fire Poison Supreme God understood him and even envied him. He did not have any similar treasures in his hands. Otherwise, he would definitely use them on Lord of 10,000 Evils like the Lotus Flame Supreme God. At the same time, Zhou Fight also looked at the blue particle-shaped fog in the Fire Poison Supreme God's hand with a solemn expression. "The remains of a Supreme Will Realm will," he said. He had just entered the ruins of the Chaos of Death yesterday and had seen many battles of the Supreme Will Realm, so he was naturally familiar with the aura of the Supreme Will Realm. Therefore, when the Lotus Flame Supreme God took out this blue granular fog, he recognized it at a glance. "You actually know him." When the Lotus Flame Supreme God saw that Zhou Fight actually recognized the treasure in his hand, he could not help but be surprised. Even the other Supreme Gods rarely knew about the origin of the Supreme Treasure in his hand. Only friends like the Supreme God of Fire Poison and the Supreme Will Realm knew what it was. This was the remains of a Supreme Will that came from a Supreme Will Realm existence. Even if this piece of wreckage was only 1 in a billion of the existence of the fallen Supreme Will Realm, it was not something the Supreme God could compare to. The Supreme Will and the Supreme God were already two completely different species after all. With a thought, the Supreme Will could easily kill a top grade 4 Supreme God. Even though the remains of this Supreme Will were far inferior to a true Supreme Will Realm existence, it was still easy to kill Zhou Fight. "Common People's Regal, it's your honor to die in the hands of this treasure of mine. I'll use it to kill you. You can rest in peace after you die." The Lotus Flame Supreme God looked at the remains of the Supreme Will Realm in his hand with pity and then looked at Zhou Fight with a pleased expression. With that, he suddenly threw the remains of the Supreme Will into the sky. In the next second, after this ball of blue granular fog was thrown into the air, it suddenly spread out and formed a huge blue creature. This huge blue creature emitted the terrifying aura of a Supreme Will Realm expert. He had 3 eyes, and the pupils of his 3 eyes were also blue. At this moment, his eyes were blank, as if he had lost his rationality. "Chaotic Divine Demon." Zhou Fight looked at the huge blue creature and muttered to himself. Zhou Marshall had once seen this chaotic divine demon at the Supreme Will Realm fight the Supreme Will Realm experts in the Crimson Overlord's camp and be killed by the Supreme Will Realm experts in the Crimson Overlord's camp. He thought that he would never see it again after leaving that place. He did not expect that after parting ways in the Time Ruins, he could still meet the other party's relics despite such a long time and distance. It was just that the timing and the reason for their meeting were not too good. "Lord Water God! Destroy the enemy before me!" At this moment, the Lotus Flame Supreme God said respectfully to the remnant body of the chaotic divine demon. And these words were like an order to the huge blue creature. His confused expression gradually disappeared, and his gaze gradually turned sharp. He looked at Zhou Fight, and the third eye on his forehead suddenly shot out a blue light. The bluish-blue water light was like a flying needle that shot straight at the spot between Zhou Fight's eyebrows. When Lord of 10,000 Evils saw this scene, his eyes almost popped out. Even though he had not interacted with Zhou Zhan for long, Zhou Fight's straightforward style and pragmatic and belligerent personality had long made him a confidant in his heart. Zhou Fight obviously felt this too. What made he very happy was that from Zhou Fight's attitude, it was obvious that he did not reject his idea of befriending him. As the saying went, it was difficult to find a confidant. The Lord of 10,000 Evils had lived for so long, but he only had a few close friends. Now, he was watching helplessly as one of his confidants was killed by the other party using methods at the Supreme Will Realm. How could he control him? Brother Common People's Regal. The Lord of 10,000 Evils directly abandoned the Supreme God of Fire Poison, who was his enemy. Even if Fire Poison took the opportunity to poison his divine body, he did not have time to think and rushed straight at Zhou Fight. Swish! 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 A total of 7 supreme divine artifacts appeared behind he and flew towards the Lotus Flame Supreme God with a thought. The Lotus Flame Supreme God wanted to dodge, but he was currently controlling the will remnant of a supreme will powerhouse, and his divine body could not move at all. This was also the flaw of using this treasure. It was also because of this that he only dared to use it alone when Lord of 10,000 Evils was restrained by the Fire Poison Supreme God. However, he never expected that Lord of 10,000 Evils would dare to risk being severely injured to escape the restraints of the Fire Poison Supreme God to deal with him. Wasn't this guy in competitions with the common people's regal? Why was he so desperate to save the other party? Explode! During this period, when the Supreme Divine Artifact approached the Fire Poison Supreme God, Lord of 10,000 Evils immediately shouted. In the next second, the 7 Supreme Divine Artifacts directly caused a world-shaking explosion around the Lotus Flame Supreme God. This was a total of 7 Supreme Divine Artifacts. The explosive power from each of them was no less than the self-destruction of a Supreme God. The self-destruction of 7 Supreme God artifacts was equivalent to an ordinary person stepping on 7 landmines and detonating them at the same time. The Lotus Flame Supreme God died on the spot, without any time to leave his last words. The Fire Poison Supreme God's expression changed drastically when he saw this. However, he looked at the common people's regal and thought for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. The death of the Lotus Flame Supreme God might be a good thing for me. In this way, all the credit for killing the Supreme Lord's reserve army will be mine. The Lotus Flame Supreme God might not even think of it until he died. He regarded the Fire Poison Supreme God as a close friend. However, this friend of he only wanted to plunder his credit after he died. Then, he looked at Zhou Fight. Die! Common people's regal. Dying under the remains of a Supreme Will Realm cultivator could be considered an honorable death. How many supreme gods who had fallen did not even have the chance to die like this? You're just a master god. You should be proud to die in such a way. Chapter 1567, Zhou Fight is a quasi-supreme will realm combat power expert. 2. The current situation was very dangerous for Zhou Fight. The Lord of 10,000 Evils really wanted to immediately come to Zhou Fight's side to help him. He had been the Supreme Lord's third reserve army for so many years and had many trump cards on him. Among them, there was no lack of self-protection trump cards at the level of supreme willpower. Therefore, if he could rush to Zhou Fight's side, it was completely possible to guarantee the next week's battle. He knew that Zhou Fight was a clone. It was not a big loss to die. Yet, at this moment, he didn't think too much about it. What he was thinking about was completely his instinctive behavior. However, he couldn't do it. He did not have the Dragon God of all life, so he could instantly cross the void to Zhou Fight's side. He could only watch helplessly as the blue water light that emitted the aura of supreme will shot towards Zhou Fight. The Lord of 10,000 Evils couldn't bear it and closed his eyes. Right at that moment, Zhou Fight calmly stretched out his right hand, and a dazzling saber beam floated in his palm. I didn't think I'd need you so soon. Zhou Fight sighed. This resplendent blade light was the self-protection method that the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade had given to he before he left. A full-strength attack that contained a quasi-supreme willpower realm expert. He had a thought. The next second, the resplendent saber beam instantly flew out of his palm and formed the phantom of the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade behind him. He looked coldly at the water god's phantom. Then, his gaze landed on the blue water light that was flying over. He suddenly brandished his saber and slashed out a saber beam that could destroy the world. Quasi-supreme will law skill heaven destroying Deo. Swoosh! The saber beam carried a terrifying might as it shot towards the azure blue water beam. And that's not all. The apparition of the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade also turned into a black blade light and merged into the heaven-destroying path that he had slashed out. The sky-destroying Deo, which was already powerful, became even more powerful after merging with the shadow of the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade. The next moment, he saw the heaven extermination Deo collide with the azure blue water light. The entire void suddenly fell silent. Then, buzz! A terrifying and high-pitched buzzing sound rang out. Amidst this buzzing sound, it was as if countless waves were colliding, and a large number of sharp and violent saber cries reverberated. Even the armies of both sides, who were fighting far away, heard this voice from far away. Many of the remaining deities could not help but look over, wanting to see what was going on. However, even Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils were unable to see what was happening inside the collision, let alone gods at their level. The confrontation between the quasi-supreme will and the supreme will seemed to be only one level away from them, but there was actually an extremely long distance between them. It's like an elementary school math student watching a genetic modification experiment. Even the direction was different, let alone understanding and cognition. Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils only knew that after the buzzing stopped, that turquoise water light shot towards them without any decrease in momentum. Meanwhile, the supreme god of the heavenly blades' heaven exterminating path had already disappeared without a trace. The supreme god of the heavenly blades' heavenly destruction Dao could not block this casual attack from the remains of the supreme will. When Zhou Fight saw this, he was shocked but not for long. One of them was a quasi-supreme will, while the other was a genuine supreme will after all. Even if it was only a fragment that had fallen countless years ago, it was not something a quasi-supreme will realm cultivator could resist. It could at least weaken part of the power of the attack. Zhou Fight activated all the land in the world belongs to the king without hesitation. At the same time, he changed the rules of the domain, weakening the attacks that entered his domain to the greatest extent. Then, he did something that shocked all the supreme gods present. With a thought, more than 100 supreme divine artifacts appeared behind him. Every supreme divine artifact of they shone with resplendent treasure light in the ultimate void, manifesting their nobility and extraordinariness. When Lord of 10,000 Evils and the fire poison supreme god saw so many supreme divine artifacts appear behind Zhou Fight, they were immediately shocked. Their first thought was, the common people's regal actually has so many supreme divine artifacts. The second thought was, what is the common people's regal doing? Soon, Zhou Fight used his actions to tell Lord of 10,000 Evils, the supreme god of fire poison, and the obscure god spirits who were secretly observing the battle on their side what he wanted to do. As Zhou Fight retreated rapidly and pulled away from the blue water light, he pointed with his right hand and saw the 100-odd supreme divine artifacts flying towards the blue water light in unison and arriving in front of him in an instant. Explode! Zhou Fight shouted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, the aura of these 100 over supreme divine artifacts instantly became unstable. Then, all the supreme divine artifacts self-destruct. The self-destruction of more than 100 supreme god artifacts instantly swept through the entire battlefield. Lord of 10,000 Evils and the fire poison supreme gods' expressions changed drastically. They did not even have the time to be shocked that Zhou Fight would do such a prodigal act. They instinctively flew into the distance and tried their best to distance themselves from the explosion zone. Zhou Fight was also within the range of the explosion. Fortunately, he also had many defensive supreme divine artifacts. He instantly took out more than 200 supreme divine artifacts and used his divine power to activate they at the same time, allowing they to protect him. Fortunately, the Lord's Law skill allowed Zhou Fight to possess all the supreme divine power of the 15 supreme gods. Otherwise, he might not have been able to control so many supreme divine artifacts at the same time to protect himself. Chapter 1568, Zhou Fight is a quasi-supreme will realm combat power expert. 2. However, even though Zhou Fight had made so many arrangements, when the terrifying explosion struck, the dozen or so supreme divine artifacts protecting the periphery of Zhou Fight were instantly destroyed by the explosion. After that, even though the middle-level supreme divine artifact was not destroyed, it also suffered varying degrees of damage. Zhou Fight heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. Then, he was still worried. He summoned more than 200 supreme divine artifacts and guided them to the center of the explosion. Then, he detonated they again. Only then did he lower his guard slightly and look warily at the center of the explosion. The power of his will could guide more supreme divine artifacts in the number 1 treasure vault at any time. As long as there was a trace of the blue water light, he would throw out the supreme divine artifacts again without hesitation, exhausting the other party as much as possible until this danger was completely eliminated. At the same time, the Lord of 10,000 Evils and God Lord Fire Poison, who had fled far away with all their might, looked at each other in shock. They actually felt an inexplicable sense of appreciation for each other. Then, they looked at the center of the explosion, and the shock in their eyes did not dissipate for a long time. That's more than 100 supreme divine artifacts. He self-destruct just like that. The fire poison supreme god muttered to himself. As the ultimate void race often collected ownerless treasures that wandered in the ultimate void, they had quite a number of supreme divine artifacts. At the very least, they had much more supreme divine artifacts than the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord. This was also why the supreme gods of the ultimate void race, they, each had at least one or two supreme divine artifacts. Unlike the Supreme Will and the supreme gods under the Crimson Overlord, some supreme gods were even using Master God tier divine artifacts as their weapons and equipment. However, even though they were as rich as they were, they had never been as prodigal as Zhou Fight. Thinking about how Zhou Fight had self-destruct more than 100 supreme divine artifacts without hesitation just now, even though he was the other party's enemy now, he could not help but lament in his heart. How good would it be to give me those 100 over supreme divine artifacts? If you are willing to give it to me, I can persuade the Lotus Flame Supreme God not to use that thing against you. This guy self-destructs so many supreme divine artifacts without any hesitation. On the other side, Lord of 10,000 Evils was also muttering to himself. At this moment, he, the third reserve army of the Supreme Lord, was like a country bumpkin from the old era, seeing the extravagance of the upper class for the first time. Is this the Supreme Lord reserve army for the new era? I'm getting old. The Lord of 10,000 Evils suddenly felt a little dejected. As for Zhou Fight, who was still in the midst of an explosion, he wasn't too worried. Even though he had not known Zhou Zhan for long, he could tell that the other party was a calm and smart person. Since the other party dared to use such a method to injure the enemy and harm himself, he must have considered his safety. Mutual destruction? He felt that this word did not exist in the other party's dictionary. Sure enough, in less than a moment, after the aftershocks of the explosion dissipated, Lord of 10,000 Evils and the Supreme God of Fire Poison saw that Zhou Fight was standing on the spot unscathed, and he was surrounded by more than 10 defensive supreme divine artifacts that emitted treasure light. All of a sudden, whether it was Lord of 10,000 Evils who was mentally prepared, or the Supreme God of Fire Poison who wanted to see common people's regal die, they all fell silent after seeing this scene. Brother Demon Lord! Stop daydreaming! Let's destroy this Fire Poison Supreme God together! Right at that moment, Zhou Fight's calm voice sounded. Only then did Lord of 10,000 Evils return to his senses. He immediately looked in the direction of the Fire Poison Supreme God and saw that the Fire Poison Supreme God had already fled crazily into the distance. At this moment, the Fire Poison Supreme God cursed in his heart. How was this common people's regal a rookie who had just been promoted to Supreme Lord Reserve Army? How could he be a junior who had only reached the Supreme God level by relying on nomological secret techniques? It could withstand an attack from the remains of a Supreme Will head-on and had a large number of Supreme Divine Artifacts in its hands. It could casually make hundreds of Supreme Divine Artifacts self-destruct to destroy the enemy. Such strength was already completely at the quasi-Supreme Willpower level. What's wrong with using external objects? Wasn't external objects also a part of one's strength? If he had known that the other party was such a pervert, how could he have come with the Lotus Flame Supreme God to deal with him? Wouldn't it be better to report directly to Your Excellency the Void Emperor and show the true strength of the common people's regal? Wouldn't it be better to let the Void Emperor directly send the same quasi-supreme willpower realm to deal with him? The actions of the Lotus Flame Supreme God and him were simply courting death in his eyes. So what if they were two top grade 4 supreme gods? In front of these quasi-supreme willpower experts, they were still as weak as chicks. I shouldn't have been blinded by benefits and come to find trouble with him for this credit. The Fire Poison Supreme God was filled with regret. Who would have thought that this common people's regal could match a quasi-supreme willpower realm expert with his full strength? However, it was too late for regrets now. He only wanted to escape. At that moment, Sky Hoopring City. The Lord of 10,000 Evils' voice sounded. The next second, the Supreme God of Fire Poison saw that in front of him, an incomparably tall golden illusory city wall had appeared, blocking the direction of his escape. He looked in another direction and realized that he had unknowingly been trapped in an illusory golden ringed ancient city. He could not escape from this illusory city no matter which direction he went. He turned around. Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils stood behind him and looked at he as if they were looking at a dead person. When the Fire Poison Supreme God saw this, his entire body turned cold and he entered the abyss. A moment later, Zhou Fight put away the divine body of the fire poison supreme god. In exchange, Zhou Fight gave Lord of 10,000 Evils 6 supreme divine artifacts. The fire poison supreme god had 4 supreme divine artifacts after all. Lord of 10,000 Evils looked at the 6 supreme divine artifacts floating in front of him. Under normal circumstances, he should be happy. These 6 supreme divine artifacts were a good harvest even for him. However, when he thought about how this common people's regal had treated hundreds of supreme divine artifacts as nothing, he suddenly felt that the 6 supreme divine artifacts in front of him suddenly became dull. Then, after some hesitation, he couldn't help but ask. Brother common people's regal, where did you get these supreme divine artifacts? The reason why you dare to self-destruct so many supreme divine artifacts is because you have more, right? Zhou Fight subconsciously glanced at the 100,000 plus supreme divine artifacts in the number 1 treasure vault and could not help but nod. The Lord of 10,000 Evils fell silent. After a long while, he said with a solemn and excited expression. Brother common people's regal, these supreme divine artifacts of yours will be of great use in our battle against the illusionary tribe. I think it won't be long before the Lord Hyrule will be in touch with you. If the Hyrule requires it, I will not hesitate to do so. Zhou Fight chuckled. In any case, with the Supreme Will's way of doing things, if he really came to ask for his supreme divine artifact, he would definitely not treat him badly. Therefore, he said this sincerely. The Lord of 10,000 Evils nodded. Then, he sighed with emotion. I didn't expect you to solve such a dead end. Now, your combat strength is undoubtedly at the quasi-supreme will state. You can't use that much. If I hadn't encountered the other party using a supreme will level technique this time, I wouldn't have wasted so many supreme divine artifacts to deal with it. Zhou Fight shook his head. The enemy doesn't know that. In the eyes of the enemy, if you can use it the first time, you might be able to use it the second time. There are advantages, but also disadvantages. There's no need to talk about the benefits. Just in terms of deterrence, your quasi-supreme willpower combat strength is enough to make countless enemies run away or even surrender. As for the bad side, after the Void Emperor knows your greatest combat strength, it's very likely that he will send other quasi-supreme willpower experts to snipe you. We need to prepare early. When the Lord of 10,000 Evils said this, he couldn't help but feel a headache. Quasi-supreme willpower realm experts were all seeds of future supreme willpower. All of them were very difficult to deal with. Even if he had a large number of trump cards in his hands, he didn't want to easily be involved with such existences. He hoped that the Supreme Will could help after knowing the methods of the common people's regal. Chapter 1569, The Grinding of the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade. In the Land of Dusk, a black-robed saberman holding a black saber was fighting crazily under the siege of a group of experts from the Illusionist clan. There were 15 powerhouses of the Illusionist clan in total, and 5 of them were at the quasi-supreme willpower realm. The other 10 powerhouses of the Illusionist clan also had the strength of a top grade 4 supreme god. The saber expert seemed to be in danger under the all-out siege of these experts of the illusionary race. However, in such a precarious situation, he actually withstood the attacks of these experts of the Illusionist clan with his shocking will and perfect saber technique. The number of wounds on his body increased as time passed, but he wasn't dead. He still did not die. He had been defending against the attacks of the supreme gods and quasi-supreme willpower experts of the Illusionist clan. He was even trying his best to counter-attack during this period. Even though this caused more wounds to appear on his body, making he look even more in danger. However, be it the powerhouses of the Illusionist clan who participated in the siege or the God King Heaven punishment and the Supreme Will who were secretly observing this scene, they could not help but be amazed by this guy's hard work and will. Of course, the experts of the Illusionist clan were even more furious. This fellow's attempt to counter-attack was like a slap to their faces, telling them that this was the extent of the so-called siege. Hence, the Illusionist clan was even angrier. In their anger, they attacked the saber expert even more fiercely. The situation of this saber expert became even more dangerous. However, he didn't die and was still trying to counter-attack. During this process, unknowingly, his combat skills, sword Dao loss, and his will began to increase at a very stable and firm speed. On a broken platform not far away, the God King Heaven punishment and the Supreme Will had been watching the battle between the sword Dao expert and the Illusionist clan. This fellow is really a lunatic. He just came to the land of dusk and he dares to provoke so many powerhouses at the same level as him to attack him. The God King Heaven Punishment sighed. Then, an interested smile appeared on his face. However, I like it. I'm short of such a valiant general. You say this every time I bring outstanding supreme gods and quasi-supreme willpower realms. The Supreme Will said calmly. There are all living beings with brains who love talent. Furthermore, I'm a lord. It's normal for me to have the thought of recruiting him when I see such an expert. Furthermore, I'm a lord. It's normal for me to have the thought of recruiting him when I see such an expert. Then I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade already has someone in mind. The reason why he agreed to come with me is even to serve him after reaching the Supreme Will realm. The Supreme Will said. Oh! God King Heaven Punishment was a little surprised. Then, he said enviously. Which Supreme Will is it? It's not any Supreme Will. The Supreme Will shook his head. Is he the former Supreme God Leader? The God King Heaven Punishment said in surprise. It was rare for an expert to still be willing to pledge loyalty to the former Supreme God Leader after advancing to a Supreme Will. Not really. A smile appeared on the Supreme Will's face. Even though that little fellow had the combat power of a top Supreme God, he was indeed not a Supreme God yet. Who's that? The God King Heaven Punishment was really surprised this time. It can't be a Master God, right? How can that be? It was difficult even to get to know ordinary Supreme Gods, let alone subdue them as subordinates, not to mention coming into contact with a quasi-supreme willpower practitioner like the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade. The God King Heaven Punishment thought. However, he suddenly thought of a possibility. Is that my fourth brother? He asked. You sure like to talk about your relatives. The Supreme Will shook his head. It's really my fourth brother. The God King Heaven Punishment clapped lightly and smiled. I didn't expect this. I really didn't expect this. As expected of our fourth Supreme Lord Reserve Army. What he did is indeed extraordinary. It shocked even me, his big brother. Then, he glanced at the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade, who was still fighting, and sighed with emotion. I won't snatch you since you're fourth brother's future subordinate. The Supreme Will said nothing. At this moment, the Supreme Will's expression suddenly changed slightly. The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade, who was fighting with the powerhouses of the Illusionist clan, also changed his expression slightly and his movements were a little messy. However, he quickly adjusted his mentality and continued to fight the enemy in front of him calmly. However, he became worried. He specially left a full-powered strike for Zhou fight before he left. He had thought that his gift would allow Zhou fight to avoid danger. He did not expect that he had discovered that not only had his full-strength attack been exhausted, but most importantly, the full-strength attack he had left behind had actually failed to block the attack of the unknown enemy. The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade suddenly felt ridiculous. What he thought he could show off was actually shattered by the enemy the next day. The Supreme Will. The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade's eyes were deep, but a monstrous flame suddenly rose from the depths of his heart. I want to become a Supreme Will. I must become a Supreme Will. An all-out attack at the quasi-Supreme Will level could be shattered by the enemy. The enemy should not be able to shatter that Supreme Will level attack, right? It should be able to protect the person he wanted to protect, right? At this moment, the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade's desire to advance to a Supreme Will reached its peak. Even the every swing of his saber became much more ferocious and firm. The powerhouses of the Illusionist clan who surrounded him only felt that this guy in front of them seemed to have become stronger. Damn it! How could this guy be so tenacious and become stronger the more he fought? The God King Heaven Punishment looked at the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade, who was getting fiercer and fiercer. Why did this guy's attacks suddenly become even sharper and more suicidal? It doesn't look like he used a secret technique to increase his strength. Instead, it looks like he was stimulated. He was puzzled. It's just a shock. The Supreme Will then told him what had happened on the Ultimate Void battlefield. No wonder. The God King Heaven Punishment nodded in realization. Then, he asked, how's my fourth brother now? It's okay. However, I have something to look for him on later. In addition, I want to tell you that this fourth brother of yours already has the strength of a quasi-supreme will. The Supreme Will said. The God King Heaven Punishment looked at the Supreme Will and did not understand what it meant. However, the God King Heaven Punishment did not ask further since he did not say anything. He excitedly said, as expected of fourth brother. He actually obtained the combat strength of a quasi-supreme will realm in such a short period of time. In that case, will I be able to see him in the land of dusk soon? The Supreme Will was silent for a moment before saying, he is only at Master God tier advance grade now. Only at Master God tier advance grade. The God King Heaven Punishment said in disappointment. Then, he came back to his senses and gradually fell silent. Then, he grinned and said, what a pervert! But I like it. Does second brother know about this? Your second brother is fishing. He just sits there fishing every day and treats the river of time as his fish pond, right? The God King Heaven Punishment was speechless. Chapter 1570, Will Holy Artifact Holy Scripture of the Heart. Using the Son of Destiny. The Supreme Will shook his head. The 4 reserve armies of his each had their own personalities. However, they had such personalities and habits that were extremely compatible with their path, so he could not say anything. The God King Heaven Punishment didn't say anything else and said, Lord Supreme Will, the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade has just come up, and you're already making him face such a difficult test and not allowing us to help him. Isn't this too dangerous for him? The Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade is a god of battle. He has to experience the most dangerous battles to have a chance of advancement if he wants to advance from the quasi-supreme will realm to the supreme will realm. Besides, I wasn't the one who suggested this test. He suggested it himself. I have no reason to disagree, the Supreme Will said. The God King Heaven Punishment nodded in realization. Then, he looked at the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade in admiration. I admire him more and more. Haha, I'm also more and more envious of my fourth brother I've never met. He actually has such a fierce general with endless potential before he becomes a supreme god. Then, he looked at it and frowned slightly. The fighting style of the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade is too dangerous. It's fast to improve like this, but how can he be healed from his injuries? Lord Supreme Will, did you give him healing pills? I gave him something else. The common people's regal has already given healing pills supreme divine artifacts at that to him. Fourth brother already gave that. The God King Heaven Punishment was shocked. How rich was his fourth brother? Did he really not inherit the inheritance of a supreme will? At this moment, the God King Heaven Punishment happened to see the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade split the powerhouses of the illusionist clan who surrounded him in front of him with a saber beam. Then, he retreated a large distance, took out a large handful of divine medicine from his world rings and threw them into his mouth. The God King Heaven Punishment's eyes widened. Those were all divine medicines at the Supreme God level if he was not mistaken, right? Did this guy eat pills of this level as snacks? Even though he was already a Supreme Willpower Realm expert, he did not dare to use divine medicine like this. It could be done, but there was no need. What kind of person is my third brother? The God King Heaven Punishment muttered to himself. The Supreme Will was amused by this scene. He thought of something again and his body quietly dissipated. He did not even notice God King Heaven Punishment. At the same time, in the ultimate void battlefield. After Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils eliminated the 2 ultimate void supreme gods, Lotus Flame and Fire Poison, they immediately returned to the battlefield. On the battlefield, the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom's God Spirit Army and the 1,000 Evil Army's God Spirit Army were still insisting on attacking the Lotus Flame main city. Even though the Fire Lotus flowers and poisonous gas in the Fire Lotus domain were constantly harming their army, the gods of their army still continued to attack while resisting. Fortunately, they had powerful defensive and healing abilities. Otherwise, there would have been heavy casualties. Seeing this, Zhou Fight immediately took out a pure white bottle. This small bottle was the Grade 4 Supreme Divine Artifact 1000 Poison Bottle that the Fire Poison Supreme God used to release poisonous fog. Now that the Fire Poison Supreme God was dead, this Supreme Divine Artifact fell into Zhou Fight's hands. He uncorked the bottle and threw it into the sky. The 10,000 poison bottle rapidly expanded. Then, a large amount of suction force was born from the mouth of the bottle. This suction force quickly absorbed the pale green poisonous fog that filled the battlefield. In less than a moment, the pale green poisonous fog that had filled the entire battlefield was absorbed into the 10,000 poison bottle. The pressure on the blazing sun divine kingdom's God Spirit army and the 1,000 evil armies God Spirit army instantly decreased. It's a pity that the Fire Lotus domain is the Grade 3 Supreme God Realm defense facility of the Lotus Flame main city. The switch for it is in the city. Otherwise, I would have turned it off too. Zhou Fight said regretfully. The Lord of 10,000 Evils laughed. This brother of his was good at everything, but his only flaw was that he wanted everything. Nonetheless, this was not a huge flaw. Then, Zhou Fight did not waste any time and prepared to release the Son of Destiny immediately. He had already checked. The treasure that stopped him from using the Son of Destiny was a supreme will-level treasure called the Holy Scripture of the Heart. This supreme will-level treasure came from the Lotus Flame Supreme God. It was probably requested by him from the supreme will-level existence of the ultimate void race. Its effect was also very simple. There were only two. One was to defend against the attacks of bewitching abilities from the outside world. Not only could he provide the user with protection in terms of willpower to prevent they from being tampered with by the strong and becoming their slaves, he could also be used by the soldiers under him, which happened to restrain Zhou Fight's Son of Destiny. The other ability was to assist in the cultivation of willpower. It could increase the speed of the willpower cultivator. The supplementary effect of this increase in willpower was even effective against existences at the Supreme Will Realm. And now, with the death of the Lotus Flame Supreme God, the Holy Scripture of the Heart naturally fell into his hands. After Zhou Fight obtained this Holy Scripture of the Heart, he was naturally overjoyed. This was also his first Supreme Will level treasure. And this treasure had another official name. Holy Artifact. This kind of holy artifact was a level higher than a Supreme Divine Artifact. It was specially used by Supreme Willpower Realm experts and could allow them to maximize their strength. I'm a Master God. Isn't it a little too high profile for me to hold a holy artifact? Even though that was what Zhou Fight said when he saw this holy artifact, the smile on his lips did not stop. With the Premier Heart and this Holy Scripture of the Heart, he felt that the efficiency of his main body reaching the limit of the Will Divine Transformation Realm should be greatly increased. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before their main body could advance to the limit of the Will Divine Transformation Realm, and their clones could also advance. Speaking of which, after Zhou Fight obtained the Holy Scripture of the Heart and confirmed from Bodhi Supreme that the other party did not have any other methods to defend against the Son of Destiny, he immediately released the Son of Destiny to the Lotus Flame main city. Soon, a text notification appeared. Prompt: you have activated your Supreme Unique Lord talent, Son of Destiny. You have been blessed by the heavens. 50% of the enemies in the enemy Lord's faction have been summoned by the heavens and have become your loyal subordinates. Lord Talent Notification 1, a total of 20,123,981,298 low-tier deity level Ultimate Void God Spirits, 11,138,723,11 mid-tier deity level Ultimate Void God Spirits, 5,174,636,152 high-tier deity level Ultimate Void God Spirits, 1,085,768,731 Ultimate Void True Gods, 18,000 Ultimate Void Master God Tiers, 5 Grade 1 Ultimate Void Supreme Gods, 3 Grade 2 Ultimate Void Supreme Gods, 2 Grade 3 Ultimate Void Supreme Gods, and 1 Grade 4 Ultimate Void Supreme God left there. Faction and became your destiny follower. After reading it, a smile appeared on Zhou Fight's lips. Indeed, the Lotus Flame Supreme God and the Fire Poison Supreme God, the armies of the two Lords of War territories, were stationed inside this Lotus Flame main city. He had actually instigated to instigate 36,422,489,761 ordinary Ultimate Void God Spirits, 1,085,768,731 Ultimate Void True God Tiers, 18,000 Ultimate Void Master God Tiers, and 11 Ultimate Void Supreme Gods at once. This time, the strength of the forces under him doubled again. Chapter 1571, Massive Chaos Divine Treasures. Counterattack. In addition, remove the Supreme God level defense facilities of the Lotus Flame main city and open the gates of the Lotus Flame main city at the same time, allowing our army to enter the Lotus Flame main city to fight. After completing the incite defection, Zhou Fight immediately gave an order to the gods in the Lotus Flame main city. In less than 3 to 4 seconds, the Fire Lotus domain on the entire battlefield shook slightly. Then, the slowly spinning blazing flame-red lotuses quickly collapsed one after another. In less than a moment, the blazing flame-red lotuses on the entire battlefield collapsed and disappeared. Fire Lotus Domain, dissolve! At the same time, the Lotus Flame main city, which had been closed all this while, suddenly opened slowly. A group of ultimate void god spirits, true god tiers, master god tiers, and even supreme gods flew out of the door and said respectfully and excitedly to the blazing sun divine kingdom's god spirit army outside. Welcome to Lotus Flame main city. The army of God, please follow us and surrender quickly. There are still some enemies in the city resisting stubbornly. I don't think we need to show any mercy to these enemies who are unwilling to surrender even until death. Let's just destroy them with all our might. Bai Yun nodded. At the same time, she sighed in her heart. It was hard to imagine that the deity who had said this was not long ago stopping their attack together with those enemies who were unwilling to surrender until their deaths, treating them as their mortal enemy. No matter how many times they saw this ability of His Majesty, they still felt that he was too domineering. However, it was good to be domineering. War, especially for those enemies, had never been merciful or gentle. To be kind to others was to be cruel to oneself. Then, Bai Yun immediately led her army and entered the Lotus Flame main city to fight the remaining enemies who had not been incited by the Son of Destiny to incite defection. This was not an easy task. Since Zhou Fight had instigated the incite defection to have an army of more than 30 billion god spirits, that only meant that there were still so many god spirits in the city who had not been successfully instigated by the incite defection after all. It would take a long time to destroy so many god spirit level enemies. Fortunately, they had already become the absolute advantage. What they needed to spend next was only time. Then, they could welcome victory. At the same time, just as Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils were fighting in the ultimate void battleground, Zhou Marshal also brought the supreme god of death, the Thanatos, and 10,000 supremacies to the Chaos Sea. They quickly found the space-time chaotic divine demon. At that moment, the space-time chaotic divine demon was gathered with his companions, waiting for Zhou Marshal's arrival. Zhou Marshal only took a glance from afar and nodded slightly. Not bad. This time, the 4 chaotic divine demons brought a total of 68 chaotic divine demons. There were 10 more than last time. It was enough even though it did not increase much. He made the master god tiers stay where they were, while he went over with the Thanatos and came in front of them. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Supreme God of Death. The 4 chaotic divine demons, Space-Time, Wind Ancestor, and Ghost Shadow, immediately greeted Zhou Marshal and the Supreme God of Death respectfully when they saw them. The other chaotic divine demons were the same. They had probably practiced it before coming, judging from their proficiency. Zhou Marshal nodded slightly at them before saying to the chaotic divine demons, "Are all of you willing to trade chaos divine treasures with this emperor?" "Yes, Your Majesty." The 68 chaotic divine demons said respectfully. "All of you want a master god tier divine artifact?" "Yes, Your Majesty." When Zhou Marshal heard this, an idea popped up in his mind. Could it be that after a period of time, the entire divine demon realm would be flooded with master god tier divine artifacts because of his main body's actions? I don't think so. Probably not. He muttered inwardly. Following that, he didn't say anything else. He directly gave the space-time chaotic divine demon 272 master god tier divine artifacts and asked he to take care of them. He would hand them over to the chaotic divine demons when he returned to the divine demon realm. Then, he directly activated the king and entered the realm of a grade 4 supreme god. When Zhou Marshal's rank 4 supreme god aura appeared, all the chaotic divine demons present were stunned. This pressure is the pressure of a supreme god. Our emperor is a supreme god. And a top supreme god at that. The chaotic divine demons were extremely shocked after sensing Zhou Marshal's strength. The space-time chaotic divine demons especially were overjoyed. They recognized that His Majesty was actually a top-notch supreme god, so it was not a loss for them to acknowledge His Majesty as their master. Not only could it bring real benefits like divine crystals and supreme divine artifacts to them, but it could also protect them with their strength. In the future, they would persuade other chaotic divine demons to come and trade for chaotic divine treasures. If they were told that His Majesty was a supreme god expert, this matter would become more credible. At this moment, they saw Zhou Marshal casually kill 68 chaotic divine demons with a palm strike with the strength of a top supreme god. After extracting their chaos divine treasures, the space-time chaotic divine demons were very sensible and did not stay any longer. After bidding farewell to Zhou Marshal, they returned to the divine demon realm without stopping. With His Majesty, who had the strength of a supreme god, backing they was confident that they could bring more chaotic divine demons to trade for chaos divine treasures next time. Zhou Marshal sorted out his gains after the space-time chaotic divine demons left. Of the 68 chaotic divine demons, one of them had used a big explosion and dropped 40 units of chaotic divine treasures. The remaining 67 chaotic divine demons each dropped 4 units of chaotic divine treasures to him, which added up to 308 units of chaotic divine treasures. When Zhou Marshal saw this, a smile appeared on his face. He needed a total of 1000 units of chaos divine treasures to upgrade his territory from beginner grade master god tier to intermediate grade master god tier. And after yesterday's time ruins, the number of chaos divine treasures he had increased from 70 units to 240 units. Now, with these 308 units of chaos divine treasures, he had a total of 548 units of chaos divine treasures. We're already halfway through. I haven't gone to the time ruins today. The smile on Zhou Marshal's face became even more obvious. It seemed that he could upgrade his territory to an intermediate master god tier territory tomorrow, and then upgrade his Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom from a beginner grade master god tier kingdom to intermediate grade master god tier kingdom. Then, he didn't waste any time and immediately led the god spirits to the time ruins. After arriving at the time ruins, Zhou Marshal led the god spirits in normally. Then, he realized that he had arrived at the same place as yesterday. Then, the time mission appeared in the time ruins. However, unlike yesterday, the hidden mission that could increase the Supreme Lord's reserve army power was gone. Zhou Marshal was not surprised by this. After all, he had already completed this hidden mission and received the reward. It was normal for him to disappear. Since it's exactly the same as yesterday, there's nothing else to say. Let's proceed normally. Zhou Marshal took out the Seeking Fire seed and used it directly. Chapter 1572. Grade 1 Supreme Sacred Body. Casually creating a Lord talent. The sequence of development was exactly the same as yesterday. They had eliminated the 20 God tier chaotic divine demons and 5 Supreme God chaotic divine demons. Then, the Heavenly Furnace Lord and the Will of Yellow River appeared. Then, the Will of War appeared. In the end, the Will of Yellow River and the Will of War worked together to deal with the Heavenly Furnace Lord. Then, it was the death of the Chaos Will. In addition, this time, after the Heavenly Furnace Lord died, Zhou Marshal took a chance and extracted his loots again. However, it was a pity that the Heavenly Furnace Lord's corpse did not drop his Supreme Will inheritance again, which was the Sacred Book of Will. Even though Zhou Marshal felt that it was a pity, he was not surprised. If this time ruins could steadily produce an inheritance of the Supreme Will realm every day, then this time ruins would simply be heaven-defying. The Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord would probably fight crazily for it, so how could he have a chance? After everything was settled, Zhou Marshal took the 170 units of Chaos Divine Treasure and left the Time Ruins. Outside the Time Ruins, Zhou Marshal looked at the 718 units of Chaos Divine Treasures in the number 1 treasure vault and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. At this rate, not to mention the Chaos Divine Treasures needed to upgrade the Master God tier intermediate grade territory, he would not be afraid even if upgrading the Master God tier advanced grade territory required more units of Chaos Divine Treasures. At this moment, Zhou Marshal's divine body suddenly trembled. He was taken aback. He then looked in the direction of Blazing Sun Divine Capital in ecstasy. This moment has finally come. He muttered to himself. At the same time, all of Zhou Zhou's clones looked in the direction of Blazing Sun Divine Capital at the same time. The new future that belongs to us has finally begun. n/o/vel/b//jn.c//om. In the Reincarnation Sacred Palace of the Blazing Sun Divine Capital, Zhou Zhou sat cross-legged on the Dao Comprehension futon. His body emitted a 9-colored divine light. Compared to before, his temperament had an additional eternal and indestructible mysterious temperament. At this moment, the 9-colored divine light on his body slowly converged before it was completely absorbed into him. He slowly opened his eyes just as the 9-colored divine light was completely retracted. He saw that his eyes had turned into 9 colored divine eyes that had gathered 9 types of divine light. With another light blink of his eyes, his 9 colored divine eye vanished and returned to normal. He raised his hand and looked at his jade-like, pure and flawless palm. He laughed softly. Then, his voice became louder and louder. Finally, all the subjects in the Blazing Sun Kingdom heard Zhou Zhou's carefree laughter. Is that His Majesty's laughter? Did something good happen to His Majesty? Why is he smiling so happily? Your Majesty is overjoyed. We are also happy with you, ha ha ha. That's right. The better your Majesty is, the better the future of us subjects will be. I think it won't be long before we hear new good news about us. It's like this. His Majesty has always been very good to us. He always thinks of us when anything good happens. I'm curious what kind of good thing happened to His Majesty. Go away, go away. His Majesty's matters are not something you can interfere in. That's a secret of the Divine Kingdom, understand? I was just saying. Look at how serious you are. Haha. When the subjects in the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom heard Zhou Zhou's laughter, they could not help but look curiously in the direction of the Blazing Sun Divine Capital. In addition, even though they did not know why His Majesty was happy, their current good life was given by His Majesty and his ministers. With His Majesty so happy, they could not help but be happy. When the passers-by saw this scene, they could not help but click their tongues in wonder. There was a saying, joy with the people, referring to the joy the king shares with his people. However, in the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom, the commoners and the king enjoyed joy together. The commoners were actually the other way around. They were happy because the king was happy. How much did the people here love the king to have such a phenomenon? The travelers felt that they had seen the world. At the same time, they had a better impression of the God Lord of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom and the citizens of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. Zhou Zhou was feeling his Grade 1 Supreme Sacred Body. Soon, shock appeared on his face. My Grade 1 Supreme Sacred Body's physical strength is actually comparable to a Grade 3 Defensive Supreme Divine Artifact. Even the most top Grade 4 Supreme God might not be able to break through my physical defense. If my Supreme Sacred Body advances to the second level, won't my physical strength be invincible at the Supreme God stage? This is ridiculous. He looked amazed. The Grade 1 Supreme Sacred Body was already so powerful. Wouldn't a Grade 2 Supreme Sacred Body be invincible among Supreme Gods? Could a Grade 3 Supreme Sacred Body compare to a Quasi-Supreme Will Realm Expert? What about Grade 4? Could it be? He didn't dare to think about it. Zhou Zhou did not dare to think too far ahead. Then, he continued to count the other effects of the Grade 1 Supreme Sacred Body. Firstly, it was naturally the ability to be impervious to all techniques. The Grade 1 Supreme Sacred Body was not only comparable to a Grade 3 Defensive Supreme Divine Artifact in terms of physical defense, but it was also immune to any physical attacks, nomological attacks, and even will attacks from Grade 1 Supreme Gods and below. He was completely immune to them. Even if there were 10,000 Grade 1 Supreme Gods attacking Zhou Zhou who had a Grade 1 Supreme Sacred Body at the same time, Zhou Zhou would be completely unharmed without any other defensive means. Furthermore, the Grade 1 Supreme Sacred Body also had an extremely high immunity to higher level Supreme God level attacks. Even a Grade 4 Supreme God level nomological attack could weaken the power of an attack by about 30%. Even a Quasi-Supreme Will level attack could weaken the power of an attack by half. This immunity ability is really abnormal. Zhou Zhou sighed. Then, the second Supreme Sacred Body ability was to greatly increase his Lord nomological talent. Zhou Zhou could sense that his Lord nomological talent had greatly improved after attaining a Grade 1 Supreme Sacred Body. It was obvious how much Zhou Zhou had improved from how he used the word greatly to describe it. Let me test how strong my Lord's nomological talent has become. Then, he closed his eyes quietly. In just 10 seconds, he opened his eyes again. With a thought, lines of text notifications appeared in front of him. You have used your great talent and wisdom to create a new Lord talent. The specific talent effect is as follows. Lord talent, calm heart, black iron tear. Calming heart, when you and your subjects calm down, your comprehension plus 5%. Zhou Zhou looked at this Lord talent, his eyes filled with surprise. 10 seconds. In just 10 seconds, he had created a new Lord talent from nothing. Even though this Lord talent was only a black iron tier Lord talent, it was not something he could do in the past. My lord's nomological talent has increased by at least 30 times or even more than before. Zhou Zhou thought in satisfaction. The improvement of the supreme sacred body to the lord's nomological talent was too great. Let's try again. Should I create a mythical tier unique lord talent? Or should I strengthen the mythical tier unique lord talent I currently have? Or create a supreme unique lord talent? Zhou Zhou pondered. Chapter 1573. Strengthening the Heavenly Summoning. 1. Zhou Zhou quickly dismissed the idea of creating the supreme unique lord talent. Even though he could indeed create a lord talent of this level now, it was not something that could be created in a short period of time. It required a lot of time. Therefore, he could only create the supreme and unique lord talent when he was free at night. There was no need to do it now. As for creating the mythical tier unique lord talent, Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and realized that he didn't seem to have any lord talent that he needed to create. Then let's strengthen our current lord talent. On the basis of the mythical tier unique lord talent, strengthening they again is no less difficult than creating a new lord talent. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Then, he began to think about which mythical tier unique lord talent to strengthen. The Scarlet Brood Mother. This was not necessary. At present, he was not lacking in soldiers. What he lacked were top-notch experts of the Supreme God level or even higher. At present, only the Supreme Unique Lord talent, the protection of the Supreme Will, could strengthen a super expert of this level. However, it was only possible to strengthen the Supreme Unique Lord talent unless he advanced to the Supreme Will realm and could create a Supreme Will Lord talent. He was a little conflicted. Then, he simply opened his Lord talent list, wanting to see which mythical tier 1 and only Lord talent was more suitable for him to try. Soon, his gaze landed on a Lord talent. Lord talent, Heavenly Summoning, mythical tier, unique. Let's strengthen this Lord talent. Zhou Zhou quickly made a decision. This Lord talent determined the lower limit of the strength of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom's subjects and soldiers. It was the most obvious increase in the overall strength of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom. There was no mistake in upgrading it. If you want to do it, do it. Zhou Zhou immediately sat on the Dao Comprehension futon and closed his eyes in deep thought. His body gradually emitted a 9-colored divine light again. At the same time, if a god spirit were to observe the interior of Zhou Zhou's divine body, they would discover that there was a large number of nomological networks distributed within his divine body. Some of these nomological networks were densely distributed, while others were sparsely distributed. However, overall, there wasn't a single godly body that didn't have a single nomological network. These nomological networks were none other than the manifestation of the Lord's laws on the divine body. At the same time, they were also proof that he had cultivated a grade 1 supreme sacred body. Right at that moment, a new network of Lord's laws quickly extended from a thick and solid network of Lord's laws, making this network of Lord's laws more complete. Just as this new network of Lord's laws was completely formed, Zhou Zhou slowly opened his eyes in the real world. Nov, L, B /JNN. He sensed the additional network of Lord's laws in his divine body and nodded slightly. Then, he became curious. The nomological network on my body is not only the intrinsic manifestation of the Lord talent, but also proof of my cultivation of the supreme sacred body. I wonder what will happen when my divine body is filled with a complete network of Lord laws one day. I have a feeling that it will trigger a qualitative change. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. Then he stopped thinking about it. By the time his body was filled with the Lord's nomological network, his supreme sacred body would probably have cultivated to the level of a supreme will. This was too far away from him. It was useless to think about it now. Then, he looked at the enhanced Lord talent Heavenly Summoning. Lord talent, Heavenly Summoning, mythical tier, unique. Specific talent effect, any subject you summon from the gate of summoning has a minimum strength of epic tier elementary grade. After reading it, a smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. The Heavenly Summoning had been successfully enhanced. From tomorrow onwards, the lowest strength of the subjects and soldiers summoned by him would reach the epic tier elementary grade. From the extraordinary tier to the epic tier, this was undoubtedly a qualitative change. Moreover, once he reached the epic tier elementary grade, would the legendary tier elementary grade still be far away? Even. How far was it from directly summoning a god spirit level subject? Zhou Zhou was looking forward to it. The subjects and soldiers summoned from the gate of summoning every day were all scenes from when they were god spirits. However, he felt that it was unlikely. That was ridiculous, but at least he could try. Tonight, I'll try to raise the Son of Destiny to the Supreme, the only level. Zhou Zhou thought. As for the other Lord talents, Zhou Zhou was not in a hurry to upgrade them immediately. He could postpone them for a few days. Then, he sensed the other effects of the Grade 1 Supreme Sacred Body. For example, the ability to suppress other special bloodlines and constitutions. There are a lot of other useful abilities. However, it was not worth mentioning when compared to the Supreme Unique Lord talent. Therefore, Zhou Zhou only felt it for a while before he stopped paying attention to his Supreme Sacred Body. Now that I've attained a Grade 1 Supreme Sacred Body, my Lord talent and laws have increased greatly. I should be advancing to a Grade 1 Supreme God soon. Zhou Zhou thought. Previously, he didn't feel like he was about to advance. However, after he cultivated a Grade 1 Supreme Sacred Body, he had a premonition. He was not far from the Grade 1 Supreme God level. It could be seen how powerful this Supreme Sacred Body was. He had only just cultivated it. When he cultivated the Supreme Sacred Body to a higher level, this strongest constitution of the myriad worlds would definitely give rise to more wonders and strengths. Chapter 1574, Enhancing the Heavenly Summoning. 2. An hour later at the Ultimate Void battlefield. The battle within the Lotus Flame main city finally came to an end. The Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom's God Spirit Army and the Thousand Evil Army's God Spirit Army began to deal with the battlefield. After dealing with the battlefield, Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils rushed towards the territory of the Fire Poison. Even though the Fire Poison war territories were very powerful, they were not inferior to a Grade 3 war territories like the Lotus Flame war territories. However, in terms of grade and size, he was actually only a Grade 2 war territory. It was just that his strength was comparable to a Grade 3 war territory. When Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils arrived at the territory of the Fire Poison War first, they realized that there were very few guards in the territory of the Fire Poison War. There were only about 2 billion troops of gods, and the Supreme God was only a Grade 1 Ultimate Void Supreme God. With such strength, Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils army could easily break through. As we expected. In order to help the Lotus Flame War territories, the Fire Poison Supreme God took most of the troops in his main city to the Lotus Flame main city. His goal was to destroy us and obtain a huge merit. Unexpectedly, he didn't get any credit. Instead, he got himself killed. The Lord of 10,000 Evils chuckled. When Zhou Fight saw the Fire Poison city in front of him, he relaxed and agreed with Lord of 10,000 Evils. From the looks of it, the upcoming battle should be very easy. Then, while he and Lord of 10,000 Evils were waiting for the army to arrive, they sat down and chatted while drinking tea. As they chatted, Zhou Fight suddenly said, "I also have to thank Brother Demon Lord for risking your life to save me on the previous battlefield. In the end, I'm just a clone. I'm really flattered that Brother Demon Lord cares so much about me." Lord of 10,000 Evils felt a little awkward when he heard this, but he quickly smiled generously and said, "If I had known that you were so extravagant and could resolve that supreme will level offensive on your own, I wouldn't have saved you, haha." "What are you talking about?" Zhou Fight smiled and shook his head. To be honest, he was also very surprised that Lord of 10,000 Evils would risk his life to save him. Even though the two of them had a good personal relationship and felt that the other party was a friend that could be communicated and acknowledged, the two of them still had the identity of a Supreme Lord Reserve Army. Under the premise of having this identity, Lord of 10,000 Evils was actually willing to risk his life to save his clone. This somewhat surprised Zhou Fight. If he didn't know that the other party wasn't an opponent who liked to plot, he might have thought that the other party had ulterior motives for saving him. "Brother Demon Lord, why are you willing to save me?" Zhou Marshall pondered for a moment and finally decided to go straight to the point. Neither of them liked to beat around the bush. Since that was the case, they could just ask whatever they wanted. The Lord of 10,000 Evils fell silent for a few seconds before slowly saying, "Probably because you deserve to be saved. I don't want an interesting and powerful opponent like you to die in an inexplicable sneak attack at the level of a Supreme Will. If you want to die, you should die at the hands of us Supreme Lord Reserve Army. Me, Spring Autumn Dharma Lord, and God King Heaven Punishment, the three of us can do it, but not the Ultimate Void race. Who cares about them? Only the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord are paying attention to the illusionist clan. Otherwise, they would have been expelled from the ultimate void battleground. Zhou Fight did not say anything. When Lord of 10,000 Evils saw this, he smiled and said with a complicated tone. There's another reason. I think there's a high chance that I won't be able to snatch the position of Supreme Lord from the hands of the Spring-Autumn Dharma Lord and the God King Heaven Punishment in this lifetime. They are too strong. So strong that I don't even hope to surpass them. I only dare to try my best to catch up to them. However, the more I chase, the more I understand how powerful they are, and the more I feel that I might never be able to surpass them in this lifetime. At this point, Lord of 10,000 Evils smiled and looked at Zhou Fight. I thought that my situation would be better after you, a newcomer, came. After all, I'm not the weakest among the 3 Supreme Lord Reserve Army. However, I seem to be at the bottom in terms of strength and performance alone. And just now, when I was suddenly desperate to save you, I suddenly understood something. I think I don't care about the so-called Supreme Lord position anymore. I only care about doing what I want to do and what I should do. Haha, in addition, I have to tell you something. Don't be narcissistic. The reason why I dared to rush up to save you is not because I don't want to live, but because I have a trump card that can protect me. That's why I dared to rush up directly. If I didn't have some means of self-preservation, I wouldn't be stupid enough to save a competitor like you. The Lord of 10,000 Evils laughed and teased towards the end. Zhou Fight smiled and nodded. Then, he asked. How's your injury? He had seen with his own eyes that when the Lord of 10,000 Evils was desperately trying to save him, he was ruthlessly attacked from behind by the Supreme God of Fire Poison, who did not care about morals. That was the full power attack of a Grade 4 Supreme God. Even a 3rd Reserve Army Supreme Lord like the Lord of 10,000 Evils could not be completely fine. It's just a scratch. You'll be fine after you take some divine medicine and recuperate. Zhou Zhou did not say much. He directly took out more than 100 Grade 3 and 4 Supreme God level divine herbs from his number 1 treasure vault and stored them in a world ring. Finally, he threw them to Lord of 10,000 Evils. You got hurt trying to save me, so I'll pay for it. The Lord of 10,000 Evils subconsciously wanted to refuse. Let's see what's in the world rings first. Zhou Fight said calmly before he could say anything further. When Lord of 10,000 Evils heard this, he subconsciously took a look. Then, his eyes immediately lit up. Thank you very much. The Lord of 10,000 Evils immediately changed his words. Zhou Fight shook his head and did not mind. Some Grade 3 and 4 Supreme God level divine herbs could be seen everywhere in his world ring. All of them were probably as tall as a mountain. The Eternal Mothership and the Demon Lord flew over from afar as the 2 gods chatted. When the 2 of them saw this, they stopped hiding and immediately flew out. They returned to the side of the cosmic battleship and gathered their army to attack Fire Poison City, which had lost more than half of its city. Even though Fire Poison City had lost most of its military strength, it still had Supreme God-level defensive facilities. Seeing that there was actually an army from the Supreme Will's camp attacking from afar, the Grade 1 Ultimate Void Supreme God in the lead, who was also the current temporary city lord of Fire Poison City, immediately activated the Grade 2 Supreme God defense facilities in the city. Even if Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils had tens of billions of God spirits under them, they would not be able to breach the Fire Poison City in a short period of time. However, when Zhou Fight took out the Builder Tree City crushing hammer and easily shattered Fire Poison City's Grade 2 Supreme God level defensive facilities, the enemy's doomsday completely arrived. When the army of tens of billions of God spirits and more than 20 Supreme Gods surged into this Fire Poison main city that only had 2 billion God spirits and 1 Supreme God, the main city of this Grade 2 war territory was completely conquered in less than a moment, and all the enemies were killed. Zhou Fight nodded slightly when he saw this. Then, he said to Lord of 10,000 Evils. The main cities of the Lotus Flame War territories and the Fire Poison War territories have been completely conquered by us. Next, we only need to conquer the other small cities in these 2 war territories one by one, and these 2 war territories will be completely ours. Make the most of it. Finish it before the end of the day. Zhou Fight said. There are only 5 other cities in these 2 war territories. It's easy to deal with them. It won't take long. It should be done today. The Lord of 10,000 Evils nodded in agreement. Then, he looked at Zhou Fight in a daze. Why are you looking at me like that? Zhou Fight felt a chill run down his spine. First, they broke through a grade 3 war territory in 2 days. Now, in just a day, they broke through a grade 2 war territory and a grade 3 war territory. Brother Common People's Regal. You're amazing. You did what I always wanted to do. Zhou Fight was stunned for a moment before he smiled. Is this the feeling of being acknowledged by his opponent? Not bad. Chapter 1575, Mission completed. The Supreme Will's Reward. After Zhou Fight and the Lord of 10,000 Evils conquered the territory of the Fire Poison War, they rushed to the other 2 small cities in the territory of the Fire Poison War. These 2 small cities were far weaker than the Fire Poison City and the Lotus Flame Main City. Therefore, Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils easily took down these 2 small cities. Then, they rushed to the Lotus Flame War territories to conquer the remaining 3 cities. Even though these 3 cities were stronger than the small cities in the Fire Poison War territories, they were not much stronger. Therefore, they conquered them without much effort. Just as these 2 war territories completely belonged to Zhou Marshal, Zhou Fight finally had the time to look at the mission completion notification that had appeared long ago. Ultimate Void Battlefield Mission Tips. Congratulations, Lord of the Blazing Sun, you have successfully conquered the Fire Poison Main City and the entire Fire Poison War territory, and eliminated or conquered Void General Inga, Grade 1 Supreme God, Void General Nika, Grade 2 Supreme God, Void General Aki, Grade 2 Supreme God, Void General Base, Grade 2 Supreme God, Void General Zol, Grade 3 Supreme God, Void General Ale, Grade 3 Supreme God, Void General Fuka, Grade 4 Supreme God, Void General Lotus Flame, Grade 4 Supreme God, and are rewarded with 15 million military merit points, 5 Supreme God level mission medals, and 1 Book of the God Spirit, Grade 4 Supreme God. Ultimate Void Battlefield Mission Tips. Congratulations, Lord of the Blazing Sun, you have successfully conquered the Lotus Flame Main City and the entire Lotus Flame War territories, and eliminated or conquered Void General Abuletin, Grade 1 Supreme God, Void General Kwa, Grade 2 Supreme God, Void General Elkin, Grade 2 Supreme God, Void General Aipo, Grade 3 Supreme God, Void General Miashir, Grade 3 Supreme God, Void General Aurelio, Grade 4 Supreme God, Void General Fire Poison, Grade 4 Supreme God, and are rewarded with 15 million military merit points, 5 Supreme God level mission medals, and 1 Book of the God Spirit, Grade 4 Supreme God. Zhou Fight nodded slightly and opened his Lord information panel. User, Lord of the Blazing Sun, Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army, Ultimate Void Battlefield 2nd Leader of the Supreme Will Camp. Military Merit, 30 million points. Mission Medal, 14.5 Supreme God Mission Medals. Other rewards, 2 Book of the God Spirit, Grade 4 Supreme God. I have enough military merits and mission medals to exchange for race divine artifacts again. Zhou Fight said to himself with a smile. He wasn't in a hurry to return. Instead, he took out the map of the Ultimate Void Battlefield and checked it. The huge battlefield map was divided into a total of 15 war territories. 13 war territories, excluding the 2 highest level sacred territories, were all Supreme God level war territories. Among these war territories, the Zhou Fight had already occupied the Wanlong War territories, Grade 1 Supreme God War territories, the Fire Poison War territories, Grade 2 Supreme God War territories, and the Lotus Flame War territories, Grade 3 Supreme God Realm War territories. Compared to when he first came, in the map of the entire battlefield, only a lone sanctuary controlled by Lord of 10,000 Evils looked much better. The Lord of 10,000 Evils was right beside Zhou Fight. He also saw the map of the battlefield that had changed greatly. He looked at Zhou Fight, who was focused on the map, with a complicated and admiring expression. All of this was brought about by the newly appointed Supreme Lord's 4th Reserve Army. It seemed that it would not be long before the weight of my Supreme Lord's 3rd Reserve would decrease. The Lord of 10,000 Evils had mixed feelings. However, miraculously, he wasn't afraid or worried at all. Instead, he felt very relieved. To me, the status of a Supreme Lord Reserve Army is both a spur and a pressure of fear. Perhaps I've wanted to escape this pressure for a long time. It's still the happiest to lead the sealed demons in the myriad worlds and seal them without any burdens in the past. The Lord of 10,000 Evils thought. At this moment, he looked into the distance and was suddenly stunned. Then, he immediately said respectfully. Greetings, Supreme Will. Zhou Fight, who was looking at the map of the battlefield, immediately looked up when he heard this. Indeed, he saw that the Supreme Will had appeared at some point in time and was smiling at them not far away. Greetings, Lord Supreme Will. He put away the map of the battlefield and said respectfully. At the same time, Zhou Zhou, who was in the reincarnation sacred palace, stood up and said. The Supreme Will slowly walked over and looked at Zhou Fight and Lord of 10,000 Evils. His gaze stopped on Zhou Fight. A gentle smile appeared on his face. Zhou Zhou, Lord of 10,000 Evils. You guys did a good job. It's been a long time since we've had such a great victory in the ultimate void battlefield. Lord Supreme Will. Lord of 10,000 Evils smiled bitterly and said, actually, today's victory has little to do with me. I only led my troops to participate. Zhou Zhou could still obtain this great victory even without me. Brother Demon Lord, you're being too humble. Brother Demon Lord and the 1,000 evil army under him are important combat forces of our Supreme Will. It would be difficult for me to obtain today's victory alone without him and the 1,000 evil army participating. Zhou Zhou returned the favor. Don't be so modest in front of me. I've seen what you've done. I won't treat you badly. The Supreme Will laughed. Seeing that he had such a good relationship with the two Supreme Lord reserves under him, while he was surprised, he was also very relieved. He waved his right hand, and 5 supreme proofs appeared in front of him. Lord of 10,000 Evils, you cooperated with the common people's regal to take back the 2 war territories and made great contributions. These 5 supreme proofs will be rewarded to you. Thank you, Lord Supreme Will. The Lord of 10,000 Evils was very happy. 5 supreme proofs could give birth to 5 grade 1 supreme gods under him. Even though these 5 grade 1 supreme gods could only stay at the grade 1 supreme god realm for the rest of their lives, if they were bestowed to those master gods who were stuck at the advanced grade of the master god tier, those master god tiers would definitely be willing to accept it if there were no accidents. The Supreme Will nodded and looked at Zhou Fight with a gentle expression. Zhou Zhou. Ever since you came to the ultimate void battleground, the ultimate void battleground has been changing day by day because of your existence. The 3 Supreme God battlefield territories that were once lost have returned because of you. I've seen all of this. You should be the main credit. I'll reward you with these. In the next second, a total of 10 items appeared in front of Zhou Fight. Chapter 1576, Quasi-Supreme Will Level Divine Artifact Below Supreme Grade. Trade. This scene stunned the Lord of 10,000 Evils. Zhou Fight was also excited. He immediately looked over. First, there were a total of 7 supreme proofs. Then, there were 2 drops of willpower. Finally, there was a black armor. Zhou Fight looked over. Name of the divine artifact, below supreme grade. Grade of divine artifact, Quasi-Supreme Will. Divine artifact law, below supreme grade. As a top-notch defensive divine artifact below supreme grade, it can negate all attacks from the outside world below Supreme Will level. Only Supreme Will level experts can injure gods below Supreme Will level. Prompt 1. If a non-Supreme Willpower Realm expert wants to forcefully use below Supreme Grade, they will need to consume a large amount of Supreme God Divine Power to use it. Prompt 2. It can be bounded to the soul. When he saw the information of this divine artifact, his eyes immediately lit up. This below Supreme Grade is so good. This was actually a divine artifact at the Quasi-Supreme Will realm. Initially, Zhou Fight was a little worried. Without the treasures left behind by the Supreme God of the Heavenly Blade, how could he face the Quasi-Supreme Willpower elites in the future? The news that he had the combat strength of a Quasi-Supreme Willpower realm expert would definitely reach the ears of the Ultimate Void race after this day anyway. The next time he faced the enemies of the Ultimate Void race, the other party would most likely send the same Quasi-Supreme Willpower realm expert to deal with him. They knew what they were doing. His Quasi-Supreme Willpower realm combat strength was forcefully accumulated by self-destructing a large number of Supreme Divine Artifacts. He couldn't possibly self-destruct a large number of Supreme Divine Artifacts every time to deal with the enemy, right? No matter how many Supreme Divine Artifacts Zhou Zhou had, he still felt heartache for using them like this. However, it was better now. With this below Supreme Grade, he wouldn't have to rely on self-destructing Supreme Divine Artifacts to protect himself the next time he faced a Quasi-Supreme Willpower Realm expert or Quasi-Supreme Willpower Realm technique. This below supreme grade was enough to protect him and could even be used to counterattack the enemy. As for god spirits who were not at the quasi-supreme will realm, forcefully using this below supreme grade would consume a large amount of supreme divine power. Zhou Fai was not very worried about this. He had an abnormal lord law skill like the king. Every supreme god under he was the source of his supreme god power. With such a divine power reserve resource, it should not be a problem to forcefully use it for a period of time. He happily put away the supreme divine artifact and the other treasures. These 7 supreme proofs were enough to give birth to 7 grade 1 supreme gods under his command. It was also a very good reward. As for the 2 drops of will source, there was even less to say. He could directly create 2 will divine transformation realm experts without any side effects. However, Zhou Zhou did not intend to use them himself. Instead, he left them all for his subordinates to use. This was because he now had the premier heart. He could definitely cultivate to the limit of the will manifestation in the future. Later on, he obtained the will holy artifact Holy Scripture of the Heart. This will holy artifact also had the effect of assisting the cultivation of willpower. It even had the effect of assisting cultivation for existences at the supreme willpower realm. Its supplementary cultivation will was even stronger than the premier heart. With these 2 top-notch treasures, Zhou Zhou's efficiency in cultivating his will was not much inferior to directly consuming the source of will. If he absorbed the 2 drops of willpower, he would only be able to save 3 to 5 days at most. The improvement wouldn't be much. Since that was the case, it was better to leave it all to his subordinates. Several of his subordinates had already reached the limit of will like light. They were only 1 step away from breaking through the limit and advancing to the will divine transformation realm, thereby advancing to the supreme god level. These 2 drops of willpower were more important to them. It didn't matter if he had these 2 drops of willpower or not. Speaking of which, after Zhou Fai kept all the rewards, he respectfully said to the Supreme Will. "Thank you for the reward, Lord Supreme Will. You don't have to say that. Because you deserve it." The Supreme Will smiled gently. Zhou Fai smiled. Then, the Supreme Will looked at Lord of 10,000 Evils and said, "Lord of 10,000 Evils, common people's regal and I have some matters to discuss. You can leave first." "Yes, my lord. In that case, I'll go back and take care of some matters." The Lord of 10,000 Evils smiled and left. He did not need to think much to know that the Supreme Will and Zhou Zhan would definitely be talking about the Supreme Divine Artifact. He would definitely want the Supreme God weapon in Zhou Fai's hands if he was the Supreme Will after all. At most, he would not let Zhou Fai suffer any losses. The Supreme Will had always been generous. The Lord of 10,000 Evils felt that not only would Zhou Fai not suffer a loss, but would also make a huge profit. At the thought of this, the Lord of 10,000 Evils couldn't help but feel envious. "I wonder what benefits the brother common people's regal will get this time?" Then, he shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He returned to his base camp. After Lord of 10,000 Evils left, the Supreme Will looked at Zhou Fai and smiled. "You know what I want to talk to you about. It's about the Supreme Divine Artifact, right?" Zhou Fai said. "That's right." The Supreme Will nodded and sighed. "We are different from the Ultimate Void race. They have exclusive racial talents. Every Ultimate Void race can salvage ownerless treasures that have wandered in the Ultimate Void. You know the environment of the Ultimate Void. Only divine artifacts can exist in that kind of environment and not be damaged. Therefore, after countless years of accumulation, the Ultimate Void race has long obtained a large number of divine artifacts, true God-tier divine artifacts, Master God-tier divine artifacts, and even Supreme divine artifacts. On the other hand, we're different. If we want to obtain Supreme divine artifacts, other than some naturally born Supreme divine artifacts nurtured by extremely rare laws, we can only rely on ourselves to personally forge the other Supreme divine artifacts. However, the forging of Supreme God artifacts is extremely difficult. Even the Supreme God of creation, who is best at forging Supreme God artifacts, needs at least 10,000 years to gather all the materials and forge a Supreme divine artifact. Moreover, the Supreme divine artifacts that he forged are not of very high grades. Most of them are Grade 1 or Grade 2 Supreme divine artifacts. Grade 3 Supreme divine artifacts are extremely rare. As for Grade 4 Supreme divine artifacts, he has only forged a total of 25. Until now, Our Supreme Great Cosmos and the Crimson Great Cosmos have very few Supreme Divine Artifacts. Some Supreme Gods still use Master God tier Divine Artifacts as their weapons and equipment. Common people's regal, I need the Supreme Divine Artifact in your hands. You can tell me what you want. The Supreme Will said very straightforwardly. Lord Supreme Will, how many Supreme Divine Artifacts do you want? Zhou Fight asked after a few seconds of silence. How much do you have? The Supreme Will asked. More than 100,000. Zhou Fight confessed and quickly added, there will be more in the future. Give me 100,000 first. The Supreme Will's face was filled with joy as he spoke without hesitation. Not only was Zhou Fight not dissatisfied, he even laughed. The value of 100,000 Supreme Divine Artifacts was not low. It could even be said to be very, very high. It seemed like the Supreme Will was going to take out a top-grade treasure to exchange with him. Zhou Fight expressed that he had a very bold idea for what he desired. Chapter 1577, Trade. 3 Race Divine Artifacts. 1. Before I say what I want, I have a question to ask. Ask away, the Supreme Will said. Lord Supreme Will, with your ability, can't you directly create a large number of Supreme Divine Artifacts for your subordinates to use? Zhou Fight questioned. He could even obtain a large number of Supreme Divine Artifacts through Heavenly Fate De Huang. As an expert whose will had transcended the realm, the Supreme Will was 3 levels higher than him. It was impossible for him to not be able to do it, right? You and I walk different paths. You can use Heavenly Fate De Huang to create something out of nothing. My path works wonders in other ways, but not in making something out of nothing. The Supreme Will shook his head. To be honest, even he felt a little envious of Zhou Zhou's Lord's nomological path. To be able to possess more than 100,000 Supreme Divine Artifacts at the Master God tier stage, it could be seen how ridiculous Zhou Zhou's Lord path was. This little guy probably won't have to worry about resources for the rest of his life. The Supreme Will sighed in his heart. Zhou Fight nodded thoughtfully. The main body had once guessed the Lord's nomological path of the Supreme Will. That was the greatest virtue, has the characteristic of water, where benefit flows to many but it takes no credit for the good that was done. If a person does not compete, one in the world can compete with him. He looked at the Supreme Will's calm and gentle smile and felt a little emotional. His Lord's law path was very strong. He was simply invincible, especially in terms of obtaining resources. However, the path of the Supreme Will was also very unfathomable, so he still couldn't figure it out. So what if Heavenly Fate De Huang had a large number of Supreme Divine Artifacts? I might not have this ability, but I'm his subordinate and heir. I have more than 100,000 Supreme Divine Artifacts, which means that the other party also has Supreme Divine Artifacts. At most, I will trade or pay for them. Oh, Lord Supreme Will. Then say I asked for a deal. Zhou Fight looked at the Supreme Will and said with a solemn expression, I want to inherit your will too. When the Supreme Will heard this, a faint smile appeared on his face. He actually did not seem surprised at all. The admiration in his eyes intensified as he looked at Zhou Fight. Soldiers who don't want to be generals are not good soldiers. Similarly, an expert who did not want to become a top expert was definitely not an outstanding successor. And now, Zhou Zhou, who was only a Master God tier, had begun to seek a legacy and path for his future will to transcend. He had great ambitions without a doubt. And the Supreme Will liked such ambitious heirs. However, it wasn't easy to obtain his willpower. You're very bold, but my will transcends inheritance. It's not something that 100,000 Supreme Divine Artifacts can exchange for. The Supreme Will laughed. Zhou Fight nodded. Of course he knew. They were still Supreme Divine Artifacts no matter how many Supreme Divine Artifacts there were. Not to mention an existence like the Supreme Will, even existences at the Supreme Will realm would not use a Supreme Divine Artifact. They liked to use Will Holy Artifacts the most as weapons of a higher level. It's not a Supreme Divine Artifact. Zhou Fight stretched out his right hand and saw the Holy Scripture of the Heart appear in his hand. There will also be Will Holy Artifacts. Zhou Fight said in a deep voice. If I have extra Will Holy Artifacts in the future, I will also give them to Lord Supreme Will and let Lord Supreme Will control them. The Supreme Will looked at the Holy Scripture of the Heart in Zhou Fight's hand and smiled. You're quite lucky. He actually obtained a Will Holy Artifact when he was a Master God tier. The Supreme Will thought for a moment and said, I will pass on my will to you if you can bring me 10 will holy artifacts. He didn't need a will holy artifact, but his subordinates needed one. It was the same as the supreme divine artifact. The will holy artifacts that they possessed were also extremely rare, and they urgently needed external will holy artifacts to replenish them. If Zhou Zhou could do it, he could solve this problem. Okay. Zhou Fight was overjoyed and agreed without hesitation. 10 will holy artifacts sounded like a lot for others, but if his main body could obtain a will holy artifact at the Master God tier level, he would become a supreme god in the future, and even a supreme will. He was confident that he could obtain even more will holy artifacts to satisfy the requirements of the supreme will. Zhou Fight was confident about this. But I have to warn you. The higher the level of a powerhouse, the more impossible it is for him to replicate his path. My path, in particular, is almost the exact opposite of yours. My legacy will at most give you a reference for your future. Don't be greedy and go astray in the future. Your own path is bright enough. The Supreme Will reminded. Zhou Zhou understands. Far away in the reincarnation sacred palace, Zhou Zhou bowed deeply to the Supreme Will. The Supreme Will nodded. When Zhou Fight saw this, he did not delay and directly took out 100,000 supreme divine artifacts from his number 1 treasure vault and placed them into a supreme divine artifact level storage divine artifact before handing it to the Supreme Will. The Supreme Will looked at the supreme divine artifact storage treasure in his hand and smiled slightly. Then, his body gradually disappeared from the spot. Zhou Fight looked at the place where the Supreme Will disappeared and a smile appeared on his face. As long as he gathered 10 will holy artifacts, he would be able to obtain the will of the Supreme Will and transcend the inheritance. With that legacy that could be used as a reference, his future path could be said to be more than half as difficult as before. Now the future is really bright and clear. Zhou Fight muttered to himself. Right at that moment. It was unknown when the Lord of 10,000 Evils appeared and came to his side. Chapter 1578, Trade. 3 Race Divine Artifacts. 2. Isn't it a big deal? The Lord of 10,000 Evils smiled. I earned a lot from this. Zhou Fight nodded in agreement. The Lord of 10,000 Evils looked at the other party's satisfied expression and felt even more envious. The price offered by the Supreme Will probably far exceeded his imagination for a deal that could satisfy a fellow who regarded supreme divine artifacts as nothing. What exactly did the Supreme Will use to exchange for the Supreme God weapon? The Lord of 10,000 Evils couldn't help but ask curiously. Oh, it's a secret. Zhou Fight smiled. I'm just curious, haha. The Lord of 10,000 Evils smiled awkwardly. He also knew that what he had just said was a little presumptuous, but he was really curious. Zhou Fight did not mind. After Lord of 10,000 Evils risked his life to save him, his impression of this fellow had improved a lot, so he didn't care about such a small matter. Come on. Return to your Demon Lord base planet. I've just earned a wave of military merits and Supreme God mission medals. It's time to exchange for some race divine artifacts. Zhou Fight smiled. Okay. The Lord of 10,000 Evils nodded. Then, the two of them did not stay any longer and immediately sent the army back to the Demon Lord base planet. As for the few void base planets that they had captured, even though Zhou Fight had already occupied them, he had no intention of sending his subordinates to garrison them. To him, this ultimate void battleground was only a place where the Supreme Will tested him abilities. He would not stay here for long. With such troops to garrison and defend the city, it was better to grasp them in his hands and attack the other ultimate void base cities. This way, if he performed well in front of the Supreme Will, he might even be able to increase his Supreme Lord Reserve Army authority. Moreover, the Void Mystic Realm was much better than the Void Base. Of course, the Void Bases that he occupied could not be left unguarded. Zhou Fight planned to entrust this matter to Lord of 10,000 Evils, who would most likely agree. Zhou Fight was not worried about whether the other party would take over his territory. His current power was almost on par with Lord of 10,000 Evils after all. In terms of combat power, he could also compare to a quasi-supreme willpower level divine artifact by relying on the self-destruction of a supreme divine artifact. In addition, he had just obtained a quasi-supreme willpower level divine artifact. He wouldn't be afraid of Lord of 10,000 Evils in a one-on-one fight. Under such circumstances, Zhou Fight was naturally not afraid of the other party taking over his territory. As for his character, Zhou Fai did not consider it. Even if he thought that Lord of 10,000 Evils was a good friend. However, he would always believe that the most trustworthy thing in the world would always be his own strength. Soon Zhou Fai first returned to the Demon Lord base planet through the Dragon God of all life. Because the army of the Thousand Evil Army had yet to return, there were relatively few living beings on the planet of the Demon Lord's base, especially on the Supreme God Realm Monument. There was not a single God spirit. This was exactly what Zhou Zhou wanted. He came to the Supreme God Realm Monument alone and began to search for the race divine artifact he wanted. A moment later, the divine artifacts of the three races appeared in his eyes. Race divine artifact Heart of Light, top race divine artifact, a universal race divine artifact. After the Lord recognizes it as its master, the subjects under his command will gain a certain amount of light rule talent. When a new subject is born, there is a 10% chance of awakening light rule talent, increasing the light rule immunity of the subjects under his command and reducing the light rule damage received by 20%. Required military merit, 8 million military merit, 4 Supreme God Mission medals. Race Divine Artifact Moon Shadow, top race divine artifact, a universal race divine artifact that floats in the sky above the race's territory. Every time night falls, the moon shadow will overlap with the supreme star Great Lunar Star. It will also fuse with the power of the Great Lunar Star and release a large amount of moonlight energy that can be absorbed, thereby increasing the cultivation efficiency of all subjects in the race's territory by 20%. At the same time, the existence of the moon shadow can increase the talent of the life form in the race's territory, the talent of the yin law, and the talent of the shadow law. It can increase the yin-type immunity and the shadow-type immunity of the life forms in the race's territory, reducing the damage received by 10% of the yin-type damage and 20% of the shadow-type damage. Required military merits, 10 million military merits, 5 Supreme Mission medals. Race Divine Artifact The Sun's Golden Dawn, top race divine artifact, exclusive race divine artifact. The Sun's Golden Dawn was once a small piece of the origin shell that had fallen off the Supreme Star Sun Star. Later on, after being nurtured and evolved by the Golden Crow divine race, it became an exclusive race divine artifact of the Golden Crow divine race. The Lord of the Golden Crow divine race who possesses the Sun's Golden Dawn will have a certain amount of Yang elemental law talent increase in the subjects under his command. When a new subject is born, there is a 5% chance of awakening the Yang elemental law talent. When cultivating under the Sun Star, it will increase the cultivation efficiency of all subjects in the territory of the race by 20%. It will increase the Yang elemental immunity of the life forms in the territory of the race and reduce the damage received by 10% of the Yang element. Required military merits, 12 million military merits, 5 Supreme Mission medals. They'll do. After careful consideration, Zhou Fai finally decided to exchange all three of their race divine artifacts. Among the abilities of these three race divine artifacts, there were different attribute immunity abilities, which met the requirements for the main body to create a race divine artifact of the blazing sun god race that was immune to all attributes. Therefore, he definitely had to exchange for it. It didn't matter even if he had to spend all his military merits and mission medals. Soon, after consuming almost all of his military merits and mission medals, these three race divine artifacts appeared in front of him. The Heart of Light was an 18-sided crystal that emitted a resplendent white light. Even though the light emitted by he was extremely bright, when one looked straight at it, the magical feeling was not blinding. Instead, it felt as if he was immersed in a hot spring. It was especially comfortable. The shadow of the moon was a black sphere that looked like the moon. Contrary to the Heart of Light, the moon shadow emitted a dark and cold aura. When one looked over, it was very easy for ordinary people to get lost in the endless darkness revealed by the moon shadow. As for the sun's golden dawn, it was an irregular piece of golden ore. Its entire body was scorching hot. Even though Zhou Fai already had a grade 1 supreme sacred body, he still felt that it was very hot when he held it. Inside the ore, there was a clearly visible phantom of a golden crow. It slowly flew inside the ore, looking free and unrestrained, as if there was an entire world inside that allowed him to fly freely. That's right. Zhou Fai nodded in satisfaction. Then, he made the Heart of Light and Moon Shadow recognize him as their master. As for the last sun's golden dawn, it was a divine artifact of the Golden Crow divine clan, so Zhou Fai was temporarily unable to recognize it as his master. However, solving this problem is simple. He took out the common people's cauldron and directly threw the sun's golden dawn into it to refine and modify it. During this period, Zhou Fight felt that his providence was continuously depleted. It was not until he had consumed 1% of his providence that the refinement and transformation of the race's divine artifact finally ended. It took 1% of my luck to complete the refinement. Zhou Fight could not help but be surprised. This was the first time he had encountered a divine artifact that required so much luck to successfully modify. Should he say that it was indeed worthy of being called a divine artifact formed from the origin shell of the Supreme Star Sun Star? With such a powerful background, the consumption of providence had indeed increased. Hopefully, he would be satisfied with the modified effect. Right at that moment, there was a pop. The cauldron lid of the common people's cauldron bounced up, and a golden light flew out. Then, it shot straight at Zhou Fight and finally floated in front of him. It was the sun's golden dawn. Zhou Fight looked at it and then checked his attributes. In the end, he discovered that although the modified Golden Sun Divine Artifact had changed from an exclusive race Divine Artifact to a universal race Divine Artifact, its attributes had not been reduced at all. There's no reduction. No wonder I spent 1% of my luck. Zhou Fight muttered to himself. Normally speaking, modifying race Divine Artifacts would reduce the attributes of the original race Divine Artifact to complete the modification. This was the first time he had seen such a situation where his attributes hadn't been reduced at all. Then, he sensed his destiny and looked even more satisfied. This was because he realized that his providence had increased by 2%. Not only did it make up for the consumption of the modified divine artifact, but it even increased by 1%. It was equivalent to giving away 10 high-level Divine Kingdom Lord factions for free. Huge profit. Zhou Fight smiled. Chapter 1579, The Void Emperor's Arrangement. Quasi-Supreme Will Realm Experts Attack. Zhou Fight put away the racial divine artifact in satisfaction and did not continue to check the mission list. The Void Mystic Realms of the Lotus Flame War Territories and the Fire Poison War Territories had yet to be conquered, so there was no need to look at other missions after all. He still had to eat him food bite by bite. Then, he returned to the Sky Void Mystic Realm and discussed the battle arrangements for tomorrow with Bai Yun and the other soldiers. At the same time, behind the Ultimate Void Battleground, in the Sacred Hall of the Ultimate Void Race, the Void Emperor was sitting on the Holy Throne and resting with his eyes closed. The more than 2,000 Ultimate Void Supreme Gods below were all looking at the dark silver ceiling above their heads. There were more than 2,000 dark silver tiles on the ceiling. On the surface of every tile, the figure and appearance of an Ultimate Void Supreme God were vaguely revealed. At this moment, more than 20 tiles were completely shattered, causing some damage to the dark silver ceiling, ruining its original harmonious beauty. The more than 2,000 Supreme Gods looked at these damaged parts with furious and regretful expressions. They had been in the Ultimate Void Battleground for so long, but this was the first time that more than 20 Supreme Gods had died in such a short period of time. There were more than 20 Supreme Gods. At some point in the future, one or a few Supreme Gods among they might advance to the Supreme Will Realm. Therefore, even the Void Emperor's heart would ache for a period of time in the face of such losses, let alone them. Finally, a Supreme God of the Ultimate Void Race could not help but speak angrily. Damn it, common people's regal! This child ruined our Ultimate Void Race's matter. According to the secret report sent from the front line, the latest successor of this Supreme Lord has strength comparable to the Quasi-Supreme Will Realm. The other party has such strong strength and even attacked an ordinary Supreme God. This is unruly behavior. We have to counterattack. Otherwise, those who don't know might think that we're cowards. Kill the common people's regal. Crush he into pieces. We must kill him. At first, the Supreme Gods of the Ultimate Void Race were still discussing among themselves. Someone shouted kill the common people's regal at the beginning. Then, as if it had aroused the anger of the crowd, more and more Supreme Gods of the Ultimate Void Race also shouted kill the common people's regal. Some Ultimate Void Supreme Gods who watched this scene coldly knew what was going on. Ever since the Lord of 10,000 Evils took over the territory of the Ultimate Void battlefield and fought against them, the Lord of 10,000 Evils had always lost more than one. It could even be said that he lost 9 out of 10 battles. After so many years, they had lost almost the entire Ultimate Void battlefield to the Ultimate Void Race. Only the Sanctuary had not been conquered by them. As they had always looked down on the Lord of 10,000 Evils, the Ultimate Void Races like they were already used to the days of casually controlling the Lord of 10,000 Evils. When they faced the Lord of 10,000 Evils and his army, their arrogance was already written on their faces. However, what could the Lord of 10,000 Evils do in the face of this scene? Other than gritting his teeth and swallowing it, there was nothing else he could do. As for the Scarlet Army that was neighbors with the Lord of 10,000 Evils, there was no need to mention it. If not for their pride, they would have left this battlefield long ago. Who cared about the life and death of the god spirits of the Supreme Will Camp? In any case, even if the Ultimate Void battlefield was broken through by the Ultimate Void race and the Supreme Great Cosmos was invaded by the Ultimate Void race, the ones who would suffer would still be the Supreme Great Cosmos. They had a local defense facility like the Scarlet Fog in the Crimson Great Cosmos. Furthermore, they had long used it as a starting point and had prepared all kinds of relevant defense deployments. They were waiting for the Ultimate Void race to invade and then close the door to hit the dogs. This was where they was confident, so they were not afraid of the Ultimate Void battlefield being breached. After the common people's regal came, everything changed. In just a few days, they had taken away 3 war territories of them and killed or enslaved more than 20 supreme gods. As for the gods, true god tier, and master god tier that they had lost, it was so many that it made their eyes pop out. Compared to Zhou Fight's glorious achievements, the victory they had obtained from the Lord of 10,000 Evils over the years was as fragile as a piece of paper. It broke with a poke. Zhou Fight seemed to be telling them the truth. In the past, you were able to continuously win from the hands of the Lord of 10,000 Evils, so much so that you looked down on everyone in the Ultimate Void battlefield. It's not that you were too strong, but the Lord of 10,000 Evils was too weak. Now that he was here, he would take back everything he had lost. And his current ironclad achievements seemed to be verifying this matter, telling they that they were really too weak. It was precisely because of this that the very unconvinced they was so eager to kill the common people's regal. Quiet. The Void Emperor finally spoke. In the next second, the entire place was silent. No one dared to say another word. That common people's regal already has the combat strength of a quasi-supreme willpower realm with some means. Coupled with his strange insight defection ability, the forces under him are no longer inferior to the Lord of 10,000 Evils. Ordinary supreme gods are no longer a match for the Lord of 10,000 Evils. Monin, Sheila. The two of you are quasi-supreme willpower realm existences. After you're prepared, lead the army under you to kill that common people's regal. The common people's regal seems to have risen for a short period of time, but his strength and faction are no longer inferior to veteran experts under the supreme will. You have to deal with the common people's regal with all your might. Don't underestimate him. This mission can only succeed. You can't fail. Otherwise, don't come back to see me. The Void Emperor said in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty. The two quasi-supreme will existences called Monin and Sheila stood up and said respectfully. They was secretly alarmed since they originally disdained this common people's regal. He might be a rising junior, but they had been rising for countless years after all. Even if the common people's regal relied on some unique methods to have quasi-supreme willpower combat strength, how could it compare to them? However, after being warned by the Void Emperor, they immediately did not dare to underestimate him. To be able to make the Void Emperor entrust him so seriously, he was definitely not an easy person to deal with. Coupled with the punishment mentioned by the Void Emperor. Don't come back if you can't complete the mission? Wasn't that hinting that they had died outside? At the thought of this, they could not help but shiver. Then, he made up his mind. Common people's regal. You must die. If you don't die, we'll die because of you. At the same time, 300 million light-years away from the Demon Lord's base planet. A base planet shrouded in scarlet fog stood in the ultimate void. A large number of scarlet god spirits lived, trained, cultivated, and fought on this base planet. Chapter 1580. Blood Supreme God Becky. War Summary. At the top of a scarlet palace was a scarlet throne. On the throne was a scarlet god spirit that was completely blood red. It held a blood fork and emitted a terrifying pressure. He was the leader of the Scarlet Camp's forces stationed in the Ultimate Void battlefield. His status in the Scarlet Camp was not inferior to the Lord of 10,000 Evils at all. Moreover, like the Lord of 10,000 Evils and Zhou Zhou, he was one of the successors of the Crimson Overlord. He was called Becky. His god spirit title was the Blood Supreme God, and his strength was at the quasi-supreme willpower level. At that moment, he was listening to the report from his subordinates. Is this new common people's regal actually so capable? He muttered to himself after hearing that. He fell into deep thought. When the surrounding scarlet god spirits saw this, no one dared to disturb his thoughts. Soon, he looked up. Carol! Becky said. Swoosh! A silver-white figure appeared out of thin air in the hall. He said respectfully to Becky. Blood God Army Legion Commander Carol greets your majesty. Carol, get the army to prepare. Tomorrow, we'll bring the army to the Skyvoid Mystic Realm to pay a visit to that common people's regal. Becky said. Yes, your majesty. Carol was a little surprised to hear that, but he agreed respectfully. Becky nodded and said with a smile, we'll take the opportunity to interfere since that common people's regal has the ability to change the situation of the entire Ultimate Void battlefield. These Ultimate Void God spirits can also transform into Scarlet God spirits after they die. We can't miss this great opportunity. Let's have a share of his spoils. As long as we pay attention and retreat in time when the Void Emperor sends experts to destroy the common people's regal, there won't be much of a problem. Carol smiled too. So that was what His Majesty was thinking. In that case, that common people's regal might not be too willing. Carol smiled. He wouldn't be willing. Becky grinned and sneered. I don't care if he is willing. A human junior who's still wet behind the ears. I killed countless people when the commander and I led the army to attack the myriad worlds and the high continent 10,000 years ago. Even the Lord of 10,000 Evils has to be polite in front of me. Who the hell is he? If he is unwilling, we'll beat he until he is willing. You have to be careful. We're going to help tomorrow in name, but when it comes to war, don't really lead our soldiers to fight to the death. Our soldiers are precious. Let his soldiers charge first. We'll just follow behind and be hooligans. Then, we can be more agile when we pick up the loot after the war. Becky said. I understand. This is not the first time I've done such a thing. I promise I won't disappoint your majesty. Carol said. Becky nodded. After the two deities discussed for a while, Carol left while Becky turned to the back of the hall. Soon, coquettish voices came from the back of the hall. In the Reincarnation Sacred Palace of the Blazing Sun Divine Capital. In the Reincarnation Sacred Palace, Zhou Zhou was looking at the war report in front of him. Under the combined efforts of the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom Army and the army on the Ultimate Void battlefield, the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom had eliminated a total of 304 beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord factions, 182 intermediate-grade Divine Kingdom Lord factions, 113 high-level Divine Kingdom Lord factions, and 31 Overlord-level Lord factions. In addition, Zhou Fight and the Lord of 10,000 Evils had eliminated the enemies in the three Void Mystic Realms on the Ultimate Void battlefield. A total of more than 1,000 enemies from the people of foreign races in the capital units, more than 60 billion God spirits, more than 2.2 billion true God tiers from the people of foreign races, more than 50,000 Master God tiers from the people of foreign races, and 31 Supreme Gods from the people of foreign races were eliminated. After statistics, the Blazing Sun Divine Kingdom had obtained a total of 21.20 million mist cores of various levels, origin crystals, skill books, equipment, and basic materials from the capital units today. 8,123,297,197,217,392 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 6,122,381 legendary tier and below Lord Talent spheres. A large number of Lord Talent crystal fragments of other levels. There were also n/o/vel/b//in.c//om 1011 capital units, 2,361,736,420 million units of divine crystals from the low-tier deity level to the high-tier deity level. 223,918,742,333 true God tier divine crystals. 186,238,712,381 Master God tier divine crystals. 20,717,126 grade 1 to grade 3 Supreme God divine crystals. 3 capital units, 3,719,717,171,870,000 low-level to high-tier deity-level divine artifacts. 6,123,870,000 true God tier divine artifacts. 3,811,763 Master God tier divine artifacts. 59,711 Supreme God divine artifacts. There were about 3 capital units, 1.923 trillion, and 7,618 divine spark fragments, God tier herbs, God tier ingredients, God tier ores, God tier blueprints, and other treasures in the 3 capital units. 1,231.4 billion 28.12 million 9,012 Master God tier herbs, God tier ingredients, God tier ores, God tier blueprints, and other treasures. 3,221,826 Supreme God level God tier herbs, God tier ingredients, God tier ores, God tier blueprints, and other treasures. In terms of insight defection, Zhou Fight had induced a total of 36,422,489,761 ordinary ultimate void God spirits, 1,085,768,731 ultimate void true God tiers, 18,000 ultimate void master God tiers, and 11 ultimate void supreme gods through the Sun of Destiny in the Lotus Flame main city. In addition, the Lords of the Star Alliance had also incite defection 312 capital units soldiers, more than 712 million God spirits, more than 300,000 true God tiers, and 77 master gods. In the end, in terms of the advancement of God spirits, a total of 29,133,213,283 legendary tier advance grade soldiers had been promoted to low tier deity level elementary grade God spirits. There were also 418,731 high-tier deity-level advance-grade deity spirits who had advanced to true God-tier elementary-grade God spirits. Another 1,112 top-notch true gods of the human race and 1,847 top-notch true gods of the people of foreign races felt their master God-tier bottleneck and applied to enter the reincarnation sacred palace to cultivate in seclusion to try to break through to the master God-tier realm. If nothing went wrong, he would officially break through tomorrow. Zhou Zhou's original military strength was 6,143 capital units, 7,213,432,634,488,253 soldiers, 43,536,310,050 deity spirits, 756,323,594 true gods, 26,580 master gods, and 15 supreme gods. Now, with the addition of these divine spirit experts who had instigated incite defection and the 5 supreme gods and 15 master gods recruited from the chaotic mystic realm, the military strength under he had reached 6,455 capital units 8,235,197,321,271 soldiers, 80,658,811 God spirits, 1,842,325 true God tiers, 44,657 supremacy gods, and 21 supreme gods. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face after reading it. 6,000 capital units soldiers. 80 billion God spirits. 1.8 billion true God tiers. 40,000 master God tiers. 21 supreme gods. Such troops could easily dominate a region in the myriad worlds. Even in front of the Supreme Sun Divine Court and the Great Lunar Court, he was a force that could not be underestimated. He could even become a duke. He shook his head and then thought of something else. Even though I'm not sure about the exact number of deity spirits Master of 10,000 Evils has. But when I have 100 billion deity spirits, 2 billion true God tiers, and 100,000 Master God tiers, I should completely surpass him in terms of the number of God spirits. Zhou Zhou murmured to himself. As for the supreme gods, he estimated that he should have already surpassed the number of supreme gods that the Master of 10,000 Evils had. If he had more than 20 supreme gods, he would not have been so miserable in the ultimate void battlefield.